Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report on the Standing Committee of Agriculture and Agri-Food in relationship to its study on promoting domestic trade in agriculture agri-food products by reducing interprovincial trade barriers. This is pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons. The committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees.
The honourable member for La Salle-des-Marves. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women entitled Promising Practices to Prevent Violence Against Women. And pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee is requesting a government response in response to the current report, the present report. And I understand there is a dissenting opinion, the member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel.
Dissenting opinion on behalf of the NDP of this report, calling on the government for a national action plan to end violence against women and for a national public inquiry into missing and murdered Aboriginal women. Witnesses strongly urge the government for action to address the root causes of violence against women and the systemic inequality that perpetuates it. New Democrats recognize that the causes of violence are complex and the solution needs to be comprehensive. Unfortunately, this report presented by the committee fails to address the urgent situation.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Heyer, seconded by Mr. Rathgaber, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Celebrating Canada's Seniors Act, Living Situation of Seniors. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm introducing the Seniors' Bill of Rights to amend the Canada Seniors Act in order to establish a yearly mandatory comprehensive review of the living situation of seniors. It will provide an annual overview of seniors' living standards. It will report on the access to affordable, accessible, and secure housing. It will deal with the not only housing but the determinant of seniors' health. It will provide information on access to universal health care, including primary care, dental care, home care, long-term care, pharmacare, and what we'll all face eventually, palliative care. Canadians have a right to be worried about the condition of seniors. We need a comprehensive approach. The public wants immediate action for us to improve the healthy aging of seniors, and this will lead to that. And so we must ensure that our seniors are protected from abuse, neglect, and exploitation and enjoy freedom, dignity, and independence in their older years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Heyer, seconded by Mr. Rathgaber, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Rathgaber, seconded by Mr. Heyer, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Detention in Custody. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure for me to rise and table a private member's bill, An Act to Amend the Criminal Code for Detention in Custody. The bill will be known as Dave Wynn's Law in honour of the St. Albert RCP constable who was fatally wounded in the line of duty on January 17th of this year. Amazingly, Constable Wynn's assailant had over 50 criminal convictions, including breaches of court orders and failures to appear in court, and 38 outstanding charges. However, the assailant made bail without mention of his criminal past or his failures to appear, causing RCMP Commissioner Bob Paulson to publicly question the bail process and wonder, quote, how that this person was walking among us, unquote. Accordingly, this proposed legislation attempts to close some of the glaring loopholes in the judicial interim release or bail process by requiring the prosecution to lead evidence that the accused has previous convictions, outstanding criminal charges, or has previously failed to appear in court. It is a mystery how some habitual offenders can make bail, but by tightening the rules regarding the release of habitual offenders, it is hoped that all of society will be protected from those who continually flaunt the law and also the courts. So, Mr. Speaker, I encourage all honourable members to support Dave Wynn's law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Rathgaber, seconded by Mr. Heyer, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the overwhelming support my motion received to ban unfair pay-to-pay bank fees, I'd like to seek unanimous consent for the following motion. That it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Finance that it have the power to expand the scope of Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 21st, 2015, and other measures in order to protect consumers by banning all pay-to-pay practices by banks operating in Canada.
Does the honourable member for Davenport have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? There is no consent. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table a petition signed by hundreds of people saying that since 1936, the CBC is a flagship institution for culture and really speaks to our linguistic and identity and to our culture. And everyone knows the CBC is suffering greatly. There have been decades of cuts imposed on it, and we're asking the government, or they're asking about the government, to assure there is long-term stable funding for our public broadcaster, ensure that it can fulfill its mandate in every region of the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Speaker, I'm pleased today to present a petition from many residents across Ontario asking that Parliament pass legislation that will remove all flavours from all tobacco products. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, la Métis-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour for me to table a petition in the House today signed by some 24,000 signatories, friends of the CBC, reiterating the importance of their public broadcaster and having stable multi-year funding and being able, as the public broadcaster, to be able to fulfill its mandate effectively in every region of Quebec and of Canada. Therefore, through this petition, the signatories reiterate once again their intention to see their government and parliamentarians support a massive campaign to allow the CBC to have every means possible to be able to deliver quality information in democratic fashion.
Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour today to present another more than 5,000 signatures on petitions from constituents and others across the country who are concerned about the state of our laws on animal cruelty. Animal cruelty laws are currently under the property section of our legislation, but animals are sentient beings. They are thinking, feeling creatures, and what the petitioners are asking for is that loopholes be closed in the existing legislation and that it be moved to the criminal code so that there's a greater likelihood of prosecution. This is for companion animals, not for animals affected by hunting, fishing, etc. So on behalf of the more than 5,000 petitioners today, I seek to close the loopholes in the existing legislation and move animal cruelty to a piece of the criminal code. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present 4 separate petitions today, all on the same subject, though, Mr. Speaker, and this adds to the body of literally tens of thousands of signatories that we've submitted petitions on behalf on this subject. But these residents of Canada draw attention to the House of Commons to the fact that they believe that Bill C-51 is an affront to their civil rights and freedoms. They believe and they maintain, Mr. Speaker, that Bill C-51 has less to do with combating terrorism and more to do, they say, with the ability of the Prime Minister to snoop on their enemies. These petitioners actually compare the current Prime Minister to the paranoia of Richard Nixon, Mr. Speaker, and they suggest that Bill C-51 impedes and undermines the rights and freedoms by which we define ourselves as Canadians, and therefore these petitioners, amongst many, many other thousands of Canadians, call upon the House of Commons to join the House of Commons and the New Democrats in our principled stand to defend our civil liberties and do everything that we can to stop Bill C-51.
Here. Just remind honourable members in presenting petitions to avoid editorial references of their own and or that of their parties in these cases. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member, la députée de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, the CBC has been under attack for many months and years now, and hundreds of thousands of Canadians have signed petitions to demonstrate the degree to which they are attached to the CBC, and I am tabling hundreds of more petitioners' signatures asking for support to our public broadcaster. Thank you. Presenting petitions.
St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to table a petition signed by 267 residents of Edmonton, St. Albert, and surrounding communities calling upon the government to adopt international aid policies that support family farmers, especially women, and recognize their vital role in the struggle against hunger and poverty, and also to ensure that Canadian policies and programs are developed in consultation with small family farmers, and that they protect the rights of the small family farmers in the Global South to preserve, use, and freely exchange seeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to table a petition that hundreds of retailers in my riding have signed, saying that credit card fees are much too high and that the 1.5% estimate of the banks is not fair compared to what happens in Europe and Australia, where it's 0.3 or 0.5, not 1.5. So I'm tabling this petition.
Petitions. Presentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, questions Q 1153 and 1158 will be answered today. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, questions Q 1148, 1150, 1154, 1152, 1162, 1164, 1167, 1168, 1170, and 1175 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that also agreed? Yes? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders.
Canada, standing in the name of Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington, seconded by Mr. Genet-Jardin, moves that the House call on the government to take immediate action to fix Nutrition North Canada and to improve the well-being of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal Canadians in Northern Canada by A. Incluant immédiatement dans la...
A. Immediately including in the Nutrition North Canada program the 50 isolated northern communities accessible only by air that are not currently eligible for the full subsidy.
Initiating a comprehensive review of the Nutrition North program with Northerners as full partners to determine ways of directly providing the subsidy to Northern residents and to improve supports for traditional foods. C. creating equitable program eligibility criteria for northern communities based on their real circumstances. D, assurant.
And D, providing sufficient funding to meet the needs of all northern communities.
With all northerners to develop a sustainable solution to food insecurity. The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as Member of Parliament for the Northwest Territories for the past 10 years, this is a wonderful opportunity to speak about the people of the North, and that includes the northern parts of provinces, the 3 territories, hundreds of communities that stretch across Canada's north. Mr. Speaker, I grew up in an isolated community. We didn't have a road until later on in my life, and I know the difference that a transportation system delivers for food. So I understand the intrinsic nature of the problems that people have that are isolated and remote. And these are the communities we're talking about here right now, Canadian communities that don't have road access, that don't have the ability to be serviced in a fashion that will allow their costs to be even reasonably close to southern Canada. These communities are suffering. These communities will continue to suffer until we can come up with answers that work better for them. Mr. Speaker, in a great and prosperous country like Canada, no one should go hungry. Unfortunately, for many northern Canadians, that's the case. Some people forego eating in the day so to make sure that their children have sufficient food. These are situations that Canadians respond to with emotion and with a desire to change. Equality of Canadians is an essential fabric of our society. Likewise, Northerners know they live in a high-cost part of Canada, but to be equal, the government has to come in and be involved. In addition to pure humanitarianism, Northerners with the high costs of living, particularly food costs, enhance Arctic sovereignty. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, they also provide a basis for what this government considers to be the new resource sector in our country, whether it's mining, oil or gas, or any other of the natural resources that this government covets in the North. Those people provide a workforce and provide an opportunity to see those resources developed in a good fashion. Originally, we had the food mail program through the past decade up until 2010, and that program had accelerating costs. In 2011, Nutrition North was dreamt up, and the criteria for community participation was so flawed that about 50 isolated fly-in communities were left out of that program. In his report last fall, the Auditor General said, "We found that the Department has not established community eligibility criteria that is fair and accessible. The Department considered communities eligible if they lacked year-round surface transportation if they'd used the food mail program extensively. Communities that had made very little use of the food mail program be determined eligible only for a partial subsidy." And this partial subsidy was 5 cents a kilogram. 5 cents a kilogram, Mr. Speaker. It didn't amount to anything. While communities that had not used the previous program were determined to be ineligible. Consequently, community eligibility is based on past usage instead of current need. As a result, there may be other isolated northern communities not benefiting from the subsidy where access to affordable, nutritious food may be an issue. The Attorney General went on to say, or the Auditor General went on to say, the Department of Aboriginal Affairs was aware of this problem, and it estimated it would cost $7 million per year to service these 50 communities. My office conducted research and was able to identify 46 of the communities which should be getting the full subsidy. 27 of these communities were in ridings and are in ridings represented by Conservative members of Parliament. 19 members are in the member for Kenora's riding. 19 of these communities are in the member of Kenora's ridings. Where was this member during the last 2.5 years as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development? Couldn't he have spoken to the Minister about the need facing these communities in his riding? But then again, there were other members that failed to stand up and speak for their communities as well. Because of these communities need any help they can get, the first part of our motion is immediately include in the Nutrition North program the 50 fly-in isolated northern communities that are not currently eligible for the full subsidy. However, Mr. Speaker, including these communities is simply an emergency solution. Including the communities would bring them up to the level of the other communities. That's fine. That's a start towards success. But it's only the start. But it's a necessary start. We need to be fair in this country. We need to treat every community the same. We need to understand that every community has similar requirements for these subsidies, regardless of what their past history was. Another problem found by the Auditor General was there no way for the Department of Aboriginal Affairs to determine if the subsidy was being passed on to Northerners by the retailers. This is a central flaw in the program. While professing to help Northerners access affordable and nutritious food, what Nutrition North really does is subsidize the selling of food to Northerners and to anyone else that goes into their stores. Rather than providing assistance to businesses, it might be better to look at the systems that are used in other countries for food subsidies. One possible solution might be to actually subsidize the consumer. In the United States, the Women, Infants, and Children program, very successful program, initiated by the federal government, goes across all the states. That program is accessible by people through a swipe card. However, we're not here today to decide on the long-term solution for this issue, but we need to put in a process that we can work with Northerners to come up with the long-term solution to this particular issue. And that is part of our resolution as well. Another part of our motion aims at the need to call on the government to initiate a comprehensive review of the Nutrition North program with Northerners as full partners to determine ways to provide the subsidy to Northern residents and also determine ways to support the use of traditional foods. Mr. Speaker, throughout these small communities, the traditional way of providing sustenance has been through the hunting and trapping, fishing, gardening in many cases thought out to begin with. For a government that says that it supports the North, they fail to work with Northerners or even listen to them. I could be talking about the opposition to the changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act or to the bill that was passed yesterday, S6, where the government just simply rode over the valid concerns of many Yukoners. But the same thing could be said about Nutrition North. There is a growing groundswell of people speaking up about the program, saying it's not successful. For instance, the Auditor General found Aboriginal Affairs had spoken to Health Canada about what food should go in the subsidy, but seemed to have ignored Northerners as to what food they think should be covered. You know, when I was in Calloway, I met with the people that were engaged in trying to work on this program through raising public awareness about it, and they said to me one interesting fact. Most of the people in Nunavut, the Inuit people, are lactose intolerant. So the fact that the government has made milk a large part of their particular program means that many of them will not pick up on that subsidy because they can't simply use milk the way many Southern people or Caucasians use that product. So that subsidy is not actually as valid as it should be for that particular group of people. That's why we're calling for more support for traditional food. That's part of what has to happen. Mr. Speaker, as I noted, the current Nutrition North criteria excludes a large number of communities that should be receiving the full subsidy. The current criteria seems to be shaped more towards excluding communities rather than ensuring all Northerners have access to affordable, nutritious food. You know, part of what was going on there with the Nutrition North program, as the Auditor General pointed out, there was to be yearly reviews of the eligibility, of how the program was working. We haven't seen those yearly reviews in the 4 years the program's been put in place. So how was the government to determine that the program was working properly if they didn't do the review? This very significant and important program dealing with the health of many Northerners. The results of not dealing with it correctly means that other costs in the system go up. Perhaps they don't mind that the territorial costs of health, education, the social, all the social costs that go around poverty and the failure to have a proper lifestyle are costs that are borne by other governments. So perhaps this federal government was not that concerned about them. You know, we know that many other communities in the country that have year-round road access have very high food costs. You know, if you're hauling food from southern United States or Mexico to Inuvik, the costs are very high. These costs have to be borne by Northerners who live in these communities, not all that have high-paying jobs. Because of the poorly thought-out community eligibility criteria, we're calling on the government to create an equitable program eligibility criteria for Northern community based on their real circumstances. Mr. Speaker, many of the communities are small, very small communities. The cost of running retail stores are very high. You can't avoid that problem. You can't avoid the problem of the cost of fuel oil, which has inflated by almost 400% over the last decade throughout Northern Canada. You have to deal with that problem as well in a small community. You can't expect that one single criteria, the freight rate, one single criteria, whether you were in the program before, is good enough to determine how a community should receive the subsidy. Mr. Speaker, a comparison of expenditures under the last years of the food mail program and those allocated under Nutrition North shows that the Conservatives have been deliberately underfunding the program. In the last 2 years of the food mail program, the cost was about $59 million. That was up from 4 years ago. 4 years before that in the program was $39 million. So we saw a rapidly accelerating cost in the food mail program. Why was that, Mr. Speaker? Because all the other costs throughout Northern Canada were going up. The Auditor General indicated that the inflationary cost of food in the North was at double the rate of Southern Canada. So in the food mail program, where the Conservatives didn't really have a hold on the cost, there was an accelerating cost of that program. However, in the last 4 years, in the 4 years of the Nutrition North program, the original allocation of each year was $53 million. It was topped up, but it never showed much increase over those years in comparison to what was being put into the food mail program. So I think we can safely say that this program has been underfunded since its inception. And the indications from the Conservative government was that they were going to now increase the funding by 5% a year. But they haven't put the money in to catch up to where the program should be. If the program was in place for 4 years without inflationary figures attached to it, then that program should start at a much higher level before they start adding on the 5% per year. Mr. Speaker, this shows either poor planning or a deliberate intent to lowball the program's costs. For that reason, part of this motion is we call on the government to provide sufficient funding to meet the needs of northern communities, to meet those needs. This is what is required. I think back to when I first came into Parliament here, and I was working on the Northern Residents Tax Deduction, which was a program that was put in in 1989. And the argument from all Northerners was, look, the program's been in place for all these years, and you've seen no increase in the amount of the Northern Residents Tax Deduction. So we pushed for, everyone said, look, inflation should put about 50% into that program. Late Minister Jim Flaherty, in his 2007 budget, put in 10%, and nothing since. So what we've seen is that program, which was very important to Northerners, which worked very well to encourage people to live and work in the North and to develop all the things that this Conservative government thinks are very important, like mines and oil and gas and all the rest of those. That program has also not been allowed to increase simply to keep up to the rate of inflation. And the rate of inflation in the North is very high. You know, in southern Canada, people are heating with natural gas. The cost of natural gas is pretty well the same thing it was a decade ago. In the North, the same people using energy are looking at 400% increase in their costs. And it's a cold place, Mr. Speaker. It's a cold place that needs, your house needs to be heated. So we do need an increase in funding to this program, like other programs that are not tied to inflation. You can't escape those costs, Mr. Speaker. Those costs are part of the system that we live in. The final point I have, Mr. Speaker, is we need to stop supporting a southern Canada style food delivery system in the North and develop a system which is northern-based and sustainable. So yes, we do need to do more for ourselves. We need to be encouraged. You know, northern communities across the country need to be encouraged to look for solutions to this as well. And, you know, historically, there were many large farms throughout the Northwest Territories that were run by the missions. They produced the vegetables for all of the North in the 20s and 30s and 40s. That's gone now, but it can come back. There's some northern communities like Inuvik and Norman Wells have created greenhouses. They're very, very successful with their production of food. Thank you. Well, we see many opportunities in the renewable area to improve the situation, whether it's energy, food, whether it's housing. All those things come together to reduce costs. But what happens when the efforts are put in from somewhere else, it doesn't allow for that local involvement. When those from outside the North decide what's good for us, usually that results in failure. Keeping this in mind, we call on the government to work with all Northerners to develop a sustainable solution to food insecurity. Mr. Speaker, Nutrition North has many flaws and needs to be reworked with the involvement of Northerners. However, until then, it must be expanded to cover all the communities that are now not being covered by that program. That's only fair. We are fair as Canadians. We believe in equality. We don't stop somebody from applying for a GST rebate because they didn't have it they didn't apply for it the year before. So why is that a criteria for northern communities, whether they had made use of the food mail system? If they hadn't made use of the food mail system, they're ineligible for the Nutrition North program. That's simply an excuse, Mr. Speaker. We don't need excuses in the North. We need ways to feed our children, to make our system work, to bring up healthy and prosperous communities. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank that member for his speech. I just wanted to clarify some things for the record, however. The NDP stated on April 2nd, 2015, that they would like to see 55 communities made eligible, fully eligible for Nutrition North. Then a month later, May 26th, they said 46 communities should be added. And then now today they say 50 communities being added. So it seems like they don't even have an idea which communities should be added or how many or what the criteria are. And that particular member, of course, has voted against investments in his own riding, which would have brought down the cost of food. He voted against the Tuk-Inuvik Highway twice. He voted against an $11 million increase to the Nutrition North program to deliver more subsidy to Northerners. And specifically, he mentioned that this was for remote fly-in communities. That's who we should be concentrating on. Then in his speech, he said, well, it's just a long drive, even if they do have year-round access. But I want to ask about his riding. Nahanni Butte is a community he says should be added. They have year-round access by road, by ferry, by winter road. So I guess I'm asking you, why should that community, Nahanni Butte, be added in his riding when it has year-round access already?
Member for Northwest Territories.
Well, in the case of Nahanni Butte, I think the member's a little bit wrong on that, and I'd invite him to come up to my riding, and I'll show him the condition of the winter road that services Nahanni Butte. However, I'm glad that he's taken a look at that. The people in Nahanni Butte suffer incredibly high food costs. And that's one of the points I made in my speech, that sometimes the criteria being used are not effective. What we said was that there were about 50 communities. That's what the Auditor General reported in his study. We identified 46 communities very clearly that were being, and there's a list of them here, Mr. Speaker, and I'd be pleased to provide it to any of the members so that they can look at that. If they have other communities that they wish to add to the list, this was research done by my office in an effort to understand better what communities should be provided with access. If there are others, I encourage members to come forward with the communities in their ridings that should be in this program. And that should be, I should be hearing from some Conservative members who also have these kind of communities in their ridings and saying, look, my community needs to be subsidized as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his work on this and for the motion today. It is shocking, actually, to hear the parliamentary secretary deny and quibble about the fact that this is about a program that has failed to address the issue of hungry children or mothers not eating because they are sacrificing for their families. And it is, I guess, predictable in that during the 2011 election, when at the debate in Iqaluit with the member from Nunavut, she was told this was not going to work the way it was. She was told the list was ridiculous. She was told this was a disaster waiting to happen. Now the UN rapporteur has told us that, the Auditor General, so I thank the member for this, but I would like the member to expand a little bit more on the accountability provisions that he sees about how you actually measure food security in order to make sure that this program's working, but also the importance of hunters to actually have access to snow machines, ammunition, and so that hunters can feed their families in a traditional way.
Quiet. Order. 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 Members will come to order. Well, look, it's the members' time here. You know, look, I'm happy to stand here all day until the House kind of quiets down, but we can't hear all honourable members. And the member for St. Paul's is putting a question to the member for Northwest Territories. He has to have the opportunity to hear that question. And order. The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd hoped that we could have a relatively civilized debate about this today. I mean, we're talking about people, real people here, that sometimes go hungry, that their kids go hungry to school, that suffer from malnutrition. They suffer. The rate of dental problems in Nunavut is extremely high because they don't have proper nutrition. I mean, these are all things that are real problems for Canadians, and I really don't appreciate that we get off track on this today, and I really hope that everybody pulls it back together and understands that we're talking about real people. And there is accountability. There needs to be accountability for what we do. Everyone should understand that a system has to be fair. It has to be fair to everyone. You can't put in tax laws that exclude people. Why should you put in systems of food subsidy that exclude people? Those things don't match up. They don't match up to the Canadian model. So let's get with it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his work on this because it has such a huge impact in our regions in the north and Anishinaabe Nation territory, Treaty 9 and Treaty 5, where there are instances of mothers standing outside grocery stores trying to hawk possessions to feed their children. That's an existence in this country in Canada, where it's easier to feed your children on Coke and chips because it's cheaper than giving them milk. I'd like to ask him particularly about northwestern Treaty 9, Treaty 5 area, Mishkigogaming, Webakwe, in the area under the minister right now, I believe for natural resources in Kenora. The housing and food crisis there has brought in international relief agencies that feed the children from Oklahoma, had to send in 100,000 pounds of food into that region of Treaty 9 because this government has failed to look after the most basic needs of its citizens under its watch. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why he thinks that it's okay for this government to believe that they can be so arbitrary in who gets to be fed and who doesn't have access to proper food.
Honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Well, I think, every community should have access. The fact that these communities in Northern Ontario are not getting access to this program is terrible. When you think that in Northern Ontario right now at the Victor mine they're pulling out diamonds, the resources are being taken away. The communities are in terrible shape. Mr. Speaker, the thought that we would somehow hold back on providing a subsidy for food to communities that have so many other problems as well is ludicrous. We need to understand that the system has to be fair. It has to support everyone.
We have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I do want to clarify that the member has said 50 communities in his motion, but he's just said clearly every community should receive the Nutrition North subsidy. So he said $7.5 million. Those were his numbers to add 50 communities. How much would it cost to add every community, which is what he's just proposed?
Honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we identified that there were 46 communities that we could come up with, and this is a difficult process, Mr. Speaker. There's many small communities throughout northern Canada. It's not an easy task to actually determine which ones are on a road and off. Our research showed that there were at least 46. The cost of $7.5 million is based on taking the average subsidy in that particular region that's applied to the other communities that have the full subsidy and say, well, if we gave the communities that don't have the subsidy the same as what their neighbors are getting, then it would work out to about $7.5 million a year. That's the math that we used. I'm ready to talk about any math. I'm ready to talk about any community. I'm not I don't want to restrict the list, but this is what we work with.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak today. And as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, I'm especially pleased to speak to this motion and to update the House on one of the many ways that our government is standing up for those living in our Northern Territories. Mr. Speaker, this government has been working for Northerners like none before it. We've devolved the authority over lands and resources in the Northwest Territories out of Ottawa and back to the territorial government where it belongs. Late last year, we announced that we're working on doing the same in Nunavut as well. We pursued the most ambitious regulatory improvement agenda in Canadian history. We know that this will encourage investment in our natural resource industry and drive economic development across the North. And this Monday, legislation came into force creating Polar Knowledge Canada, a brand new, cutting-edge polar science program. This initiative will protect our Arctic sovereignty and ensure that Canada remains a world leader in polar research for years to come. Put simply, under this government, Canada's North remains and will remain strong, proud, and free. Mr. Speaker, continued support for the Nutrition North program is just another way that we are helping our Northern Territories live up to their promise and their potential. Through Nutrition North, we are successfully addressing not only the cost of food, but the difficulties Northerners may face in finding fresh, nutritious food at any price. As we all know, the North is a long way from many sources of perishable foods. Many communities are isolated. Distance and limited transportation options adds to the cost. Moreover, often during the time it takes to deliver food, perishable foods do perish. These are not new problems, and ours is not the first government to develop measures aimed at helping Northerners lower the cost of nutritious food, although it is undeniably the most successful. Where results, accountability, and efficiency are concerned, Nutrition North Canada represents a substantial and meaningful improvement over its predecessor, the Food Mail program, which had operated in one form or another since the late 1960s. The Food Mail program operated on a fairly simple premise. It provided a subsidy to Canada Post to offset the cost of transporting food to northern communities. However, the Food Mail program had a number of weaknesses. First of all, the program was designed to ship mail, not food. There was no real incentive to deliver more nutritious foods to the North. Funding went to less nutritious items and non-food items. There was little accountability for the disposition of program funds. There were no requirements for retailers or transporters to provide their sales information to the department. There was no monitoring in place to ensure the subsidy was actually being passed on to consumers in the form of lower prices. Adding to its weaknesses, and perhaps most concerning of all, there was no governance structure to enable people in the communities served by the program to provide any meaningful input on its operation or management. In order to address these and other shortcomings of the Food Mail program, in April 2011, our government launched the program we are discussing today. Since that initial launch, based on input from sources as varied as the Auditor General of Canada to Northerners themselves, we've continued to refine the program to maximize the benefits to Northerners. The aim of Nutrition North Canada is straightforward: to work with stores across the North and food suppliers in southern Canada to ensure Northerners have better access to perishable, nutritious food at prices that are lower than would otherwise be the case. Unlike its predecessor, Nutrition North Canada follows a market-driven model. This provides an efficient, cost-effective, and transparent means of helping Northerners access perishable, nutritious food. Rather than subsidizing transportation costs, the program provides funding directly to retailers, wholesalers, and distributors. If they meet the program's requirements, they may proceed to enter into agreements with Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada. In addition to its emphasis on perishable, nutritious foods, and again, unlike its predecessor, The current program also offers a subsidy for country foods produced in government-regulated northern commercial food processing plants. This subsidy can be applied when northern retailers source country food from these processors for sale in local stores. In this way, the program is helping to make more country food available. Country foods, Arctic char, caribou, muskox, and others, are a vital food source, and the Government of Canada is committed to helping these foods remain a key part of Northerners' diets. In addition, as I am certain honourable members are aware, these foods generally contain less fat and sugar than many store-bought foods. They contribute important nutrients for good health. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, a diet including country foods has been associated with lower levels of heart disease and diabetes. Now, is the program working? Is Nutrition North providing the kinds of benefits to Northerners it was designed to provide? Are food prices lower? Is there improved access to perishable, more nutritious foods? Mr. Speaker, the answer in every case is unequivocally yes. Between March 2011 and March 2014, the cost of the revised Northern Food Basket for a family of 4 in communities eligible for a full subsidy under the program fell by an average of 7.2%. For that average family of 4, that is a savings of more than $30 a week, nearly $140 a month, or $1,600 a year. This is $1,600 a year that our government is saving Northern Canadians. Of course, Mr. Speaker, this comes in addition to the thousands more that Northerners will save thanks to our government's suite of family tax cuts and benefits. On the basis of these numbers alone, Mr. Speaker, I would say there is ample evidence that the program is making a real difference for Northerners, and it has been making a difference from the beginning. In November 2011, just 7 months after the program was launched, Michael McMullen, the Executive Vice President of the Northwest Company, said, and I quote, "Local shoppers are starting to see major price decreases on key nutritious food items. As an example, in Hall Beach, 4-litre milk has dropped in price by over $6, from $11.49 to $5.09. Compared to low-nutrition beverages like soft drinks, milk is now 80% cheaper on a same-portion basis." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, Mr. McMullen is not the only one to say that food prices in the North have fallen thanks to Nutrition North. In fact, earlier this week, the member for Churchill, the NDP's Aboriginal Affairs critic, said, "There's no question that it does reduce the price by a couple of dollars, and for healthy foods that can make somewhat of a difference." Mr. Speaker, I would say to the member and to the House that a price reduction of a couple of dollars on a couple of nutritious food items over a couple of shopping trips does not make somewhat of a difference. It makes a real difference, and a significant one. Let me offer a few more examples. In Rankin Inlet, in March 2011, before Nutrition North Canada, a dozen eggs cost $4.39. As of last November, a dozen eggs cost $2.59, 40% lower. 2 litres of 2% milk cost $7.29 in March 2011. Last fall, that was down to $4.45, also 40% lower. A loaf of bread in Rankin Inlet is now going for about $2.50, $1.70 less than the $4.19 it cost before this program. In Tuktoyaktuk last November, you could get a 3-pound bag of apples for $9.29, $2.40 less than it would have cost you before Nutrition North Canada was launched. And the program is having a positive impact on more than prices, Mr. Speaker. The average annual weight of eligible items shipped to northern remote communities increased by approximately 25% over the first 3 years of the program. Based on the most recent analysis done in March last year, 95% of the Nutrition North Canada subsidy is going toward lower prices for key specific product categories, fruits and vegetables, meat and alternatives, milk, and perishable dairy and grain products. That increase in shipments of perishables is a direct result of the market-based model our government put in place for this program. Under the old food mail program, food was delivered to retailers by Canada Post, period. Canada Post system is designed for delivering mail, not delivering food. If a letter or a parcel arrives a few days later than expected, it's not usually a big deal. If a shipment of bananas or lettuce or bread arrives a few days late, it is compost. With Nutrition North Canada, retailers and food suppliers have options when it comes to transportation. They don't have to purchase their products at specific access points designated by Canada Post. They can shop around for the best prices on product and for the best prices on transportation. In fact, Nutrition North Canada allows them to use the most effective and cost-efficient supply chain arrangements and routes to reduce the price of food and provide the best quality. As a result, more perishable, nutritious foods are getting to northern communities, and more northerners are taking advantage of new accessibility. A few months ago, Derek Reimer, the Director of Administration at the Northwest Company, said that sales of fresh produce, meat, and other nutritious foods in its stores had increased by nearly 25% since Nutrition North Canada was launched. I'm sure all members would be pleased to hear this sort of story, and I can assure them that this government is taking action to see that number go even higher. Under Nutrition North Canada, we've allocated $2.9 million to Health Canada to support culturally appropriate nutrition education initiatives in First Nation and Inuit communities. These activities focus on areas such as developing knowledge and skills for selecting and preparing healthy store-bought and traditional country foods. These initiatives act as a complement to the program's retail subsidy by encouraging healthy eating patterns among people in isolated northern communities. Mr. Speaker, it is clear Nutrition North Canada is achieving its objectives, and we will continue to make it better. Our government has implemented a number of recent improvements to the program. Last fall, we increased the Nutrition North Canada annual budget to more than $65 million, an increase of $11.3 million in 1 year. And we have added a 5% annual escalator to the budget. This means that that number will increase by 5% every year from now on to ensure stable, predictable funding long into the future. It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that these funds are being used responsibly. We are achieving results for Northerners and results for all Canadians. In 2014, the Auditor General reported on Nutrition North Canada. I would like to quote some of the findings presented in that report. Quote, "The audit team observed examples of how controls are properly designed and are being applied effectively by Nutrition North Canada. Eligibility assessment criteria and a consistent approach were used to assess recipient eligibility. Feedback from users and stakeholders is used as input in making program decisions, and the program is transparent in reporting performance measurement data and reports measurable results on eligible food item prices and items shipped." Mr. Speaker, I do not believe these statements describe a program that is in need of a major overhaul. That is not to say we do not believe the program can be even better. The Auditor General did identify areas where improvements could be made. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the need to continually improve the program in order to ensure that Northerners have access to nutritious, perishable foods, and that is why our government accepted all of the recommendations of the Auditor General, including the need to review the community eligibility criteria for the program. As such, we are collecting information on isolated northern communities that are not currently eligible to receive subsidies under the program. The Department is currently conducting a detailed review of all northern communities across this country, and this will inform the government's next steps. This is one of the many commitments outlined in our action plan in response to the Auditor General's report. Our goal is to keep improving the program for Northerners and to respond to what may be a community's evolving need for a food subsidy. Also, as recommended by the Auditor General, indeed even before the recommendation was made, the Department had reviewed and updated the program's performance measurement strategy. Perhaps the most important investigations of the success of Nutrition North Canada are the ones we conduct with the people who are involved personally, the retailers who are providing the service, and the Northerners who want their families to enjoy a diet of fresh, nutritious foods at a fair price. The Nutrition North Canada Advisory Board provides advice to the Minister on the management, direction, and activities of the program. As the Auditor General has noted, the Advisory Board is composed of external members who collectively represent a wide range of perspectives and interests of Northern residents and communities. They are volunteers, Mr. Speaker, Their loyalty is to Northerners, not the minister. The board holds public meetings in communities across the north on a regular basis to gather input and suggestions directly from consumers. The emphasis that we place on the feedback from the advisory board reflects our understanding that food security in the north is a complex issue, and that we must work together with suppliers, retailers, and especially Northerners themselves if we are to address it successfully. That's what we are doing, and the results being achieved by Nutrition North Canada make it clear that our approach is working. Prices are down, and access to fresh, nutritious food is up. Mr. Speaker, just like the rest of our Northern strategy, Nutrition North Canada is working. I encourage all members of this House to stand behind the government, support the work that we are doing to strengthen Canada's North, and reject this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. Although it had so many inaccuracies, I can't start to describe them. But I want to go after dollars, because he did mention, he said, the program, we added $11 million this year to the program to bring it up to $65 million. In 2010 and 2011, under the public accounts, $59 million spent on food mail. In 2013 to 2014, on the Nutrition North program, $63,879,237 were spent on the program. So now the Parliamentary Secretary is telling us he's added $11 million to the program and it's up to $65 million. How does he make those figures work? That's just absurd. The program needs proper funding. You know, the government knows that $11 million was, most of that was part of the previous year's fundings.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was in Iqaluit to make that announcement of an additional $11 million and to announce the 5% funding escalator. The member may want to, I know he's been here for a while, but we do have the supplementary estimates that include those amounts. Of course, Mr. Speaker, when we did bring in that additional funding to bring Nutrition North Canada funding up to $65 million, that member and the NDP voted against that additional funding.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. La députée.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the member opposite as he read from his speech, and when he started telling what the prices were in Rankin Inlet, Mr. Speaker, I was almost tempted to go and shop there because if the eggs are a little over $2 a dozen in Rankin, I would be absolutely shocked. I live in a riding where we do get a subsidy on many of these items, and I have never, ever seen the prices that low. I also like to ask the member, why is Aboriginal Affairs currently paying an Ottawa-based consulting firm to work here in Ottawa to develop more made-in-Ottawa solutions that we know won't work for Northern families in trying to revamp the Nutrition North program? Why are they not going into the Northern communities, consulting with the users of this program who need the subsidy on food, talking to them and developing a plan in conjunction with them? Maybe then we may see some results, because since Nutrition North came into effect in the last 4 years, we have seen nothing, only critical analysis of this program and how the subsidy is being used.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, that's exactly what our program does. There's the Nutrition North Advisory Council, which is made up of Northerners in the North. I've met with them, Mr. Speaker. They're passionate individuals from the North who care about the North, who want to see this program made even better. So the member might be talking about designing the program, but the community consultations are taking place in the North. They're being led by Northerners, and they will result in better program for Northerners. But, Mr. Speaker, again, I want to talk about the Liberal record on this, the food mail program, which was a subsidy for pop, chips, snowmobile parts, tires, things that really not nutritious foods, which is the priority that we've placed. Perishable foods, nutritious foods that otherwise wouldn't be available in the North. Nutrition North Canada is a vast improvement on the food mail program that the Liberal Party's left in place for so long. This program is designed by Northerners. It's going to be improved by Northerners, and we're happy to support it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't hide the fact that I was very disappointed by the speech from the government side. He quoted an Auditor General study on Nutrition North, and Mr. Speaker, he said the very opposite of what is written in the report. The Auditor General saw things that were unacceptable, like, for example, he found that the supposed reduction in prices has not happened. There hasn't been a decrease in prices. He said in his report that he's shocked to find that the retailers and suppliers are not required to show the margins of what they are making on this, because this is privileged information. This for people who are being given money to deliver food. So if he really thinks that it's working so well and that the Auditor General think he's right, can the member tell us why there are people that have to go and find food in the dumps? Can he tell us why the food insecurity is so severe? That means that people are at risk, and that is at the 33% level in the far north of Canada. The Parliamentary Secretary.
Speech. We welcome the report of the Auditor General and had accepted all of his recommendations. One of those recommendations that the member talked about was already well underway before the Auditor General's report, and that was to increase transparency for retailers, to have them publish on the Nutrition North website the level of subsidy they were receiving and showing that they had passed that subsidy on to the consumer. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the recommendation that was made by the Auditor General. The Department has accepted that. The Department moved on that as of April 1st of 2015. That information is public. Retailers have to show that they're passing that subsidy along to the consumer.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Before I put a question to the Parliamentary Secretary, I want to say this about the motion. I appreciate some of the details, or at least the spirit of what this motion intends to address. I believe that member was at the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs when we were working on this, and I think the motion itself sends a clear signal that the Nutrition North program is certainly better than anything we'd seen before. I can attest to that as somebody who has spent more than 8 years of their life actually living and working in isolated and remote First Nations communities, so not big cities in the far north, but isolated communities. And I think this member is making best efforts, although they fall short in a couple of key areas, to understand some of the fixes that are out there for consideration. In particular, transparency, food security, reducing the cost at the point of purchase, so actually in the communities, are key facets that this motion's perhaps quick fix might not ultimately address for a broader and more admirable goal of reducing food cost, increasing food security for all northern communities as they could become defined. So that pathway there to address what I think in spirit this member is saying begs the question to the Parliamentary Secretary around the Auditor General's report. We've accepted those recommendations, and the question that I would put to the member is, can he describe, in the context of responding to the Auditors General, and perhaps considering other policy options for consideration in that process that would ultimately reduce the cost of food and increase food security for all northern communities? Thank you.
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank our hardworking Minister of Natural Resources and Member of Parliament from the Great Kenora riding for all of his work on this file and on Aboriginal files in general. He has an incredible understanding, having worked and lived in those communities himself. I think the fact that we see today that the opposition wants to add 50 communities, whether or not they've assessed that eligibility at all is up for debate, but they want to add to this program, shows that it's working. They have certainly criticized it widely, but they think more communities should be added to the program, which in my view shows that they do support what the program is doing. The Auditor General was very clear that there needs to be a new way of assessing communities. We've accepted that recommendation. Communities who believe that they should be added to the subsidy list have the opportunity to contact Nutrition North Canada directly to make that case as well. The government is conducting a review of all northern communities to ensure that all of those that deserve to be part of this or that can be part of this will be added. So, Mr. Speaker, the work is well underway. We accept the Auditor General's report, and we're committed to improving food security and nutritious foods for Northern Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise today and speak to the motion that is before the House of Commons. And this motion talks about Nutrition North Canada. And this is a program that is in place to help provide nutritious food to northern communities across Canada so that many people who live in those northern regions can have a healthy diet, can ensure that they have access to nutritious food in their communities, and ensure that those foods are affordable. However, Mr. Speaker, while Nutrition North was supposed to make nutritional food more accessible and affordable to Northerners in a very transparent way, 4 years out after its launch, the Auditor General has slammed the program as an abject failure, and people in many areas of the North, at least we know for sure in Rankin Inlet, are scrounging for food in waste sites, in dumps. So, Mr. Speaker, what has the program actually done for the amount of money that we have seen invested? And this is where the key question begins. Because we know, Mr. Speaker, that this is a program that is currently seeing millions of dollars being invested into it. However, the question remains, why is this money not reaching the families that need it? Why is it not reaching Northerners who need to have a nutritional food that is affordable for them and their families? And these are very good questions, and questions that became very evident in the Auditor General's report. But there were other things as well. So, Mr. Speaker, first of all, the Auditor General outlined very clearly that when you look across Canada's north, that you will notice that there are 50 isolated northern communities that are accessible only by air that are not currently eligible for the full subsidy under this program. First of all, that is wrong. We know that is wrong. We know of situations where there are communities that are completely adjacent to each other, only miles apart in some cases, where one is getting a subsidy that is nearly double what another community is getting. So first of all, we need to look at the fairness in the program. And why is it not being applied fairly to communities that are of similar distance, that have similar needs, that have similar transportation mechanisms, and the same challenges in accessing nutritional food? The other thing, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at is why so many communities are being omitted from the program. Communities that are completely isolated, communities that are only accessible by air, and why are those communities not being added to the list? This is not a new issue. It has been around for quite some time. The Auditor General has pointed it out on a number of occasions. However, there has been no action by the government to include those communities. And that, again, is unfair. So we're not seeing fairness being practiced in how this program is being delivered to Northerners. And what is even more concerning to me is we're not seeing where the subsidy is going. And I know for a fact, Mr. Speaker, I represent a very northern region in this country, in Labrador, that is actually a part of the Nutrition North subsidy program. And before that was a part of the Food by Mail program. And I listened to government members stand and be critical of the Food by Mail program, but yet they're not prepared to address the flaws that are in the Nutrition North program simply because it was a creation of their government. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's irrelevant who created the program. The relevance is in ensuring that it works and that it reaches the people who actually need it. But in communities like those that I represent in the North, there are so many others. I have traveled through Nunavut, through the Northwest Territories, through the Yukon, all areas which have many communities that depend upon Nutrition North programs, and so many others across Canada. So I know for a fact what the high prices of food are in many of those communities, and I know for a fact that many people in those communities live below the poverty line. They are Canadians that often don't have employment opportunities available to them in those regions, at least on a year-round basis because of climate and other factors that affect the regions. So they live on marginal incomes, if not very low incomes, and being able to access food that in some cases is 3 times higher or more expensive than most Canadians would pay is really unfair. So what the motion today is asking is that the isolated northern communities that have been omitted from this program be added and they be eligible for the full subsidy. It also asks for a comprehensive review of the Nutrition North program and that Northerners be a full partner in doing so. Because one of the things that we have learned, while there is a review process with Nutrition North, that review process does not allow all the communities that participate to actually have feedback. So it's up to the board of Nutrition North what 5 communities they want to go into and do a review, or 6 communities, or whether they're only going to go into 2 communities. And first of all, we think at some point there should be an ongoing review of the program, and at some point all communities should have an opportunity to have feedback into the program. So, Mr. Speaker, we really believe that in order for this to work, that Northerners do have to be full partners, but they also have to have the opportunity to have input and to provide solutions for this program and how it can work better, how monies can be better invested or better distributed, how people can be more accountable to the program and to government for this investment. So that definitely has to happen. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, is the motion talks about improved supports for traditional foods. Obviously, I'm a huge supporter of ensuring that we have traditional foods available in northern communities and Aboriginal communities in particular, where people are very dependent upon traditional foods as part of their diet. But we also know that there are regions across the Arctic and across the North where a lot of traditional foods aren't as readily available as they used to be. You know, for example, in my area, we have a ban on hunting caribou right now, and caribou was the main diet of people in that northern region. It was the main protein, and next to seal meat, that these communities were consuming. And now with a ban on caribou, many people are left hungry. They're left having to go to the local northern stores to try and find foods to feed their family because they're not able to hunt from the land the way that they used to. So those kinds of restrictions are having a huge impact on the diet of Northerners as well. However, I have seen some good models that are being developed. And some of those models include community freezer programs where people who are able to hunt from the land some traditional foods. They can make them available in the community through a community freezer program, which I would encourage the government, if they want to look at ensuring traditional foods in those communities, that they can support those programs. Some of them do get some funding from government. Most of it is done through charitable donations and through fundraising, but it does work. I've also seen programs called the Community Pantry, which is not always nutritional food, but staples, staple food, like flour, like milk, tea, those kinds of staples that you need, mostly dry ingredients that are available in communities. And this is because there are no food banks in many of these communities. So if people are hungry and they cannot afford to buy from the store because of the prices, and they cannot access food any other way, community pantries allows for them to have the very staples that they need in those communities to be able to provide for some food for their family. So I have seen those programs that are working fairly well as well. So there is things out there that are being created by local northern people themselves in their own communities that is a fit for them. And I would like to see the government look at those things, see how they're working. In fact, only a short time ago, I met with a group that is looking at food security across the north. And, you know, I suggested a number of these things to them in terms of what they could be doing or should be doing based on my experience and what I've seen that works. And, you know, there is a lot of people out there that are keenly interested in ensuring that there is food security in northern and Arctic regions of this country, in the Aboriginal regions of this country, and ensuring that food is affordable to people. So I think we have already established a lot of resources that we can draw upon to help us put together what would be seen to be an ideal program to meet those needs across the north. The other thing that this is asking for, Mr. Speaker, is that sufficient funding be available to meet the needs of all the northern communities. This is one of the things that really bothered me because this year, when we were talking about funding the Nutrition North program, and the fact that the program was inadequate, there was a lot of media attention around what was happening in Rankin Inlet, the fact that the stores were throwing food to the dump that had expired. Local people were scavenging in the dump to get that food. A full indication that people are hungry, Mr. Speaker. This is not about want, it's really about need. And, you know, when all of that happened, government's response to Nutrition North program was to announce that they would put another $11.3 million into Nutrition North funding this year. And, you know, that was met with great applause from all of us who work in the North. We know that that revenue was needed. But what they failed to say is that the program already in 2013-2014 had spent nearly $64 million. So really, this $11 million that they were putting in is only going to top the program up to what they actually have spent. It's not new money. It's not over and above to say we're going to put another $11 million in to ensure that subsidies are administered more fairly to the communities that get it, or that more communities will be added. That particular investment only really brought the program up to what was being spent. Because, in fact, Mr. Speaker, the program, with the addition of the $11 million, really brought the program to a total of $65 million in subsidy, while last year we already spent $64 million. So it's an extra $1 million that we will have this year. But if the demand for food goes up in any of these communities, that $1 million will be used up. But what I'm saying is that the subsidy was needed anyway. It was needed just to cover off the everyday cost of the program. So this subsidy is not enhancing the program in any way. It is not allowing the program to grow, to add additional communities in any way. And I think it's important to point that out. However, I also want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that $65 million in a subsidy program for Nutrition North is a very fair subsidy amount if we know that it's reaching the people who need it. And I think that's the part that has been most confusing about all of this, is that this is a program that has what I feel is a fair investment of funding going into it. But unless there is accountability for how that money is spent and ensuring that it reaches the people who need it, I have to say that, is it best use? Is the money getting the best use that it should be getting? And I think that was the point that the Auditor General was really making when he talked about the accountability measures. And he also talked about the fact that there was a lot of money going into the program, into subsidies that were in place, and however, there was no way to actually monitor it to ensure that these subsidies were being passed on. And there was no requirement by retailers to ensure that there was accountability, and this was one of the huge concerns that was pointed out in the Auditor General's report. So, Mr. Speaker, that has to be looked at. I don't think that we can ignore those points. They are very important points. And, if we're going to make sure that we deal with food insecurity in northern regions of Canada, and that we ensure that we're going to have affordable food to communities, we need to also ensure that those subsidies are going to be passed on. So, Mr. Speaker, there has to be a new process of accountability that has to be put in place to ensure that those retailers that participate in the program are passing on the subsidy. We also have to look at what the margins of profit are as well, Mr. Speaker, because sometimes the subsidy is being passed on within its entirety, but what's the margin of profit that is being earned in a lot of those regions of Canada? When I looked at where a lot of the subsidy goes to, the $64 million that was spent, you will notice that a large percentage of that subsidy goes to one store, basically, one provider across the northern region. And I think, it's important that if we're going to pay out more than half of this subsidy rate to one retail company that is servicing the north, the very least we should be doing is ensuring that there is a level of accountability being provided. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I want to say that, Nutrition North is a very important program for Northerners. It's very important for those of us who live in northern regions and represent northern regions, because we see the struggles day to day in many of these communities. Those struggles are not just around food, they're around housing, they're around having good water supplies, they're around infrastructure, they're around poverty, all of those things. But in order to deal with them, people need to have their basic needs met. And one of those basic needs is ensuring that you have a good diet, you have nutritious food, and so that you're able to function and be able to address the other challenges and stresses that you have in your life. So I would say to the government opposite, don't be pushed back by the fact that there's some serious issues around the program, but push forward to address those serious issues. Be on top of the game and ensure that you're going to provide the very best program that can be provided to Northerners. Don't accept the fact because what we did 4 years ago might have been a little bit better than what was done 4 years before that as being good enough, because it isn't good enough. And we're seeing that it isn't good enough. But be motivated by what the Auditor General is saying, and that is that the program is flawed, it needs to change, and we need to ensure that these subsidies are reaching the people who need it. And I would support members in this House who are prepared to do that, because that's what needs to happen, and in doing so, we will be supporting many northern families across Canada.
Questions and commentaires. La députée.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to start by thanking my colleague for her well-documented speech, very interesting remark. It contained a lot of information for someone from an urban area in Quebec. It's a great deal of information, helpful information. I'd like to congratulate my colleague, the member for the Northwest Territories, for having brought this motion forth. And I think that given what's happening with First Nations this week, it's a very timely debate. Now, clearly, the prices for food overall in Quebec, even where I live, they vary, but people are concerned about pricing, and when we look at the prices in Chibougamau, for example, and where people are concerned that they not be higher. But when you look at the cost of fresh foods there, well, how can people in fact find the means, if they're on welfare, for example, and they have just over $300 a month, to be able to afford to buy fresh foods? So I'd like to ask my colleague two things. How does she react when she sees to situations where I've heard that international humanitarian organizations are intervening in Canada to help, and whether these municipalities are included in the ones my colleague seeks to include in his bill? The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the communities I speak of are included. Most of them are included under the program currently. However, you know, in terms of how the subsidy works and the fairness of the program, that do need to be evaluated. And there are some communities that aren't included that still could be included. And that's just not in the Labrador region that I represent, but as you know, my riding borders on the Quebec North Shore, and there are communities in those particular areas as well that have the same issues and the same problems, and I communicate with them on a regular basis as well because of the adjacency of our ridings. So I know that there's a huge area in that Quebec-Labrador region of northern Canada that is impacted. However, as you know, there are lots of other regions as well. And when I talked about the income levels, it's unfortunate we don't have the long form for census anymore in terms of looking at all the different aspects. But if you did, you would see that a lot of people in those regions live below the poverty line. And, you know, in Canada. So the amount of money that they have to spend to provide for the necessities of life is far less than other people. One of the things I also want to point out very quickly, because earlier my colleague talked about eggs in Rankin Inlet being at $2.35 or $2.65 a dozen. Well, Nain, which is in my riding, it's not nearly as far north as Rankin Inlet, who receives about the same amount in subsidy. Actually, Rankin receives more. And in Nain, those eggs are over $5 a dozen. And I just had someone call and check. And milk is $6.50 for a carton of milk. It's not $3 as it is in Rankin Inlet. And the other thing I think you need to look at is that water by the case, depending on 12 or 24 cases, can go, bottles can go anywhere from $20 to $40 for a case of water. And in a lot of those northern communities, there are boil orders right now, and people need to buy water.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Development. Well,
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's speech and appreciate having worked with her on a number of files, and as she is the Northern Affairs critic for the Liberal Party. Listening to her speech, I think she agrees in large part with what I said earlier, which is that the program, while it may need some tweaking, is not something we should throw out. The Auditor General has said that there needs to be improvements. We've accepted all of the Auditor General's recommendations. She recommended that Northerners design the program, that Northerners provide feedback, and of course we have the mechanism for that with the Nutrition North Advisory Council, which is made up of Northerners, meets with Northerners, and addresses the concerns of Northerners. But I did want to, I had a concern in the previous intervention from the Aboriginal Affairs critic for the Liberal Party, the member for St. Paul, when she hearkened back to the days of the food mail program and in some way that it was superior. She was saying that, you know, the Nutrition North Canada program no longer subsidizes snowmobile parts or tires. But would she not agree with me that the purpose of Nutrition North and that what we should really be focusing on is getting perishable foods up to the north and allowing snowmobile parts and tires and other non-perishable items to be shipped by cheaper and maybe methods that take a lot longer? So maybe she could clarify what the Liberal position is on that.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question because it is a very reasonable question. Again, Mr. Speaker, Nutrition North speaks to nutrition, and I think we all agree with that. When you talk about snowmobile parts and you use it as an item that should not be subsidized, it really shows the lack of knowledge you have of the North and a culture of Northerners and people who live in the Arctic regions. For example, many of the communities, and I grew up in those communities, I grew up in isolated communities with fly-in, fly-out, and I can tell you that snowmobile parts were very essential. They were essential for every single family who were fortunate enough to actually own a snow machine, because that snow machine is what got wood to heat your house in climates that went below 50. It was that snow machine who got you food, traditional food from the land, so you could feed your family. And in many cases, if you did not have that, many families were going without. The cost of getting those parts into those communities was very expensive, and it's still expensive today. So while it not be directly related to nutritious food, it is an essential item for many northern communities.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her position on it. And I want to remind, it seems that the motion says very clearly that Part B is to determine ways of directly providing the subsidy to northern residents. So that's actually what the motion says today. We agree that we need to have some temporary measures to fix this existing program, but we need to move on to other ways that can make a bigger difference. And when the parliamentary secretary talked about in his speech about some of the food costs, we did an analysis between those communities that get a partial subsidy, like Lutzelke, where it gets 5 cents a kilogram, and milk is $16.99 for a 4-liter, compared to Kuujjuaq, Quebec, where who gets the full subsidy and the cost is $7.99. We could look at other things like potatoes. In Lutzelke, 10-pound bag of potatoes is $13.99. Mr. Speaker, we took that directly from the store last week. In Kuujjuaq, it's $5.23. So there is a reduction if you're involved in the program. But if you're not involved in the program, you're paying extraordinary costs. Okay, this is part of our motion here, to try to get these communities into the program. And these communities are not just from the Northwest Territories, Yukon and Nunavut, they're from all over northern Canada. Don't you agree? Doesn't the honourable member agree that this program has to cover every single community out there that is isolated, remote, and has high food costs?
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly want to thank my colleague from the Northwest Territories who brought forward this motion today, and whom I work with on a number of issues in the North, as I have with other colleagues in the House of Commons. First of all, I want to say yes, communities that are isolated across the northern region of Canada should be included in the program. Communities that have high cost of food, that are unable to access nutritious food need to be included. The other piece he talked about was looking at a way to ensure that the subsidy is provided to northern residents and improve supports of traditional foods. I spoke to that in my speech. I talked about examples of where this is being done in a number of communities across the north right now. And I think it is something to be explored, to look at, is this a model that can work as part of Nutrition North? And I would certainly be supportive of having that happen. In terms of direct support to families, I'll give you an example. If you crush the numbers on the amount of subsidy that was paid out to retailers in Nain, Labrador, for example, and you divide that amongst a number of families or the number of individuals in the community, and in a family of 8, and as we know, in the north, there are most homes that have 8, 10, 12 people that live in them. That means that family would have received around $8,000 directly into their home in a subsidy. And when I asked them, do you think you received this kind of a discount based on the subsidy of food in the store, the answer was absolutely not. So I just put that out for the record.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. La députée.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Beijing's Nunavik EU.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I would like to note, as I do generally speaking when I rise in the House, that we are on traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin people. And I would like to thank my Algonquin brothers and sisters for this opportunity to rise on their territory to speak. I would also like to mention, Mr. Speaker, before beginning, that I will be sharing my time with a member who, to me, is the quintessence of Canadian parliamentarianism, the member for Timmins, James Bay. Mr. Speaker. And I see that the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs is in complete agreement with me on that point.
This week, we have been hearing about the need for Canada to move towards reconciliation. It was an intense week for many of us, including myself, Mr. Speaker. And we heard about the need for constructive action to address ongoing colonization that impacts education, that impacts health, child welfare, economic opportunities, justice, and much more in Indigenous communities across this country. We have heard the recommendation that this government must create a more equitable and inclusive society by closing the gaps in social health and economic outcomes among Indigenous peoples of this land. Mr. Speaker, I propose that the logical first step would be to fix Nutrition North. The program and to implement a sustainable Northern strategy based on the recommendations and knowledge of the people living in the North. Patterns of land use in Northern communities have gone through extensive changes during the last 50 years. This is mostly from Southerners imposing ideas, imposing legislation, imposing regulations to territories and communities that face a very different reality from those in the South. Relocation, settlement, and the introduction of wage-based economy has permanently altered existing Indigenous land use and cultural practices. Mr. Speaker, Northern communities live in food deserts, geographic regions with limited access to diverse nutritious food, the availability of imported prepackaged foods outweigh access to ancestral and healthy foods, leading to diet-based illnesses, such as type 2 diabetes, for instance. A shift to wage-based economy means that many do not have the time necessary for hunting, fishing, and gathering berries and medicines. The government needs to listen to this old knowledge found in conversations with community elders. Land-based stories, cultural models, and research produced by the communities themselves in order to create sustainable, responsive, and respectful solutions to the problems faced by Northern communities. When the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, for instance, Mr. Speaker, goes out on the water to do a species population count, they need to listen to the communities and work with the knowledge of community elders to do the job properly. The last beluga count in Kwaktak, for instance, where I was a couple of weeks ago, was done in 1985. Wow. And the DFO came at the wrong time of the year, Mr. Speaker. At the wrong time of the year to do that count, when the beluga had already migrated further along. The hunting quotas of today are based on faulty research from 30 years ago. This community wants to be able to feed its members by hunting, and yet they are restricted. And this is a very innovative community that is researching hydroponic growing systems that raise vegetables indoors at the 61st parallel to the north. Kwaktak knows what it needs to be sustainable and provide all community members. This government, Mr. Speaker, I propose, should listen to that community. Last week, the minister responsible for Nutrition North program showed his seriously flawed understanding of what climate change is and how it works when he tried to joke that a warmer climate would make food costs in the north more affordable. He also showed how poorly he understands what lies at the heart of food crisis in the north. Global climatic destabilization has already changed how we raise, harvest, and distribute our food. It takes just a little unpredictable, uncharacteristic weather pattern to demonstrate how fragile our food systems are. At the moment, the current model is not prepared for catastrophic climate shifts that challenge food chains, migratory patterns, growing and harvesting conditions, and transportation on winter roads. Northern peoples have thousands of years of knowledge on how to live well with the cold. This government must listen to them. And when they tell us that climate change is changing the way the people live and provide food for their families. When a community's survival depends on maintaining total connection with the intricacies of the environment, no detail is ever missed, Mr. Speaker. None. Whether it be the numbers of beluga in the Ngava Bay, size of the caribou herd on the Rivière aux Feuilles, or contamination of the waters of the north. Unfortunately, traditional northern cultures are in peril. Environmental degradation is endangering the flora, fauna, and waters in northern territories. The loss of biodiversity in water, largely due to development, is leading to the gradual decline of traditional land ethics that harmonize indigenous use of the land with conservation of the natural world. When practice of traditional land management stop, the ceremonies stop, as well as the language, and as a result, the encoded ecological knowledge that comes with it. It is for this reason that the Cree negotiated the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement and La Paix des Braves to ensure recognition and respect for land-based knowledge and inherent Indigenous rights. Every year for 2 weeks in the spring, Mr. Speaker, the Cree communities enjoy what is called the Goose Break. At this time, schools are closed, and collective agreements protect the right of workers to take the time off. Everyone in the community goes out to the bush to hunt geese, sleep in camps, tell stories, and teach children land-based skills. This is a culturally appropriate and traditional food system, Mr. Speaker, and this government needs to learn from the communities how best to support these activities. When I traveled to Nunavut, Goose Break is so famous that the Inuit ask me, how can they have a beluga break? I support the development of a sustainable northern plan that is based on solutions, knowledge of the communities themselves. The
Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, abolished the food mail program without consulting those mainly affected, and they eliminated the subsidy that applied on non-food products, such as diapers and cleaning products. Their decision had a major economic impact on communities. Last fall, Val d'Or, the city of Val d'Or, noted the essential role that Canada Post played in the community. Any changes to the program must include a return to Val d'Or as a hub for the North. Mr. Speaker, People are hungry in the North. Mr. Speaker, we need to answer that call from the people of the North. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I ask my question, I do want to say to this member how impressed I've been by his response to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission events this week. And while we don't always agree on policy, I know he's an honourable member whose heart is in the right place, and certainly as a former residential school survivor, I want to honour his contribution to that effort and thank him for his work on that file. On this question, the previous member, the member from Northwest Territories, mentioned that while there are 50 communities mentioned in this motion, that he believes that all northern communities, regardless of whether they are remote fly-in or not, should be included in the subsidy program. I believe the NDP budgeting was $7.5 million for the 50 communities. So to include all northern communities, whether they're remote fly-in communities or not, I'm just wondering if that member has the figure, the amount of money that would cost to bring all communities into the program, as the member from Northwest Territories has indicated they should be.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his kind words. Yes, this was an intense week for many of our fellow survivors of the residential school system, and when I stood up in this House to talk about that, I did not want to be political because that was not the moment to do so, and I'm glad that the Parliamentary Secretary recognized that. Thank you for those words. I do also know, Mr. Speaker, in response to that very important question, I do also know that a lot of my communities, a lot of the communities in my riding that are accessible by road do face the similar challenges as other communities that are not accessible by road. So those are the issues that we need to take into account. Those are the issues that we need to consider. Those are the issues that we need to look at seriously. In my view, I think it is not just a question of money, but I think it's a question of helping those northern communities that have to deal with these challenges. If we are serious about Arctic sovereignty, if we are serious about northern sovereignty, if we are serious about our north, Canada is essentially a northern country, Mr. Speaker, then we need to make those countries, those communities, strong. That is the proposal of this motion, and CSB is one good example of that, although accessible by road. It is 2,000 kilometers, from Montreal. Wow. And it faces the same challenges as Kuujjuaq, for instance, which is further north to my riding.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Labrador.
Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments on this motion. My question, I guess, is one, I want to make sure that I get clarity, and that is he suggesting, although it's not in the motion, that communities that are connected by road, depending on distance, should also be added as part of Nutrition North program, because the motion actually speaks to those communities that are isolated and only available, food is only able to get there by air. So that would be one question, and I guess not just by road but by train as well. There are certain situations like that in the country. And the other thing I would like for him to respond to is we heard members opposite talk about the Nutrition North Advisory Council and how they hold consultations with people. I would like to ask him if he thinks that process is adequate and after reaching enough people in the North and getting appropriate feedback.
Honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Labrador for that question. I think she mentions that it's not her first question suggests that our motion does not address the criteria issue. It does look at paragraph C. I think when we talk about eligibility criteria, it is mentioned in that, and CESB, as I mentioned, is a good example of that. Second of all, to our second question, Mr. Speaker, everything that we do in this Parliament should be, and if it concerns or addresses Aboriginal issues, should be done in collaboration, in partnership with the people directly concerned by any program or policy or legislation. We need to work in collaboration, in partnership, in cooperation with Indigenous peoples of this country, whatever we do in this House. And that is what I'm proposing. The UN Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples, throughout its provisions, talks about cooperation, collaboration, and partnership with Indigenous peoples. That is what we need to do with this program as well, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a great honour to rise and speak on the people of Timmins, James Bay, a region that is represented by the great region of Treaty 9. Treaty 9 represents Timmins, James Bay, and also Kenora region. This is a very profound week for Canadians, the issues that were raised in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I hear from Canadians all over who are deeply moved by what they saw and deeply hurt that this happened in our country and say, how do we move forward? And reconciliation, Mr. Speaker, as Justice Murray Sinclair said, it's not a word. It's rooted in action. Canadians were also shocked and horrified to see the images of elders finding food in a garbage dump in the north and said to themselves, how can this be Canada? Unfortunately, if you travel to many far northern communities, the issue of hunger is a reality. The effect on communities that are not able to feed their children has devastating impacts. When you deal with the issues of lack of clean water, when you deal with the lack of proper schools, the issue of hunger underlies it all. So we're talking about a program that was brought in to replace a program that each of these programs have had their merits and each of these programs have had their flaws. We're not arguing about whether a program is perfect or completely imperfect. We're talking about how do we address the needs of people in northern communities. The Auditor General raised serious red flags about the Nutrition North program, that the department had not based community eligibility on need. That's a staggering oversight. That the department had not verified whether the northern retailers had even passed on the full subsidy to customers. That's completely undermining the power of this program. The department had not collected the information needed to manage the Nutrition Canada program or measure its success. And that the department had not implemented the program's cost containment strategy. So the motion today, Mr. Speaker, is about the 50-some other communities that should be part of the program. They're not part of the program. Many of those are in Treaty 9 and Treaty 5 territory in Anishinaabe Nation. We're going to talk about those today. In 2005, one of the first things I was honoured to do as a Member of Parliament was to take part in the 100th anniversary celebrations of Treaty 9. Treaty 9 was first signed they called it Osnaburg House then. It's Mishkigogaming now. And the treaty commissioners, led by the infamous Duncan Campbell Scott, came in to take the rivers along the Albany and then through the Abitibi and the Moose Rivers to sign the Treaty 9 that transferred the greatest wealth in the country in hydro and timber, mining assets and gold and silver to the white settlers. And in exchange, the people were told at Mishkigogaming and Fort Hope and the other communities that their way of life would not be impacted, but that wasn't what happened. What happened was that the people were taken and put on these internal displacement camps. That's what the reserves were. They were forced into these internal displacement camps, and if you go into Casablanca, if you go into Pakanjikam, if you go into Kashechewan today, they are still internal displacement camps where people do not have the power to affect the change in their community because they're still under the Indian Act. So I went with the recreation of this historic trip, and I was there in Mishkikogaming, I was there at Martin Falls, I was there at Moose Factory at the fort where they recreated the signing of the treaties. And I was at Martin Falls, and a man stood up and he spoke in Ojibwe and he apologized for not speaking English. He said, I never learned English properly. When they came and took my sister to the residential school, she never came home, ever. And nobody bothered to come back and say what happened to her. So when they came the next year, his family hid this man in the bush. And I see in Martin Falls the crushing poverty, the lack of water, that this government would spend $2 million a year shipping bottled water into a community rather than fix the water plant when there's letter after letter from the community saying, help us fix this water plant. And I had to stand up and speak, and they were all talking about the commemoration. They were all talking about, let's commemorate, and we had the government officials there. And the question was obvious. What's there to celebrate with the signing of Treaty 9? Where so much wealth was transferred away from the original signatories of the treaty, and they were left in such deplorable conditions that continue today. So how does this affect what we're talking about now? Well, Mr. Speaker, I've been taught by the people of James Bay and the other communities I represent, and unless you know the history, you don't really understand why we're here. So we'll talk about Mishkikogaming, where I was when they signed the treaty, a place that has faced crushing levels of poverty, where the issues of nutrition north are absolutely central to the crisis that's facing their community. The other community of Webakwe, where in 2007, international relief agencies went into Webakwe in Mishkikogaming that Free the Children, or Save the Children International went in to see, and they were shocked. They couldn't believe that in North America they saw this kind of poverty. Nicholas Finney from Save the Children in the UK said that this was an international humanitarian disaster zone. He said, quote, there's been no sudden disaster here. It is a gradual disaster that has emerged, unfolded, and been propagated, whether intentionally or by negligence, by the people that should have known better, by people in power. Feed the Children in Oklahoma responded by sending 100,000 pounds of food to help those communities. And this carries on today. I look at Martin Falls and Webakwe that are not part of Nutrition North, that don't have clean water, and they just happen to be in the heart of the Ring of Fire. And I hear this government say how the Ring of Fire, it's going to be a great thing. We even had a minister for a while. I think the minister disappeared. I think we had 2 ministers who were going to, we were all going to benefit from the Ring of Fire, i.e., everybody else but the people of Webakwe and Martin Falls were going to benefit. And we can't wait to get this off the ground. And meanwhile, the people didn't have access to proper food. Meanwhile, they're having to rely on bottled water that's being shipped in, not enough to keep them safe. So, Mr. Speaker, we carry on to this day of a broken promise that was made when that treaty was signed. Today, in Fort Albany, it's $60 for baby formula. 2 pounds of frozen beef is $15.99. In Treaty 5 in Barrens Hills, people live on $371 a month in welfare and pay $6 for bread, $13 for a jug of milk, $37 for a case of eggs. If they want their children to have something fresh like grapes, well, that's $12. If you ever saw cherries in those communities, that'd cost you $20. So people feed their children chips and pop because it's easier. And this isn't to say people are lazy. These are people who still live on the land. But we're seeing the disappearance of the caribou herds in the north because of industrial development. There's something that is absolutely one of the greatest things I've ever seen, which is to fly over James Bay in winter and see a mass caribou herd running on the ice below. Well, those caribou herds are starting to disappear. And we heard the minister from Nunavut who talked about all the people who they worked out on the land. And you talk to the families about how difficult it is to get out on the land now because of the costs. We need to find alternative measures. And there's not to say again that there aren't really good ideas happening in Fort Albany. We have an incredible greenhouse operation that's come up. In Attawapiskat, they started the farmers market where they actually fly in fresh produce for the families. There are good models out there. But we need to deal with this fundamental issue of hunger. I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we've seen a failure from this government, a refusal to stand up for their communities. Like in the Kenora region, Cat Lake, Deer Lake, Casablanca Lake, Keewatin, Kingfisher Lake, Couchiching, McDowell Lake, Neskatanga, North Spirit Lake, Pakanjikam, Poplar Hill, Sajiko Lake, Sandy Hill, Slate Hills, Wagakeka, Wawakagegan, Webakwe, as I mentioned, Martin Falls, Pewanak, even Moosonee is attached by the rail line. The costs of food are extraordinary. We need to do better in this House. These are the Canadian citizens. We are a land of the North. Everyone in this country should be able to go put their children to bed at night and know that they're not going to go to bed hungry.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question and for his passion for the people that he represents. I did have a question. I've noted in the list that the NDP, of the list of communities, there's two in his riding, I believe, Moosonee and Weenusk. Apologies for the pronunciation there. I have in my notes here that Moosonee has year-round rail access and that Weenusk actually does receive the subsidy, but under the name of Pewanak. So I guess perhaps the member can address those two questions on the eligibility list. But also, again, we're hearing in speech after speech from the NDP that the motion is one thing, but they actually want to expand Nutrition North's eligibility to all northern communities, all communities that are experiencing high food costs. And while that may be a laudable goal, I don't think that the analysis on the cost of that has been done. So perhaps the member could share what he believes that cost would be and to perhaps address those two communities that I mentioned, which would seem to fall outside of the NDP motion as it's drafted.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I would like to interpret from my honourable colleague that they share our desire to make sure that no community lives in hunger, whether they're on the list or not. That this motion is talking about the 50 isolated communities that are not receiving the adequate subsidy. That's clear. The fact that there are other communities in difficult situations is something that we as a parliament need to talk about. The issue of Moosonee is available by rail line, but it is a very difficult issue to live there in terms of feeding families. So I would like to go back and forth and barter with my colleagues on the other side about how we can improve this. But the overall principle should be that we can do better in this country when they can spend $135 million on bogus television ads and they can't spend $7 million making sure that people have access to baby food. We have a problem, and we need to fix it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik AU.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm absolutely astonished sometimes by the way in which this kind of issue is dealt with. It's such a basic and such an important issue. The Parliamentary Secretary has just stood again, I don't know how many times he's risen in this debate, and asked how much this would cost. I would like to know from my colleague from Timmins James Bay, it's true, this kind of question has to be asked, but one of the questions that I would like to have answered by this government since I've been here is how much have they spent every year to fight against the rights of Aboriginal peoples before the courts every year. I think it's over $300 million a year that they fight against the fundamental rights of the peoples, the founding peoples of this country. Is this on the base? Is it on this basis that we have to discuss this, or is it on the basis of the needs of the First Nations of this country? and the needs that they have across the country. That's why it's important to have the eligibility criteria as part of today's motion to see how we can help more. So I wouldn't know if he can comment on that.
James Begg.
Well, thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague. When we're talking about children who are hungry in this House, we hear the Ebenezer Scrooge line, I want to know every penny and what's it going to cost our taxpayer. But when it comes to paying lawyers to fight the residential school survivors at St. Anne's, to fight Cindy Blackstock, to fight children getting proper medical treatment because they're Indigenous, money's no option. Money is no option. They spend double going after First Nation communities and First Nation rights on legal fees, and they go after international tax frauds. They spend more than they do on RCMP investigations and taking to court. This is what's spent over $100 to $300 million a year fighting First Nation rights, and yet when we talk about alleviating hunger, they want it costed down right to the last penny. It shows the fundamental insincerity.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from the Northwest Territories for bringing this motion forward. As I'd said earlier, is somebody making a signal at me? Sorry. I appreciated the spirit of this motion to the extent that it is an acknowledgement that Nutrition North, as a program, is part of the solution. Having been involved at the Standing Committee on a process of developing this program, and indeed, as I recall, working quite cooperatively with members from across the way, we came up with a program that would establish a new course for some very admirable goals around food prices and food security and food quality in the North. What we agreed on at the time, Mr. Speaker, was that food prices were, and in fact continue to be, too high, that food security was an issue, and that furthermore the quality of food for distribution reasons or purchasing options are things that this program should address. In addition, as has been pointed out in earlier parts of this debate, traditional foods and its distribution, and in particular its storage, were parts or elements of a program moving forward that we frankly had not seen. Now that makes perfect sense. Having been a nurse who's worked in isolated and remote communities, principally in the Great Kenora Riding, but including northern Manitoba, northern Saskatchewan, northern British Columbia coast, Cambridge Bay, and Arviat, I am not unfamiliar in substance to the importance of this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. We learned and we agreed, for example, that the previous program, the food mail program, had serious structural flaws, that it would be confined largely in its uptake by people who had the means to buy food from cities that typically serve the North, the Edmontons, the Winnipegs, the Prince Alberts, the Val-d'Ors of the world, and importantly required a credit card or a debit card to do that. Certainly in the time that I was working and living in the North, over the span of almost 20 years, Mr. Speaker, there were many people who did not have these financial instruments to order that food. Something needed to change, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that the Nutrition North program, while not the solution in every instance, and there are good reasons for that, because when we talk about the vast North, and I even heard from the member of Timmins James Bay allude to some nuanced community and regional solutions that could fit into the superordinate goal of a strategy that would work to decrease the price of food in the North, increase the quality, increase food security. So the Northern Nutrition Program, or Nutrition North, brought us to a couple of important pragmatic steps or interventions. First of all, Mr. Speaker, and the statistics have been put to this place in this debate and in previous discussions during question period and as far back as when this was debated, that reducing the price of a product, particularly categories of nutritional products like milk, were reduced in the community. That there were signs that let the consumer know what that price reduction would be, and that those relationships would be formed with the principal, at the very least, suppliers or retailers in the community who sell food, and organizations who remotely did the same. That's had a positive effect, and we've seen net reductions in the costs of food per month or per annum for families. So this debate is important as we now see that Nutrition North is appreciably been implemented, and as the kinks get worked out, we discover, and by way of debate, we can have a conversation, an important conversation, about what next steps Nutrition North could, would, and should take. Well, let me speak to that, Mr. Speaker, in two overarching ways. First of all, with respect to the Auditor General's report, and secondly, an emerging theme in this debate around other options. I should say, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Brampton West, and I appreciate that accommodation. First of all, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the Auditor General's report, I think one of the things that I was struck by, and in fact was waiting for, were his recommendations or his review of this particular program, and highlighted what I would rather frame, and think I can, as a number of opportunities that needed to be addressed. We accepted those recommendations, and we are taking action to address them. They include reviewing the community eligibility criteria to ensure that it is based on need, reviewing the contributions agreements under the program so that retailers provide all information in a clear and transparent manner. And I think I've heard, in fairness, on both sides of the House, from all three parties, the importance of that. And then, of course, Mr. Speaker, to build on the implementation measures to monitor the program and ensure it's meeting its objectives. Our approach, then, Mr. Speaker, is twofold. First, to ensure that each and every remote and isolated community has access to healthy food, including perishables like fruits and vegetables. And this means taking a very hard look at the program to make sure that communities that need access to the subsidy have access to the subsidy. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, that communities which are currently part of the program have clear access to information about the subsidies and to ensure that retailers pass savings on to the consumer. I can say, Mr. Speaker, that over the coming months, I will continue to work with communities in Northern Ontario, a number of which have been listed by this member. Rather curiously, the NDP made what I believe an unfortunate political choice to issue a scathing article, which I believe attacked me personally and is not wise, given the reputation and commitment that I have to building schools and nursing stations and police stations and infrastructure significantly in my riding, and the credibility that I have garnered, Mr. Speaker, over a 20-year career as a nurse, lawyer, and now Member of Parliament for those regions. I continue, in fact, was in Webequie First Nations just a couple of weeks ago, visited a couple of other communities, making some significant infrastructure announcements, notably to improve water and wastewater treatment, and importantly, in the case of Webequie, to build on the economic prospect it has for Ring of Fire as a major hub and some investments into their airport, but also to create a platform for them to have more commercial activity that benefits them directly, particularly with respect to commercial products available to them. And so I believe, Mr. Speaker, that much of this is happening now. And so this debate today, in some regards, at least as I've said before, in spirit, is an important one and a meaningful one. I wish that it wasn't as heavily politicized as it is, and I'm certainly aware of the First Nations communities in my regions and the opportunities that we have. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I will advance the discussion to, as I said from the outset, some of the other policy options that are distinctly local and regional and are there for good reasons, in addition to Nutrition North, that are important. Mr. Speaker, what they are or what they include has been mentioned earlier. There are community gardens that are burgeoning in First Nations communities. The New Horizons program has helped a couple of First Nations communities in my riding build community gardens led by elders. But I want to close, Mr. Speaker, on a policy option that's distinctly for Northern Ontario, that as the Minister of FedNor, I was pleased to support. Chief Donnie Morris from Kitchename Kuzib in Nunavut and Chief Bull from Lac Seul First Nations joined me earlier this year to support a study, Mr. Speaker, that would enable and look at regional food distribution, a study that would determine the viability of a regional distribution center out of Sioux Lookout to increase the purchasing power of a community or groups of communities for perishable and non-perishable studies. This was done in association with the Federation for Canadian Municipalities and supported by the town of Sioux Lookout, and by way of example represents some solutions. So I want to thank the member from the Northwest Territories for bringing this discussion to this place, Mr. Speaker, and for the opportunity, as somebody who has a rich and deep past living and working in isolated remote communities, particularly in my region, to speak to this important topic. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister of Natural Resources. But the Minister, I know, is always first and foremost, no matter what position he holds in the Cabinet or with the government, the Member of Parliament for the Great Kenora riding. He puts that first in everything he does here, and I know he puts the people first, which is what his speech outlined. He talked about looking at food security from a number of angles, from some innovative FedNor projects that he's championed as well. I know that on this side of the House, the Minister of the Environment has been very clear that we support the rights of Aboriginal Canadians to hunt and fish, to have that as part of their food supply, and that we have supported, obviously, policies that allow that to happen and allow that to flourish, and in fact encourage that. So I want to maybe give the Minister an opportunity to just address, as he said, the partisan nature of the motion kind of takes away from the seriousness of the debate, but perhaps he can expand. I know he ran out of time there a little bit about how we have to look at all options in order to provide food security for people in the North in ridings like his.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, I want to thank the member for that question, and he probably was a bit tongue-in-cheek there, since he knows that when these issues arise, I can be a bit of a pit bull in the department and in ensuring that the interests of communities in my riding are well represented, and in fact, First Nations communities in isolated and remote parts of Canada. And I see that the member for Timmins James Bay has disappeared, but I can say, Mr. Speaker, to him and the person who tabled the motion through you, that the spirit of this motion is ripe for discussion right now. It is an acknowledgement that Nutrition North is an important part of the solution, and as was identified from members who have ridings similar to mine, particularly in Northern Ontario, there are other policy options that should be looked at. And of course, that comes to the more pointed answer to my friend and colleague, and that is that this motion, rather unfortunately, has some figures that we can't reconcile. It is, in fact, not a substantial option for addressing some of the key facets of a better program within Nutrition North, the ones that the Auditor General pointed out, and the timelines that he's given for us to embrace those recommendations, which we have embraced. And I think it's incumbent on us all, particularly as I speak for Northern and Northwestern Ontario, that focusing on ways to improve shipping timelines, increasing shelf life, and preserving the quality of fresh foods is important, but so is the educational opportunity with respect to eating a quantifiably more nutritional program. That starts with other solutions like community gardening and the likes, Mr. Speaker, and I think we have a timeline here now and the recommendations from the Auditor General to act on that are appropriate. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Macorel.
The Honourable Member for Macorel-Fortin. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the problems that isn't addressed adequately, and I'd like to hear the comments from the Parliamentary Secretary, but he isn't listening anymore, to the Minister then, but there is a natural demographic growth in that area. However, you don't need to be rocket science to understand that there's not adequate funding. There will be a funding shortage. If the same amount of money is earmarked for a population that's growing at that pace, then those people will always end up with a smaller share or a smaller portion. And that's the way we create food-related problems. So this is a major problem. I'd like the member to comment on the fact that a fraction of the people live there and they are living in dire poverty and their health is being affected by that. So I'd like him to come up with another solution apart from the budgetary aspect, because we can't feed 4 more people with a lower and lower budget, given the population growth there.
Sources. You have about 45 seconds.
I'm glad to identify I'm glad to have heard from the member that this is not about the budgetary aspects, because the numbers that have been put in some detail attached to this motion do not reconcile. So he is saying, outside of budget, what are those policy options? I think that if he was listening to the debate so far this morning, he would have heard and understood what some of those policy options could be and should be, Mr. Speaker, certainly. But the issue here, to be clear, and I believe, as I understand the motion, is moving beyond the existing communities who qualify for this program and assessing what best options within Nutrition North, as a monetary matter and as a policy matter, should be available to the other communities. And in that sense, Mr. Speaker, there is no question that the path forward will be to look at that, since many of those communities are very similar in their profile, being isolated or what have you, to communities who qualify for the program. So those are the issues that we're here to debate, and I'm glad to hear that this member has a desire to move beyond the numbers or a conversation about the budget. It's far more meaningful and comprehensive than that. I think my member from Northwest Territories intended it to be that way. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to be able to speak today to this motion. I've had the pleasure of sitting on the Aboriginal Affairs Committee for a little over 4 years now, and through my experience, what I can say is that our government's record is a record of progress on many different fronts. Whether we look at something like Nutrition North, we look at water and wastewater, housing, the FNMLA, we are making real progress on issues that affect First Nations. But speaking specifically about Nutrition North, what we know for sure is that our government has made a very clear commitment to providing Northerners with healthy food choices. Given the critical role of wholesome diet to people's well-being, we are determined, like other Canadians, that Northerners should have access to quality, nutritious food. This is the raison d'être for the Nutrition North Canada program. We introduced the program in 2011 precisely to address the concerns that are raised in the opposition member's motion. We know the cost of living is high for residents of isolated communities all across Canada's north. That's whether you talk about food, heating oil, housing, or transportation. And that's, of course, why we've taken action. What Nutrition North does is it increases Northerners' access to high-quality, healthy foods. It provides a subsidy to reduce the price of perishable, nutritious food. And for the purpose of this program, actually, perishable food can be fresh, frozen, refrigerated, have a shelf life of less than 1 year, and the items must be shipped by air. A higher level of subsidy is provided for the most nutritious foods, such as milk, eggs, meat, cheeses, vegetables, and fruit. The subsidy actually also applies to country or traditional foods that have been the staples of northern diets for centuries. The subsidy is available when country foods are purchased through local stores or from processing plants registered with the program. Customers in eligible communities can also purchase such food from registered northern retailers or order it directly from registered southern suppliers. Northern retailers can claim the subsidy directly or order the food from registered southern suppliers, or country food processors and distributors can sell it in their stores. Eligible social institutions, such as daycares, can also order the food from southern suppliers. In all cases, the subsidies are passed on from retailers and suppliers directly to the consumers. Subsidies provided under Nutrition North are customized to account for the differences in transportation and operation costs. This means that the more remote the community is, the greater the subsidy. For example, the subsidy in Grise Fjord is higher than the rate for Iqaluit. Mr. Speaker, this program follows a market-driven model which has proven to be a sustainable, efficient, and cost-effective means of helping Northerners access nutritious and perishable foods. Not only are the communities benefiting from the Nutrition North enjoying nutritious food at a subsidized price, they are also enjoying greater accountability and transparency under this program than the predecessor program, Food Mail. To make sure the subsidy is being passed on to consumers, Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada has entered into formal agreements with a number of registered food retailers and suppliers. These retailers and food suppliers must confirm on a monthly basis that subsidy claims made under the program are valid and accurate, and that the subsidy is being passed on to consumers. A third-party claims processor verifies the invoices and waybills submitted to ensure that the claims being made are in fact valid. The Department ensures that it receives clear and well-supported compliance reviews in order to assess retailers and food suppliers' compliance with their obligations. I also think it's important to note that Nutrition North Canada monitors price trends using the revised Northern Food Basket. This measures the weekly cost of food for a family of 4 using current nutrition recommendations as detailed in the Dietary Reference Intakes and the newest version of Canada's Food Guide. The food basket, which is composed of 67 items, is calculated using an average community price for each item. This takes into account the nutritional requirements and food serving recommendations for a man and a woman aged between 31 and 50 and a boy and a girl aged between 9 and 13. Mr. Speaker, I could use more of my time to discuss further details of the program, but what's far more important is to discuss the results on the ground. Since its inception in April of 2011, the Nutrition North Canada program has been successful in lowering the cost of food in remote northern communities. The cost of the revised Northern Food Basket for a family of 4 has been cut, on average, by 7.2% between April of 2011 and March of 2014. This actually works out to approximately $137 per month. This drop in food cost is greater than anywhere else in the country. Thanks to Refit-Taylor's efforts to maximize the impact of the subsidy on food prices, the Northern Revised Food Basket was 1.4% lower at the end of March of 2014 than a year earlier. In addition, the average annual weight of eligible items being shipped to northern communities has increased by approximately 25% since Nutrition North Canada program was introduced. This means that northern consumers now have access to a much wider range of nutritious foods at less cost. Mr. Speaker, the Northern Nutrition Canada program is achieving results in reducing food prices. Mr. Speaker, we are making progress, and there is no question that affordable food in remote northern communities remains a concern that requires our continued concerted efforts. That's why, on top of Nutrition North's existing annual subsidy budget of $53.9 million, our Conservative government committed in the 2014 Economic Action Plan to enhance the funding for the program. On November 21, 2014, in fulfillment of this commitment, the government announced an additional $11.3 million in 2014-2015 to increase the program's food subsidy budget. As well, we are implementing a new ongoing 5% compound annual escalator beginning this year. These additional funds resulted in a subsidy budget of 2014-2015 of $65,200,000 and $68,498,000 in 2015-2016. This comes to a total of $133.7 million in direct retail subsidies over a 2-year period, and this is going to ensure continued access to perishable, nutritious foods for Northerners. Of course, we don't pretend that all the problems have been solved or that we have all the answers. The Government of Canada is just one of many players with an important role in this file. Since the 1970s, the federal government has gradually transferred responsibility for health, education, social services, housing, airports, and language to the territorial, local, and Aboriginal governments. Members of all levels of government agree that finding ways to work together with other governments, Aboriginal organizations, and companies to address local food security issues and further improve access to nutritious food is absolutely essential. Mr. Speaker, we are ready to do our part, and we are more than willing to work with willing partners in the opposition to achieve greater success in the Nutrition North program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for, I should know that, Fleetwood, Port Coast.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you, I would like to ask the member that last year the Auditor General released a report that studied, among other things, Nutrition North Canada. So I know that our government has accepted all of the recommendations and is working with community leaders, retailers, and Northerners to improve the program and to lower the cost of healthy, nutritious food in the North. So I wonder if the member can explain to this House and to all Canadians exactly what actions our government is taking to respond to the recommendations in the Auditor General's report. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
We accept the recommendations of the Auditor General in the report. And of course, the goal of the program, as I said earlier, is to ensure that we have subsidized, good, nutritious food for people in the North. And as I stated before, we have the subsidy actually has resulted in a reduction for a family of 4 by an average of $137 a month. The volume of perishable, nutritious food shipped to northern communities has increased by approximately 20%. We're going to continue to work hard to find solutions to the problems that exist. We always want to find ways to make sure the program is more efficient and benefits more people.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Auditor General certainly found that there were a number of issues that needed to be dealt with Nutrition North. And one of those was that the department had not based community eligibility on need. So the motion before us today is on a number, the 50 isolated flying communities that are not receiving the support of the program right now. Would my honourable colleague agree that we need to look at these communities and decide why certain communities have not been added to the list when sometimes neighbouring communities are on the list? That this is the fundamental inequity, that if we can at least solve that, then we can start to deal with the other issues that were flagged by the Auditor General.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Well, obviously, we're going to look at bringing additional communities into the program. That's one of the recommendations we're looking at, and we're trying to find a way to implement that. However, the answer that's being put forward by the opposition to just simply throw 50 names forward and say, let's use all 50, when we've heard today in debate, in fact, that there are issues with a number of the communities that are being mentioned that should be in the program. We can't just say, let's put all these communities in without analyzing whether or not they should qualify for the program. There's need for them to be in the program. And that's the steps that we're going to undertake. We're going to review how we can expand the program to more communities, and that's going to take time because we don't just want to do it automatically without doing the research.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for not only his speech but his work on the Aboriginal Affairs community. He's a leading member of the government side on that committee and certainly brings a valuable perspective as a former lawyer. I want to talk to him, though, about Nutrition North program vis-a-vis the old food mail program. We've heard from the Liberal Party today, certainly, that they believe that the old program where machine parts, snowmobile parts, tires, cases of Coke, cases of chips should also be subsidized in equal measure to perishable produce, milk and eggs, the things that we have determined should be in a nutritious food basket. Perhaps could he comment on which approach he thinks better serves Northerners?
The Honourable Member for Brampton West, you have about a minute.
Well, the miracle about the proposals that come from the Liberal Party is continuously they have the answers to all the problems when they're not the government. When they were the government, of course, they had no answers, and that's generally their track record. The food mail program is a perfect example of that. How could a program designed to subsidize food for Northerners be allowed, and it's supposed to be healthy and nutritious food, how can that be allowed to purchase snowmobile parts or a case of Coke? Look, we have to have a program that actually delivers results. We think we have that program in Nutritious North. I've talked about how it's reduced the average cost by $137 per month. The volume of perishable food items has gone up by 25%. This program's actually delivering real results. The Liberal program did not.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The
Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to indicate that I will be sharing my time with my honourable colleague from Marc-Aurèle Fortin, a colleague who will undoubtedly be talking about the economics of the Nutrition North program and an NDP perspective on that. Economics are not my area of expertise. I will be looking at, among other things, food security and the social incidence that this program has. Mr. Speaker, the opportunity that I have today to support my colleague's motion, the motion put forward by my colleague from the Northwest Territories, will allow me to talk about some specific elements, including the need to work with all Northerners to find a long-term solution to food security issues. For those listening, Mr. Speaker, there are three aspects that I would like to bring up today. Cooperation, Northerners, and food security. And over the last few years, these elements have been brought up several times, sometimes separately, sometimes together. But these are very topical issues, and these elements are being neglected by the Conservative government. I've had the opportunity over the last few years to travel across the countries, and I have seen food security issues. I've seen the high prices that are paid on reserves and in northern areas. My colleagues have been talking about subsidies for chips and Coke and things like that. And these products are available cheaply in a lot of these communities. And they find a way to get those products to communities. So in the north, it's easy to find a 2-liter bottle of Coke or something like that. However, it's hard to find 2 liters of milk for the same price. Often it's a much higher price. And so what's happening here is that corporocratic ideals have taken over. So major corporations have the upper hand, and they can send their products at low cost to northern regions. I don't know if there are people who are losing money in that, Mr. Speaker, but fast food and processed food can be pretty easily found in the north. So we were talking about food insecurity, and now this was an element that was brought up by the UN Special Rapporteur. So when we talk about food security, that includes healthy and balanced food, and here I'm thinking about children who suffer from morbid obesity at a very young age. And this is something that happens when children are forced to live off bags of chips, because that's the only inexpensive food they can find. When I was young, I used to spend time picking up garbage and in the region where I lived, and there were a lot of cans, a lot of bags of chips, and we see what the problems that cause. So there needs to be better access to healthy food at a good price in the north. We need to improve the Nutrition North program that's been in place since 2011, a program that exists to facilitate access to healthy food and make them more affordable for the residents of isolated northern communities. And, Mr. Speaker, it's important to know that, for example, alcoholic beverages get up north at a relatively low cost. We can get products where I come from, 1.2 liters of alcohol at 10%. And if you drink that, well, you'll be out for the rest of the day. But you can get that at a very low price. So brewers and distillers have means to get into northern communities. So there are certain branches of industry that seem to have found a way to make ends meet and get up into those communities. So again, what's lacking is access to healthy food, according to my own observations, Mr. Speaker. This is something I brought up with an association of alcohol producers who came to discuss the problem of fetal alcohol syndrome with me. And, Mr. Speaker, I don't know, maybe in your area, well, I don't know what the social demographics are there, but if you can imagine, we have these products, this 1.2 liters of alcohol. They're called bombs. And I doubt that you'll find that in supermarkets near where you come from, but where I come from, you can find those pretty easily. And people who have alcohol dependency issues can find that very easily where I come from, and that has led to rampant alcohol abuse problems. So, Nutrition North, like many programs from this government, it's a transfer payment program based on a market model, and too often, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives and possibly the Liberals, but I didn't follow what the Liberals did very much at the time. I can tell you in recent years that the essence of this Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, is that they're trying to reshape the country as a corporate entity, using the same standards and ideals as, for example, a CEO that's running a business instead of running a country. This is a clear trend from this government. So they're basing public policy on corporate ideals. And, Mr. Speaker, that's what we're seeing with Nutrition North. And so we're seeing programs that are supposed to promote healthy food are rather instead benefiting corporations and businesses instead of average citizens. In the NDP, we think that it's the citizen who must benefit from the program and must have access to the healthy food. So it should be the citizens benefiting and not businesses. And that's not what we're seeing here. The Nutrition North program has a set annual budget of $60 million, and $53.9 million of that go to the subsidies. This subsidy is paid directly to retailers, providers, distributors, and processors of food in the North through contribution agreements. And the citizen is not anywhere in there. So the program is benefiting retailers, providers, distributors, etc. Now, healthy food, that comes, you need to have more subsidies going directly to the food itself. When you have a pint of milk going for $6, that's a problem. People are buying things like Coke because milk and water is too expensive. So it's and what that clearly leads to is health problems, diabetes, among others. And obviously, this is a problem. So what's needed is a complete re-examination of the Nutrition North program in cooperation with Northerners so that we can find a way to directly get the subsidies to them and establish support for traditional food. And so this is that other point that I mentioned, the importance of collaboration. And that's the rub, Mr. Speaker. Too often, the voices of citizens are not listened to. Here, if Northerners were included in the reevaluation of the Nutrition North program, well, there are some in the industrial lobbies and the processing lobbies who wouldn't appreciate that. And we know that these lobbyists have the ear of the government, unlike average citizens. So the next government, an NDP government, will ensure that citizens, that the voice of Northerners are heard so that this program is culturally appropriate. And so on that, I humbly end, Mr. Speaker.
Question et comment.
Questions and comments.
Comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague who, of course, is very familiar with the Nutrition North program and its failures. I want to point out that other Canadians from coast to coast to coast are paying attention to this, and in fact, in my own riding of Nanaimo Cowichan, the BC founder of Helping Our Northern Neighbours from Shawnigan Lake, Jennifer Willem, has started a program there where what they're doing is that they're gathering food and shipping it at their own expense to northern communities who are desperate for good, safe, nutritious food at an affordable price. And for any of us who've been fortunate enough to either live in the north or travel in the north, we recognize clearly that our northern neighbours simply do not have the same access to food. Now, we know as well that good, nutritious food is really important in terms of your overall health and well-being, the longevity of your life. And I wonder if the member could comment about how he sees the lack of safe, affordable food impacting on people in his own riding with regards to their health outcomes.
The honourable member from Manicouagan. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question, Mr. Speaker. How do I see that access to healthy food? Well, I'll give an example that is quite clear and that I think will attract your attention and your imagination. When I went to Chevray not too long ago, well, there was only one pineapple for 200 people in that community. So I don't know if they drew the short straw or how they figured out who got the pineapple, but when I went there, there was one pineapple. So they waited, and Relais Nordique or Transport Maritime was supposed to get or bring in some food, but there was too much ice. It was during winter, so they had to wait for the plane to land, if ever it was able to land. And so regular supply was not necessarily a fact in that community. And the retailer, in that case, was considering closing because the conditions, the economic conditions were so terrible, and it was unrealistic to expect regular supply. So that's the kind of situation that people in the North deal with every day. And I thought I would mention that as a clear example.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is defending Innu hunters of caribou on the North Coast region of Quebec. And we really need to take inspiration from Aboriginal values, because caribou hunters on the North Coast weren't famished beggars. They were people who were able to hunt, organize, support, and feed their families and communities. There's a long history of sharing the spoils of the hunt. When they were in the forest, they were able to leave messages to other hunters in the area to say that there's a certain amount of meat available for other families. And so there was a whole network of solidarity. And never did those communities die of hunger or famine. It was the opposite of European-style individualism. The worst insult to an Innu is individualism, somebody who doesn't take care of others. And I thought the other side might be interested to hear that. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, a colleague who has traveled with me in the traditional Innu territories, Mr. Speaker. And there's a word, an Innu word that is quite pejorative for those who are self-centered, and it's really not an attitude that is appreciated there. With traditional methods, it's very hard today to survive. Natural resource exploitation has had a major effect on caribou migrations and the traditional caribou territory. So it's become very hard for Innu hunters to get food that way, because it's becoming harder and harder to find caribou. There is still an effort made to share meat from the hunt as much as possible, but there are fewer and fewer caribou, so it's becoming harder and harder for those communities. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a subject that there's not very much fun to be talking about, and because it's a Canadian failure. It's humiliating and it's insulting. Canada, which is one of the wealthiest countries in the world, sees a significant percentage of its population on an ethnic basis being condemned to suffer hunger. This is not really part of our Canadian values. When I started to work for the NDP, we had a former leader who was still fighting for the party, and he would not have been happy to see that. It goes against all of my personal values. It's a terrible failure. If it was only a partial failure, I reviewed all of the programs that the Auditor General of Canada has reviewed in the area of Aboriginal affairs. I went through them one by one. There isn't a single one that works, not one, that the Auditor General has said, wow, you've done some great work here. It is systematically a bad result. And this is as many failures that targets a specific ethnic community in this country. And that being the case, we really have to ask ourselves how serious we are about wanting to work with this community. Nutrition North, the program as it stands, is a partial program. People say, oh, it's extraordinary. Well, first of all, I'm not certain that's the case. But that's, for one thing, is very certain. It can't be, because it doesn't cover the entire population that needs it. How can a service be useful when it's decided that 50 communities won't have access to it? On that very basis, it cannot function. The Auditor General was not satisfied with the departmental analyses of their own performance. They assess their own performance themselves. Self-evaluation. And the Auditor General said, wait a moment. You're indicating decreases in price, whereas I'm seeing increases in prices. In principle, this theory is supposed to decrease prices, but the Auditor General said, your figures don't add up. I can't understand how you can see this as price decreases. But that's what they accept it as. They assess. They told us that they made the corrections, but the Auditor General said, have you asked the people who sell the food if the subsidy is being kept for themselves, or are they passing it along in lower prices? And at the time, the department told the Auditor General, we can't do that. That would go against the privacy issues for those selling the foods. And wow, you understand that the whole idea of giving the people low-priced, good-quality food has just taken a back seat. That's very clear. That isn't all. The department said we're going to correct that situation, but the Auditor General is starting to get fed up. Do you know what he did? He went behind the scenes and he looked at all of the promises, all of the commitments made to correct the situation, and guess what he discovered? It's that the federal government is not even complying with their own commitments. They're not respecting their own promises. The Auditor General said this government makes commitments following my recommendations, and after that, they don't implement them. So you can imagine I give this government's statements in this regard as much credence as the Auditor General has done in the past. So in isolated communities, there's a Statistics Canada study that was done, and we can look at the study done by the United Nations rapporteur. But there's one study that's critical, and it's Statistics Canada's in 2008-2009, and they indicated that the situation had deteriorated since. It hasn't improved, it has deteriorated since. 32.6% of the population of Nunavut has a problem with food insecurity, 11% of which was a severe problem. So that means it's not just a couple of times a week that they would have to miss a meal. It is the number of times during the week where you are able to eat. It is shocking. And the response of this good government, well, when the children are too thin and when the elderly people are too shaky from hunger, they put them in a plane and they send them down south to be treated in hospitals. Wow, what a great solution that is. That is called sweeping the problem under the carpet. And unfortunately, this government is doing this far too often. And we're talking about all of the services that are provided here, whether we're talking about housing problems. The growth of the population in the Northwest Territories is booming, and it's unfortunate because life isn't easy, but they have a demographic growth that is 5 times what it is in the southern parts of Canada. Over 10 years, 45% increase in population. But the problem is that if you have such a growth in your population, they don't increase the services that you get. And so the people have to share the little that they have. So little among such a great number. Unless the Conservatives take themselves for Christ and can do a miracle with the loaves and the fishes, it's certain that they will continue to suffer from hunger, because this demographic growth means that they are more and more people sharing a stable basket of food. So you don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand that. Unfortunately, there aren't many across the way. We can talk, well, we talked about housing. We're also talking about drinkable water and access to quality education. There's nothing that works, strictly nothing. And to such a degree that in a report on residential schools, a judge declared that it was a cultural genocide that we're talking about. So, Mr. Speaker, letting people starve knowingly and willingly, because everybody knows, everyone said so, the people are hungry. They visit dumps to get food. It's not for the sheer pleasure of visiting the dump. It's to eat. They don't have access to quality food. They don't have access to quality housing. They don't have access to potable water. They don't have access to health care services. All of this has major impacts on their situation. The number of children who die at a young age, life expectancy that's much shorter, major health problems, addiction problems, they have all of these problems. The only thing they don't have is solutions. And this motion is presenting one solution. It is a balanced solution. It's not a solution that will try and reinvent the wheel, but it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that if we don't do this, we were already on the cusp of committing a genocide, and if we don't do this now, whereas we were aware that these communities are in danger, it really will be an act of genocide. We will not be helping communities at risk, and we'll not be worried about these people. That's why it's important for us to act now. I think that there are people who are too fixated on budgetary issues, and now we need to change tack, and that means change what you're doing. It doesn't mean reinventing the world, but it means taking a program and ensuring that everyone can benefit from it. We are being limited in terms of the budget, but I'd like to know how many of you were so limited in terms of your budget that your children were starving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague because he got into this issue that is much more complex, but it needs to be said as well when it comes to First Nations. I think of the Conservatives talking about how they provide funding equivalent for students in schools equivalent to the provinces. You know, in the Northwest Territories, we have isolated remote communities. The average funding for the communities in the Northwest Territories is some $22,000 a student. This government funds isolated remote First Nations community at about $11,000, $12,000. The money is simply not adequate. And that's the same thing with the food, with the Nutrition North program. We heard the parliamentary secretary say, we added $11 million to the program this year. No, they didn't. The program was $64 million last year. It's now about $65 million this year. So in reality, to my colleague, isn't it time that these Conservatives get off this idea that somehow they're doing the right thing with the funds that they're providing to First Nations and to isolated remote communities, and actually deal with the dollars that are required?
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, having an honourable solution that would ensure that Canada can maintain its reputation as a respectable country in terms of human rights would not cost us a fortune. We're talking about the fraction of the ridiculous amounts we're spending in Iraq. That would solve all of the problems. We prefer fighting wars over there than shipping food over here. There could be a famine in Africa, and we'd send planes, military planes full of food, but we don't do it for our own people. It's shameful. It's humiliating to see people. And there are people in this chamber who have Aboriginal communities. I can't believe that you don't realize this. It's obvious. You have to be blind. You have to be willfully blind to not see this. And when I see that this is a genocide by refusing to help these communities, you can't say that these communities are not at risk. Thank you.
Comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't intending to ask a question, but my colleague from Northwest Territories prompted me because he's measuring dollars in to try to measure success of a program. Mr. Speaker, we all know that we need to measure the results of the program, not how much we're spending on the program. And if, in fact, we can spend less and do more with it, that's the objective that we should have. And, Mr. Speaker, just to point out, since 2011, we have seen the cost of a food basket for a family of four drop by $137 a month. Now, that's impressive. And I think that's the kind of measurement we should be looking at, not how much money we're spending as a measure of success. But, Mr. Speaker, my question to my colleague who gave his speech is really in terms of facts from the NDP. On April the 2nd, they said they would like to see 55 communities made eligible for Nutrition North. Then on May 26th, they released a list of 46 communities they'd like to see made fully eligible. Now today, the opposition states in the motion that we're currently debating, they want to see 50 communities made eligible for the subsidy. Mr. Speaker, I have a question from my colleague. Which number is it?
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. He's asking questions about the number of communities. I would like to tell him clearly what I want, is that no Canadian suffer hunger. I don't care how many communities. Testing 1, 2 is. Testing again 1, 2. Is it working now? Testing 1, 2. Is it working now? Testing 1, 2. Is.
Ça marche là-bas?
It's working over there? Okay, you can continue. You have about 45 seconds. To enumerating the number of communities, what I want is that no Canadian should be suffering from hunger. And in that regard, we have to spend what's necessary. And what's necessary is not billions and billions of dollars, but it's simply saying that wherever you may be in this country, you will not be suffering from hunger anymore. That's my objective. If your objective is to say, well, we're going to this community, but not to that one, it's clear that you will never achieve the outcomes you hope.
Reprise de débat, the honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I start, I'd just like to inform you that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member from Disnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River. Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to have this opportunity to clarify why it is that I cannot support this opposition motion. And I can assure honourable colleagues that this government is committed to the welfare of Northerners. We understand that the North is a fundamental part of our heritage, our future, and our identity as a country. In fact, no other government in history has done as much for the North as our government. While this motion is motivated by good intentions, the opposition has failed to provide a new solution to what all parliamentarians agree is a real and pressing issue. I must say that I find it somewhat odd that the opposition would even want to provide additional funds to a program that both the member from the Northwest Territories and the member from Timmins James Bay have previously claimed has failed. Northerners are well aware that this is not the case. Nutrition North has provided residents with access to healthy, perishable food choices at an affordable price. Unlike past Liberal governments, which endorsed the ineffective food mail program, Nutrition North is helping to meet the needs of those living in isolated northern communities. As other speakers have outlined, this government recognizes that a host of factors drives up the cost of food in northern communities. These include the higher cost of energy, of labor, and transportation. Our government is determined to discover how we can overcome these obstacles to increase Northerners' food security. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has been unequivocal in its commitment to ensuring that Northerners, like all Canadians, have access to perishable, nutritious food at a price that they can afford. Thanks to the implementation of Nutrition North by this government in 2011, there has been a strong reduction in the cost of nutritious food in remote communities. Between March 2011 and March 2014, the cost of the revised Northern Food Basket for a family of 4 fell by an average of 7.2% in communities eligible for a full subsidy under Nutrition North. That translates into a savings of approximately $137 per month for a family of 4. Mr. Speaker, something else that differentiates members on this side of the House and the opposition is that we don't automatically presume that the government knows best. Instead, we engage directly with the people with the most at stake when it comes to paying for nutritious food, and that is Northerners themselves. Critical to the success of Nutrition North is the program's advisory board. This board was created concurrently with the implementation of the subsidy in 2011. Its mandate is to improve program governance and give Northerners a direct voice in the program. The Nutrition North Canada Advisory Board meets up to 3 times a year, holding meetings all across the North. When meeting in the North, the board, in public meetings, hears directly from Northern residents and communities. Between May 2011 and June 2014, the Advisory Board held public meetings in Nunavut, Nunavik, Newfoundland, and Labrador, and the Northwest Territories. Each meeting provided the board with input from residents and communities on how the program was working. Members of the board represent a wide range of Northern perspectives. Transparency and accountability are ensured by choosing members who are volunteers and serve as individuals and not as representatives of any particular organization, area, or special interest. Their experience and expertise informs the management and effectiveness of Nutrition North. For example, the most recent addition to the board is Tracy Rispin. She is a heritage interpreter from Old Crow, Yukon, working with the Vuntut Gwitchit First Nation, she has held a variety of positions over the past 30 years pertaining to heritage, natural resources, and finance. She also served as elected Deputy Chief of the First Nation and has extensive experience as a filmmaker working on projects such as the Vuntut Gwitchin Oral History Project. Ms. Rispin has a thorough knowledge of Yukon First Nation issues, history, cultures, and protocols. With a strong background and hands-on experience in First Nations education, she will provide invaluable input from the community in order to direct the Nutrition North Canada program. Mr. Speaker, one of the many benefits of this approach is that board members often share their region's experiences. This makes Nutrition North more effective and representative of the needs of Northerners. Northerners also provide input into the program in many other ways. For example, the Fédération de Coopératives de Nouveau-Québec, which operates 14 cooperatives in Nunavik, has voluntarily implemented a point-of-sale in-store system. This system ensures that customers know how and when the Nutrition North Canada subsidy is applied to their grocery bill. Consumers can clearly see the amount of the subsidy passed on to them, ensuring greater retailer transparency and accountability. The Advisory Board is expected to return soon with an opinion as to whether this point-of-sale receipt system should be applied to all subsidized retailers. Our government believes this receipt system could be an important step in creating greater transparency across the North. It also demonstrates an innovative way in which communities and retailers can work together to address the concerns of the consumers. Mr. Speaker, the Advisory Board and local retailer innovation are just two examples of the avenues we have used to collect input from Northerners. Our government is making every effort to ensure that Northerners have their say about Nutrition North and to contribute ideas about how to make the program work even better. Our government has carried out important reviews to assess areas for improvement. The Advisory Board continues to listen and to learn from Northern residents. And we are investing additional funds to make sure we increase access to perishable, nutritious foods in isolated Northern communities. I remind this House that our Conservative government, through Budget 2014, added $11.3 million in 2014-2015 to increase Nutrition North's food subsidy budget. This was over and above the program's existing annual subsidy of $53.9 million. We also committed to a new ongoing 5% compound annual escalator beginning this year. Mr. Speaker, our government believes this increased financing is a responsible approach to take. We understand that taxpayers put their trust in parliamentarians to handle their money with great care. Mr. Speaker, I urge parliamentarians to reject this opposition motion. There's no doubt that subsidies offered by Nutrition North have led to impressive results. Let me assure all Northerners that this government will continue to act responsibly and in the best interest of Northerners, assuring that they will have access to nutritious and perishable food. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question come on side. The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for his statement. But once again, when he talked about the total amount of money in the program, he neglects the actual expenditures according to the public accounts in 2013, 2014 were $64 million. When he add up the 2014-2015 totals, you come to $65 million. So really, the $11 million added to the program last October really amounted to $1 million increase over the last year. Hardly even 5%. Hardly even 5%, which they have indicated in their own documents is the rate of inflation that they should be applying to the amount of money in the program. To my colleague, the question is, I was in Nunavut, and people talked about how the Northern store gives the subsidy rate according to what Nutrition North applies, which is the rate that is for everyone, but they achieve a much cheaper freight rate than what is given on than what is applied through the program. So people there are concerned that the Nutrition North program in some cases is not being fully given back to the consumer. What does my colleague think about this?
The honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I've spent some time working with public accounts, and I understand the process that is involved there. And certainly, I realize the difference between some of the statements that are coming in and then proposed expenditures that, of course, will take place at other times. So, I think really, and I heard one of the other speakers speak to this as well. It also looks at results. So as we look at, and I mentioned in my address, the $137 per month that a family is saving because of the program that we have in place. So it's that type of thing that is important. And again, to speak to some of the points to this particular motion today, I believe the member opposite had been one that had spoken about how only, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, but how only this program should go to northern communities that are accessible just by air, yet within his own community, and in this particular list, we have a number of communities that are accessible by either by ferry or accessible by road. So when you take a look at how would the opposition be trying to put input into the program when they're grabbing things from all of these different directions, and it shows a little bit of inconsistency there as well, sir.
Questions and comments? Question come on tide. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to use a specific example of a commodity we all acknowledge is an essential commodity. We all love milk, and we encourage our children in particular to drink milk. And back a number of years ago inside the Manitoba legislature, I had used milk as an example in terms of the cost differentials between the city of Winnipeg. And this is back in 2008 when you could buy a 4-liter of milk for $3.59. In Red Sucker Lake, it would actually cost you $11.89. And to Dooley Lake, $17.40. Now, milk is one of those commodities or consumer products that is of absolute critical need in order for the development of our young people in particular, and that's what I want to focus on, Mr. Speaker, is the children and the benefits of drinking milk. And use the example and ask the member to provide a comment on it, and that is it costs far less for someone to purchase a 2-liter of Coca-Cola than it is to get that 2 liters of milk. And the long-term cost, whether it's tooth decay or whatever it might be, and I'm wondering if the member can just provide some of his personal thoughts in regards to that particular issue. It's an issue of affordability. It's an issue of health. And if he could provide some comments on it.
Honourable member for Red Deer, you only have 30 seconds.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly agree. And even when we go into our own stores, when you take a look at the price of 2 liters of pop and you compare that to the price of milk or something that is nutritious, and it is frustrating when you see that sort of thing happen, which is, of course, one of the reasons why we moved away from the food mail process and program, which you were also sending up and subsidizing carburetors and snowmobile parts and so on. So it was a case of moving that out of the program to make sure that wasn't there so that we could concentrate specifically on what the real needs were as much perishable and nutritious food as is possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Disney, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to explain why I cannot support this motion introduced by the member from the Northwest Territories. Since its implementation in 2011, Nutrition North has proven to be an effective, responsive, and functional program that has lowered the cost of the food in the North and increased the amount of nutritious perishable foods to northern communities. The program subsidizes the cost of perishable, nutritious food for Canadians in northern and remote communities. Lowering prices for nutritious food, combined with increased knowledge of healthy eating, contribute to the Conservative government's larger vision for the North. We take tremendous pride in the support for self-reliant individuals living in healthy, prosperous communities. While other members of this House have focused their arguments on the cost of the food in the North, how the program works, and eligibility criteria, I will emphasize the important role that retailers play. As my honourable colleagues recognize, making nutritious food accessible to residents of remote communities is a challenge far too great to be met by any single entity working on its own. Success requires willing partners. This is precisely why Nutrition North Canada directly engages retailers. These retailers are made up of men and women who not only have deep understanding of the nature of supply and demand in the North, but also who has the vested interest in satisfying the customers. In many cases, they and their families live in the communities served by Nutritious North Canada. In other cases, they travel regularly to some of these communities and first-hand knowledge of the situation on the ground. In every case, they want the program to succeed. For all of these reasons, Nutrition North Canada was designed to market-based program to encourage retailers and suppliers choose the most economical option for shipping foods. The program also assigns retailers a central role in transparency in ensuring that subsidies and savings are passed on to consumers. And by assigning responsibility for some aspects of the program to those directly involved in it, to retailers and consumers, Nutrition North Canada fosters competition and innovation. Allow me to elaborate further on each of these points, beginning with decisions about shipping methods. Determining the most economical and effective way to transport a particular food item depends on many factors, but the most important one is shelf life. For non-perishable items such as dry pasta, rice, and most grains, the best option usually involves transporting large quantities and frequently. Retailers tend to use the annual sea lift for occasional truck transport on winter roads for these items. For perishable items, such as eggs, dairy products, and fresh fruits and vegetables, retailers have little choice but to rely on regulated shipping small quantities by airplane. To minimize their potential losses, retailers strive to order only enough perishable items that their customers will buy within a certain time frame. Ultimately, retailers and suppliers must manage their supply chains to ensure fresh food is available to customers at competitive rates and prices. Along with shipping, retailers also play a central role in the transparency of Nutrition North. Under the program, registered retailers and supplies are fully responsible for passing on fully subsidized to consumers. The Government of Canada closely monitors retailers' performance on this responsibility and posts regular compliance reports online. To further ensure that consumers benefit fully from subsidies, Nutrition North recently added a new clause in the funding agreements that will ensure recipients provide all the information on eligible items, including profit margins and profit margins. These agreements came into effect April 1st of 2015. Recipients, retailers, and suppliers must now not only submit to audits, but also provide to the government with all financial information supporting documents for a 7-year period to justify subsidy claims. The new clause specifies that retailers must provide complete information on eligible items, including current profit margins and profit margins over time. External independent auditors will undertake annual compliance reviews of retailers in order to ensure that subsidy is being passed on to the consumer. These compliance reviews will then be made publicly available on the department's website. And I want to be very clear that there is no requirement to publish the profit margins of individual business, as this is commercially sensitive information. This is a new measure helps reassure Canadians that Nutrition North is delivering effective results for Northerners. Mr. Speaker, assigning these responsibilities to retailers also helps inspire innovation. A recent example of the initiative of La Fédération des Compagnies du Nouveau-Québec, the Federation operates 14 cooperatives in Nunavut and has voluntarily implemented a point-of-sale system. In each of the 14 stores it operates in Nunavut, the receipt shows the amount of Nutrition North Canada subsidy for each item. There's a total at the bottom of the receipt where it says the Nutrition North program saved you this many dollars and cents on your purchase today. The Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development was so impressed with this innovation that he directed the Nutrition North Advisory Board to take a closer look at the Fédération des Coopératives du Nouveau-Québec's approach and provide him with advice and recommendations by June 1st of 2015 on how to apply point-of-sale system. Just this morning, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development released a statement after receiving the Nutrition North Canada NNC Advisory Board's recommendations for a wider application of point-of-sale receipt system. This new point-of-sale system will ensure that customers see how, when the NNC subsidy is applied to their grocery bill. This means that consumers will be able to clearly see the amount of subsidy passed on to them, ensuring greater retailer transparency and accountability. Our government strongly believes that Northerners deserves to see the NNC savings on their grocery bill, and the point-of-sale system is a step retailers should take to clearly demonstrate that the full subsidy is being passed on to consumers. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the program's close relationship with qualified retailers and suppliers, Nutrition North Canada has experienced tremendous results. Northerners living in isolated communities now have far greater access to perishable nutritious foods compared to the program's predecessor, Food Mail. Since the invitation of Nutrition North, the volume of healthy food shipped to northern communities has increased by 25%. Nutrition North County incorporates a market-driven, cost-effective, and transparent model to deliver considerable value to consumers and overcome the fundamental challenge posed by uniqueness of Canadian North. The truth of the matter is that shipping perishable food over long distance small isolated communities is an expensive undertaking. By engaging the private sector and monitoring compliance closely, however, Nutrition North continues to deliver solid results. Even the NDP's Aboriginal Affairs critic, the member from Churchill, recently admitted last week that the program is working. She said, well, I mean, there's no question it does reduce the prices by a couple of dollars, maybe $2 or $3. Between March 2011 and March 2014, for example, the cost of the revised Northern Food Basket for a family of 4 in communities eligible for a full subsidy under Nutrition North Canada fell by an average of 7.2%. This family is saving $32 per week. That translates into a saving of approximately $137 per month for a family of 4. Mr. Speaker, given this performance, I have no choice but to urge my honourable colleagues to join me in opposing the motion now before us. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Well, I want to thank my colleague from Northern Saskatchewan for his talk. I found it to be very rational and very. I still am concerned that he has communities in his riding that don't achieve this subsidy that should be there, but I'm sure he will be working on that. My question to him is about the nature of subsidizing large retailers who can deal with different kinds of freight rates. My understanding when I traveled to Nunavut was that the subsidy that was being applied in many communities based on a freight rate that was the universal freight rate for the company, the airline. The large companies were getting very much a discounted rate on the freight, and that the companies themselves were, if they passed on the full rate to the consumer, they didn't have to pay that in terms of the subsidy for the freight. So there is a real need for analysis of all the freight rates that are in the north to ensure that there is fairness in the system, that the communities that pay higher costs are getting as much as they can, and that the communities such as Iqaluit, where freight rates can be negotiated to a much lower extent, may see that there can be some changes made there to make the system fair.
The honourable member for Destiny, Ms. Nippy, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you look at the freight rates and you look at what this government's doing, trying to make nutritious food more available for Northerners, especially like in Northern Saskatchewan, having been aware that the Review Board for Nutrition North is going to be looking at the whole system as a whole and making recommendations to for First Nations communities, Northern communities, Aboriginal communities, and non-Aboriginal communities to get their produce to their stores and give the nutritious food to the consumers as a whole and serve them. One of the things we're also looking at as a government is on the profit margins and the addition of a new clause in the funding agreements that will ensure that recipients of all information on all eligible items, include profit margins, to the independent auditors. What that will do is for the independent suppliers, it will make them more competitive and will basically ensure competitive pricing for the stores. That's what we're trying to do, so give proper food for people in the north, healthy food choices for people in the north. That way it lowers the cost of buying the supplies.
In comments, question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member made reference at the beginning of his comments in regards to somewhat of the importance of working together, and I want to pick up on that particular issue. We need to recognize that you're talking about many different stakeholders, different territorial, even provincial jurisdictions that all have the same sorts of issues, yet there's only one real national entity, known as the national government, that ultimately should be playing more of a role of not only direct subsidy, but also making sure that there's a coordination that takes place in working with the different stakeholders, Mr. Speaker. And my question is, just in recognizing the importance of having that coordinated approach that stems or at least provides some leadership coming from Ottawa, that is something in which we have found this government lacking, Mr. Speaker, and that is to work with the different groups, try to see if, in fact, there is a better way in ensuring, at the end of the day, for me personally, is that we have our young people getting the nutritional food that they require in order to be able to continue to do well in the communities in which they want to live. And maybe if the member could precisely tell the House how he believes his government has actually been working with other stakeholders. Specific examples would be nice.
Member for Destiny, Mississippi, Churchill River. You have about 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the advisory committee that's been set up by Nutrition North, what they do is they take individuals from Nunavut, they take them from Northwest Territories, from Manitoba, and also from Saskatchewan, and what they're doing is they meet with individual stakeholders and consumers and individuals that have to buy the products. That's what they're doing. They're meeting the individuals and they're getting the information to look at innovative ways to address the special needs for getting consumers the proper products. That's what this government is doing. They're doing the consultations. They've got individuals out there that are doing the consultations to make the Nutrition North program better.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the outset, I'd like to let you know that I will be sharing my time with the member for Churchill. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of this motion put forth by the NDP member for Northwest Territories. I must add also, Mr. Speaker, my gratitude to recognize the tremendous work that my colleague has done for many, many years to serve as the tireless voice of the people from the territories. Many communities across Canada's 3 territories, as well as in the northern parts of several other provinces, are accessible only by air for part of the year or for all of the year, and the cost of living and of cost of doing business in these isolated communities is higher than in many of the other southern regions in the country. Necessities, such as perishable foods, must be flown into these communities, and it's not easy like in my community in Scarborough in Toronto, where you can walk down the street to a grocery store. They don't have this type of luxury. Even though food insecurity is prevalent in Scarborough Rouge River, North Scarborough, but it's far worse in the northern parts of our country, and we need to recognize that. And I thank the member for Northwest Territories for his work and for his recognition of this, and the NDP's leadership in trying to alleviate some of the problems by coming up with new solutions that might actually work. Mr. Speaker, perishable foods shouldn't be costing such exorbitant amounts. For example, in April of 2014, the price of 2 liters of milk was $7.99 in Old Crow in Yukon, compared with $3.35 in Edmonton, Alberta. In Fort Albany in Northern Ontario, baby formula costs $60. 2 pounds of frozen beef costs $16. These types of prices are just through the roof, Mr. Speaker. In Treaty 5 territory, bread costs $6. A jug of milk is $13. A case of eggs is $37. And if you're going to go all out and get some fresh produce, the luxury of fresh produce, then something as simple as a bunch of grapes will cost you $12. These types of prices these exorbitant prices are in communities that are living in crushing poverty, where their main income is about $371 of social assistance a month. I don't really know, Mr. Speaker, how much $371 can actually buy you when you're feeding a family, when you're trying to feed children, when you're trying to feed 3-4 mouths. These types of high prices have been prevalent in our northern communities for far too long, Mr. Speaker, and to help with these high costs of food in the north, the federal government created the food mail program in the late 1960s. And since 1991, the program was managed by Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada. And I'd like to go through a little bit of what this program is for, especially for members in my community who may not know about the Nutrition North program because we are in Toronto. Mr. Speaker, under the program, Canada Post received a transportation subsidy from the department to deliver items to isolated northern communities. And over the years, because of population growth and increasing fuel prices, expenditures continued to increase, and the program often exceeded its budget. In April of 2011, Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada introduced the Nutrition North Canada program. The objective of the program was to make healthy foods more accessible and affordable to residents of isolated northern communities. The Nutrition North Canada is a transfer payment program based on a market-driven model. It has an annual fixed budget of $60 million, and of this, $53.9 million is allocated annually to the subsidy component. The subsidy is provided directly to northern retailers, food suppliers and distributors, and northern food processors through contribution agreements, and retailers make their own supply chain arrangements. Mr. Speaker, about 40 retailers, suppliers, and food processors participate in the program. 3 northern retailers have accounted for about 80% of the subsidy each year. Mr. Speaker, why are we giving these subsidies to retailers and suppliers and food processors rather than giving these subsidies to the people directly who are actually the end consumers who are paying? We're counting on the government giving the subsidies to these retailers and hoping that they will actually transfer these subsidies and cost savings over to the consumers, but in reality we're not seeing that. I'd like to quote Ron Elliott, former Nunavut MLA for Kitiktuk, and he said, "That's been one of the problems from the onset of the program. You're providing a subsidy to the people who are responsible to board members or shareholders who are supposed to make profits. So there are conflicting interests." And he was right when he says that when you're giving subsidies and hoping and asking them to transfer on these cost savings to the end consumer, they're not necessarily going to always make that their priority, when their priority is, of course, lining their pockets and making profits for themselves and for their shareholders. So that's one problem, one of the many problems with the system. But let me go back. But soon after the program was initiated, complaints began, Mr. Speaker. People were seeing increased food costs compared to those experienced under the old food mail program, which allowed a little bit more control for the direct end user. And Norman Yakelea, Northwest Territories MLA for Satu, he said, and I quote, "The transition to the NNCP was painful and frustrating for my people. We're basically at the mercy of our 1 or 2 stores, especially when these stores are now saying," and he quoted, "Believe us, this is how much you're saving and this is what you'll get. No more personal orders. We feel our choices in the old food mail program were stomped out by the new improved NNCP." And I end the quote from the MLA. Nutrition North, Mr. Speaker, is a failure because the criteria used to determine which communities receive assistance is flawed, resulting in close to 50 communities which should qualify but actually don't receive the full subsidy or the full assistance. We know that at least 46 northern communities receive either no subsidy or a 5-cent per kilogram partial subsidy on the food, but should actually qualify for the full subsidy. Mr. Speaker, we're speaking about families and children being able to leave the vicious cycle of poverty, and the additional cost for the government to alleviate and to lift these families out of poverty would be about $7.6 million to add these 46 communities to the full subsidy list. But they refuse to be there to support these communities who are living in conditions of extreme poverty. Mr. Speaker, we've also seen the Conservatives spending dollars on advertisements for the government's action plan or inaction plan, and they've spent recently $13.5 million just to promote their budget. But apparently $7.6 million is just too much money to spend on our northern communities to try and alleviate so many of our northerners who are living in such impoverished conditions. Mr. Speaker, of these 46 communities that I mentioned, 27 are in conservative-held ridings. And if they wanted to at least support their own communities, these 27 communities would have been able to, they should be able to do something to alleviate the situation, the condition, the reality of our elders in our communities who are rooting through garbage, scavenging for food. This really should not be the case, Mr. Speaker. In such a rich country like ours, we shouldn't have anyone living in poverty, let alone so many of our entire communities are living in poverty. When I put forward Motion 534 to end child poverty in this House, Mr. Speaker, it was because of the fact that far too many of our children in this country, 967,000 of Canada's children, are living in poverty or extreme poverty. Mr. Speaker, UNICEF's report tells us that 1 in 5 Canadian children lives in poverty today in this country. And amongst our Aboriginal children, that's even far more extreme. 1 in 2 of our Aboriginal children are growing up in poverty, extreme poverty. And just 2 days ago, I was in Toronto with Keep the Promise, children who are speaking out and asking our government to work to end poverty amongst our children in this country. Food insecurity is a real problem in so many of our communities, even in Scarborough, but it doesn't even come close to the level of food insecurity in Northern Ontario and in many other parts of Northern Canada. Mr. Speaker, I see that you've shown me that I'm very quickly running out of time, so I'd like to end my remarks for now with a reminder and a quote from a mother. From a mother, her name is Lisi Papazzi. She's a creator of Feeding My Family. It's a Facebook page she created, and she said of the Aboriginal First Peoples of this country and how their culture is of working together and supporting one another and not creating friction. Here's the quote. "It's against our culture. The Inuit never protested. Traditionally, for the Inuit to survive, everybody had to get along, and we didn't create friction. But if we don't start saying something about high costs, then people will think it's okay. Our children are going hungry." End quote. Our country's children should not be going hungry, Mr. Speaker, and it is our responsibility as legislators, as government, it is our responsibility to make sure that all of Canada's children have food and have security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the members' contribution to this debate about Nutrition North. And I agree, if there's one child in Canada that is hungry or going hungry, our communities, all levels of government need to work together to be able to address those concerns. That aside, we did study this at the Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Speaker, and one of the things that was raised by officials is that Nutrition North was never intended to be a food security program. It was aimed to get more nutritious foods at a subsidized rate for Northerners. There's been many questions from the opposition today about lack of funding. The minister has, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, Northern Development Canada last year made an announcement of an escalator of 5%. If you look at that escalator, Mr. Speaker, using the rule of 72, in 14 years, the government will have actually doubled the budget overall of the program. That is a big commitment moving forward, Mr. Speaker, for a program that is desired and will hopefully be supported. Will the member agree that that 5% escalator, given the fact that compounding interest will lead it to double the program in 14 years, is a good contribution, solid contribution from this government?
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's sad to hear that the government members are not actually interested in food security for our Northerners. This program, he said, was not created as a measure to alleviate food insecurity in the North, and that's just sad to hear that. It's just not right. And he said that it was created to actually send healthy food to Northerners. And a quote nutritious food, healthy food. So I want to give you a quote from, once again, Lipa Patsi, an Inuit woman who said, and here's her quote, Mr. Speaker, she said, "What they consider healthy food is not traditionally the Inuit diet. It's imposing the idea of, here, this is what we think is healthy for you guys. What we've been saying all along is that we're not used to cooking these fruits," and she continued on with her quote, and I don't want to read the whole quote. So Northerners are saying that we want to have access to nutritious food and food that is in part of their traditional diet, and instead of just trying to impose what possibly this member or this government feels is nutritious or healthy food for the Inuit people, we should be respecting their cultures and their traditional way of life.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Short question, please. We don't have a lot of time.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, something from 2008 when I said in the Manitoba Legislature, 4-liter price of milk in Winnipeg, $3.59. Red Sucker Lake, same product, $11.89. To Dooley Lake, $17.40. We can talk about all the numbers we want. From a consumer point of view, and you talk about nutritional food, milk's pretty tough to beat. My question to the member is, would she not agree that we need to start looking at ways and maybe thinking outside of the box, maybe even working with the different levels of government to try to deliver a product so that kids are actually drinking milk as opposed to Diet Coke or the Coca-Cola products, which is deteriorating their teeth, causing all sorts of other issues in many of our northern communities.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River. You have about a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. And yes, any produce or products that need refrigeration or need to be preserved are going to be more difficult for the communities to get, and that's why we're seeing more and more of our parents having to feed their children pop and chips rather than. He suggested milk, but anything that is more nutritious than pop or chips. But the problem is water is even a scarce resource. So the parents don't have access to good, clean water that's running water all the time in all the communities. And we shouldn't have a situation like this in our country. In Canada is such a have country. We shouldn't have communities that don't have access to clean drinking water. And of course, I agree with the member in saying that we don't want to be feeding our children pop and chips. And that's why we're seeing increasingly exponentially growing rates of diabetes and many other health concerns in our northern communities, and we shouldn't have this. We as legislators at the federal level should be working with all levels of government to make sure that all of our communities can be safe and can have children growing to their full potential and having healthy food.
We now interrupt the debate on this topic and move to statements by members. Déclaration des députés. Honorable Député.
The honourable member for Moncton. Mr. Speaker, the riding of Moncton includes a huge agricultural territory, and we fear that the Trans-Pacific Partnership will significantly impoverish farmers. Our system of supply management means that dairy, egg, and poultry producers have the best balance possible between their products offered and fair and equitable income. Supply management guarantees access to high-quality products. The impact of the Trans-Pacific Partnership would compromise our system, and farms in Canada will shut down, meaning there would be loss of direct or indirect jobs in the thousands. As the member for Moncton, I have a duty to support farmers and ensure that we keep supply management in an honest and just way.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, torrential floodwaters overran the banks of Alberta's Bow and Elbow rivers, creating the most costly natural disaster in Canadian history, and it's taken a huge toll as well. My constituents want to know how we're preventing another disaster. Well, federally, we allocated $3.2 billion for Alberta flood damages. We funded satellite weather forecasting for early warning and flood mapping to enable overland home flood insurance. But largest of all, Mr. Speaker, we opened the doors to the province and to the City of Calgary to use record federal infrastructure dollars for disaster mitigation. It's up to the province and city to access those funds. And for Alberta, that's $3.2 billion over 10 years. For the city of Calgary, it's $63 million alone just this year for the gas tax. Other provinces are getting shovels in the ground this summer, and I urge our new Premier Rachel Notley and Mayor Nenshi to do the same. We are here to work with you.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fiscal restraint is hard on both professionals and users of public services. In any case, they're mainly women who pay the price. It comes as no surprise that the Women's Global Charter for Humanity promotes principles of justice, solidarity, and equality. Through their work with the most vulnerable among us, hundreds of nonprofits relentlessly work to defend these fundamental principles. Obviously, most of the human resources and administrators of these organizations are women. In the riding I represent alone, dozens of organizations work for the collective good. They include ABC des Hauts-Plateaux, La Traversée, les Centres Femmes de Grand Portage. These women change the lives of an incalculable number of families and the most vulnerable individuals. In the fall of 2015, in this chamber, I hope there is a majority of elected people who know that we need partners such as yours. The world would be devoid of empathy without you, and I thank you for your deep conviction that the world should and must be a better place, and for defending these values.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to congratulate and thank all the volunteers, participants, and organizers who supported the CF walks in Watson Lake and in Whitehorse this past weekend, and to highlight, of course, the great work done by Jen Roberts to support multiple sclerosis, and to the participants, organizers, and volunteers of that walk. And, of course, to Cole Byers, a fundraising superstar. This young man has raised over $100,000 for juvenile diabetes research, and to the participants and organizers of the Walk for a Cure. That was wonderful. Congratulations to you as well, and thank you, Cole. And finally, Mr. Speaker, to my sister Becky Ashley and to my brother-in-law Andy, I'd like to wish you both a happy anniversary for your 10th anniversary. I hope Jared and oh my goodness.
The other one.
The other one. My God. Both of them have made you breakfast in bed. Happy anniversary.
The member may have a period of time when he has to live that one down. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lobster season in Cape Breton is off to a good start. Each year this is kicked off in the fishing community of Alder Point with the blessing of the fleet. It gives me great pleasure to rise in this House today and recognise Mrs. Eunice McFarlane, who started the tradition 60 years ago and continues to do so today at the young age of 91. This past weekend I attended the blessing of the fleet. It was an event that allows the community to come together and wish well to the fishermen for a safe and prosperous season. They also honoured those who are no longer with us. The fleet was blessed by Father Peter MacLeod and Reverend Julio Martin. The communities also offered entertainment, fun with games for everyone. Thank you, Eunice, and all volunteers for your tireless dedication over the past 60 years to keep this event going strong. May all those who go on the water to bring our tasty catch to shore have a safe and bountiful season.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent, Essex.
Mr. Speaker, this coming Sunday I will have the pleasure to help celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Leamington Mennonite Home and Apartments. A special service will be held at the Oak Street Mennonite Church in Leamington. The home was originally opened in 1965 by a group of Mennonite churches in the Essex County region and has grown from serving 40 individuals to now over 300 seniors per year. It is the only not-for-profit, faith-based charitable home in the area and raises over $100,000 per year with the help of the community. The home provides exceptional services as well as financial aid to those who are in need and embraces all denominations and faiths. Over 200 volunteers work at the facility throughout the year, visiting with the elderly, taking seniors to appointments, walks, and special events. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all those who have labored so hard over the past 50 years to make the Leamington Mennonite Home a wonderful place for seniors and for so many to enjoy. Those two names were...
The honourable member Chambly-Bourgeois. Mr. Speaker, it's with tremendous pleasure that I rise to highlight the launch of the Women's World Cup of Soccer, which will take place in several cities from June 6th to July 5th. Canada will welcome the world here for the greatest soccer competition on the planet. 552 players representing 23 nations will participate in this ultimate test of courage and determination, during which the international soccer elite will compete. This World Cup represents a wonderful opportunity for all of us to see up close the performances of these accomplished athletes who will give their all for their sport and their country.
We all remember the captivating bronze medal performance of Team Canada 2012 Olympics, led by Christine St. Clair. It was exciting and inspiring. I have no doubt these remarkable athletes will once again make us proud. Today, I join my colleagues in welcoming the world to Canada and, of course, wishing Team Canada the best of luck. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in April at the London Public Library, I was honoured to commemorate the importance of the Noble and Wolfe versus Alley case as an event of national historic significance. A Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada plaque was unveiled at a special ceremony with members, the legal community of London, and members of the Centre for Israel and Jewish Affairs. The Noble and Wolfe versus Alley case is an example of how Canadian courts made decisions that have contributed to building a country that values tolerance and respect. This decision was an important step in the broader struggle for human rights and against discrimination on racial and religious grounds in Canada. Our government is proud to commemorate the Noble and Wolfe versus Alley case as an event of national historic significance. This important ruling by Canada's Supreme Court was a milestone in the battle for human rights and against discrimination on racial and religious grounds in Canada. It should be remembered as a shining example of the contribution Canadian court decisions have made to ensure our country is the strong and diverse nation that it is today. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the pleasure of rising today.
As you're aware, Canada is celebrating 400 years of Francophone presence in the province of Ontario. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the famous explorer Samuel de Champlain traveled the Mattawa River, which runs through my beautiful riding of Nipissing-Temiskaming, as he crossed Ontario. The community of Astorview in my riding has been working hard in preparation for the celebrations. This September, Astorville-Enfin will celebrate 400 years of Francophone culture as well as their 130th anniversary. There will be a fair, grand concert, a French-Canadian gourmet dinner, a parade, dances, and much more. I congratulate the hard-working organizers of the event and invite Canadians across this land to come at a celebration francophone.
To an extraordinary Francophone celebration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, Vancouverites have witnessed something remarkable in recent weeks. A community-led campaign known as Don't Have 1 Million has vividly raised the profile of Vancouver's affordable housing crisis. Founded by Eveline Zia, a young professional Vancouverite, this movement is an inspiring example of young folks standing up for the future livability of their community and their city. Recent data paints a grim picture. Average family-sized townhouses cost $1 million. Rental units are not being built fast enough. Half of renters in BC pay more than they can afford to house themselves, and young Vancouverites are leaving the city for good. To quote Ms. Zia, at a pace that defies reason and the local economy, the dream of affordable home ownership and rental housing is slipping away from too many of us. For young workers like me, or even families with two good incomes, we work hard, but our dreams of a modest home will never materialize in this city. It's time for all governments to listen to the call raised by Ms. Zia and countless others. It's time for a national housing strategy that provides appropriate, affordable, and secure homes for everyone.
Hear, hear.
Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Liberal Party has made it abundantly clear. While this side of the House will be about keeping taxes low and money back in the pockets of hardworking Canadians, the other side of the House wants to dramatically raise taxes on all Canadians by bringing in a mandatory expansion of the Canadian pension plan. Mr. Speaker, he is basically saying he supports a payroll tax hike that would cost someone earning $60,000 $1,000 in take-home pay. Mr. Speaker, a family in Fort McMurray, Athabasca, with a combined income of $120,000 under the Liberal Party plan will cost that family $2,000. This is unacceptable, and we will never let this happen.
Member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, Maureen Vine was a remarkable woman. The epitome of a great citizen, she blazed a trail as an active and caring spouse, mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, and as a strong feminist. Member of Voice of Women for Peace and the Raging Grannies, she was incredibly passionate about her community and worked tirelessly for peace, social justice, women's rights, and the environment. Maureen received the Queen's Jubilee Medal, but the best reflection of her impact is in the words of those who knew her. Maureen is a legend, said one person. Maureen was a role model who made a huge difference in our community, said another. Someone else described Maureen as a champion of real people, helping create and maintain the kind of Canada that I believe in. As her daughter Jocelyn put it, she really is a force of nature. My deepest condolences to her family and her legion of friends. We love you, Maureen, and we will miss you.
The honourable member for Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians want more money in their pocket, not less money in their pockets. Businesses are warning that the Liberal leader's new proposed tax hike could have a devastating effect on jobs, but killing those jobs and squandering economic growth here in Canada. His plan would require that individuals making just $60,000 a year would have to pay an additional $1,000 in taxes. What a shame. Mr. Speaker, Canadians didn't ask for that. They don't accept it, and they will never accept it, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal leader should stop his assault on the middle class.
Honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend the Prime Minister will be attending the G7 summit in Germany. He will be pressed by President Obama, Chancellor Merkel, Prime Minister Cameron, and others to be serious about climate change. He knows, as does the rest of the world, that this pledge to cut 30% by 2030 is nothing more than a press release masquerading as a plan. Having done nothing in the last 10 years, he expects to waltz into the most important meeting in the world and bully and bluster his way through the agenda. He will fool no one. Once again, Canada's reputation will be trashed. Once again, the Prime Minister will resist any serious commitment to reducing GHGs. Once again, he will assiduously work to water down any of the leaders' communique. The G7 leaders know that this plan is both delusional and deceptive. The G7 is not a group for delusions and deceptions. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that the genocidal death cult ISIS has declared war on Canada and specifically called for attacks on Canadians. Instead of addressing ISIS as the cause of their suffering, the leader of the Liberal Party wants to send blankets to their victims.
Oh, my goodness.
Mr. Speaker, this problem will not go away if we simply sit on the sidelines.
You're right, brother.
On behalf of my constituents of Calgary Northeast, I want to say thank you to the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces.
Hear, hear.
Just yesterday, 2 CF-18 Hornets successfully struck an ISIS fighting position south of Haditha in Iraq.
Good news.
On Tuesday, 2 other CF-18 Hornets struck 2 ISIS fight positions near Mosul.
That's great.
Mr. Speaker, these strikes are part of our continued mission to degrade ISIS until they no longer represent a threat to Canada.
Right.
Thank you.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, farmers in Quebec and from across the country are very worried, and with reason. Behind closed doors, with no transparency, the Conservatives are bargaining away the economic future and livelihood of thousands of families. While the Minister of State claims that he's protecting supply management, the minister responsible for Quebec is telling farmers that the government should make concessions so that the Trans-Pacific Partnership will work. A Conservative member, until recently a minister, said that supply management must end forever. And finally, the Prime Minister himself said that Canada has to make difficult choices. On the Liberal side, key members, former ministers included, are pushing hard for us to do away with supply management. Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt only one party is very clear on the issue of defending supply management. Only one party stands side to side with farmers, and that party is the NDP.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, this last month has taught us a lot about what the leader of the Liberal Party is planning for the middle class. On top of all his other high tax and high debt measures, he wants to bring in a mandatory expansion of the CPP of the type that Kathleen Wynne put forward in Ontario.
What's the matter with
Someone earning $60,000 a year would lose $1,000 a year in take-home pay because of the Liberal leader's plan. Employers would also face mandatory increases in their costs, leading to reduced investment and jobs for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the role of Prime Minister is not an entry-level job, and the leader of the Liberal Party has proven time and time again with his proposed schemes that he's not up to the task. Under our Prime Minister, Canadians keep more money in their pockets to spend on their priorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate is dysfunctional and must be reformed. Who said that? Not a member of the official opposition, but a good friend of the Conservative Party, the former Prime Minister of Canada, Brian Mulroney. The Prime Minister had, however, promised to reform the Senate, but it didn't do so. He didn't do so. Why isn't the Prime Minister doing anything to clean up the Senate?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you know, of course, this government brought forward a number of potential reforms to the Senate. Of course, those were looked at by the Supreme Court of Canada, that in its wisdom decided that the only way the court could be, or the Senate could be reformed would be under unanimous decision of all provinces and territories, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, we know that the Senate has brought some proactive changes in to ensure better accountability, Mr. Speaker, and we look forward to that continuing in the Senate.
Honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Once upon a time, the Conservatives promised they would reform the Senate. The Prime Minister vowed he would never appoint a single senator. Well, he's appointed 59 senators, Mr. Speaker. He didn't enact any reform, and the entire PMO is embroiled in the biggest Senate scandal in Canadian history. Now, last night, former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney said the Senate has become a dysfunctional chamber and has fallen into disrepute. When will the Conservatives take responsibility for the Senate mess they created?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, there is something called the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. And, of course, we are the party that brought in, of course, a number of recommendations to reform the Senate, Mr. Speaker. As you will recall, Mr. Speaker, we actually want to see the senators elected. Mr. Speaker, we want to bring in term limits on both of those, Mr. Speaker. The NDP said that they would not support those changes, Mr. Speaker. Now, of course, we brought that forward to the Supreme Court. In their wisdom, the court has decided that the only way the Senate can be changed is through unanimous consent of all provinces and territories. We're focused on the economy, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to be getting into long, protracted constitutional negotiations. We'll continue to focus on jobs and economic growth.
Honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Mike Duffy is a Conservative senator, and he's on trial in court for fraud, breach of trust, and bribery. Now, the Prime Minister won't answer questions about how his office faked residency eligibility and altered official audits. What a cover-up. Now, old school parties, with their old school party operatives, are doing partisan work on the public payroll in the upper chamber. The Prime Minister's office has been involved at every step. How can the Prime Minister continue to defend this unelected, unaccountable, and under investigation Senate?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was the Senate who invited the Auditor General in. Mr. Speaker, we expect all senators to cooperate with that. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, when Canadians go to work, they work very hard, they send their tax dollars here, they expect all members of Parliament and senators to use their money appropriately. We have 68 members of the NDP caucus who have taken $2.7 million from the Canadian taxpayer illegally, Mr. Speaker. They refuse to pay it back, Mr. Speaker. The member for Scarborough Southwest was $140,000. Wow. I hope they do the right thing and pay the taxpayer back.
Wow. Honourable member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard thousands of Indian residential school survivors clearly call for reconciliation and action to put an end to the intergenerational impact of the residential schools. One thing they're asking for is a public inquiry on missing and murdered women. But instead, the minister has decided to show his lack of sensitivity and respect for these women. Why is the minister refusing to take action? The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, and last I checked, I am female myself. And Mr. Speaker, these are terrible crimes against innocent people. And as I've said many times in this House, the RCMP have conducted their own study And the vast majorities of these cases have been addressed and solved. Now, what we don't need is yet another study. We have 40 of those. What we do need is action. And what this government has been focused on is making sure that we take action, whether it be matrimonial property rights or safety plans, other initiatives to protect women. We encourage the opposition to follow suit.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Justice Murray Sinclair asked for a public national inquiry, and that is the road to reconciliation. When will this government do that? At the closing events of the TRC, Justice Murray Sinclair reminded Canadians that reconciliation requires a political response, and it must be done in partnership. Yesterday, survivors of the federally run day schools had their class action lawsuit approved. These survivors survived abuse, they lost their languages and their culture. The question is, will this government work with them to negotiate an agreement rather than continue to fight them in court?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we thank the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the Chief Justice Sinclair for his recommendations and for his work. Our government remains committed to addressing the legacy of Indian residential schools and moving towards reconciliation. It was this Prime Minister that moved forward with a historic apology in the House of Commons on behalf of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, individuals who attended the identified schools as day students were eligible for compensation under the independent assessment process of the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement if they suffered sexual or serious physical abuse. We will review this court decision before determining the next steps.
Honourable member for St. Paul's.
After a painful 6-year journey, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission has released its findings. We now know the truth. Justice Sinclair said meaningful reconciliation will require deliberate, thoughtful, and sustained action. Will the Prime Minister begin that action by confirming that this dark chapter in Canadian history was indeed a cultural genocide, and will he immediately begin work with the survivors, Aboriginal leaders, and the premiers to implement all recommendations of the TRC?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said previously, we thank the Truth and Reconciliation Commission for their work. We thank the former residential school students for sharing their stories with the Commission and with all Canadians. And when the Prime Minister made his historic apology in this House of Commons in 2008, we acknowledged the policy of forced assimilation was devastating to individuals, devastating to communities, and devastating to families. It's a part of our past that while we cannot change it, we must move forward in the spirit of reconciliation. That's what we're committed to do by taking concrete action to improve the lives of Aboriginal Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report is the result of 6 years of meticulous work. Justice Sinclair and Justice McLaughlin have called this situation a cultural genocide. According to a UN, genocide means deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of living calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. That is clear. What is the government waiting for? To recognize this genocide, this cultural genocide, and to implement all recommendations in the report. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Speaker, and again, we thank the Truth and Reconciliation Commission for their work and the former students for sharing their stories with Canadians and with the Commission. We have said, unlike the Liberal Party, which came out without even reading the recommendations to endorse them all, that we would wait for the full report to come out before considering those recommendations, that we would consider them responsibly as a government. And Mr. Speaker, we will work together. As the Prime Minister started this journey in 2008, we will work together in the spirit of reconciliation to make concrete efforts, to make concrete measures to improve the lives of Aboriginal Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, we need to see concrete action on those recommendations. Now, we also know, Mr. Speaker, that the Canadian economy is shrinking. Faced with the crisis in the oil patch and the fluctuation in the prices of raw materials, Canada is among the countries that is doing the worst, below the OECD average. Australia, which depends just as much as we do on raw materials, is ahead of us. Because of a lack of leadership, the government is blaming the global economy. This is a Canadian crisis. Will the government adjust its economic forecasts and create once and for all a plan for jobs and growth in this country, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, The Liberals only have one plan for the economy, and it is to increase taxes. Recently, the Liberal leader talked about implementing the tax proposed by Kathleen Wynne, the Premier of Ontario. That would cost each person earning $60,000 a year, $1,000 a year, and small and medium-sized businesses hiring those companies hiring those people would have to pay the same tax. Now, Mr. Speaker, that will kill jobs, and it will be very costly for families. We are doing the opposite. We are cutting taxes.
Member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, National Chief Perry Bellegarde was clear. We can't have reconciliation while Indigenous people are mired in poverty. Yet here we are with elders being forced to root through garbage dumps for food and children going hungry because their parents have no food to give them. Instead of helping them, the Conservatives are refusing to fix Nutrition North. In the spirit of reconciliation, will the Conservatives give the full subsidy to all northern fly-in communities that are currently not receiving it?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to ensuring that Northerners, like all Canadians, have access to affordable, healthy food. Since the implementation of Nutrition North, the volume of healthy food shipped to northern communities has increased by 25%, and the cost of a food basket for a family of 4 has dropped by $137 a month. Mr. Speaker, if that member wants to do something for the people of the Northwest Territories, he should stop opposing our investments in the Inuvik-Tuktoyaktuk Highway, which would lower the cost of goods and services for his constituents. Why is he standing in the way of that, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. No one should have to root through the garbage for food. But the Conservatives are refusing to acknowledge their mistakes. The Auditor General was very clear. The Nutrition North program has not had an impact on the price of food, and it's not managed transparently. 50 communities have been excluded when they should have been receiving the subsidies. Will the government vote in favour of our motion and work with all Northerners to develop a sustainable solution to food insecurity?
Well, Mr. Speaker, when the NDP brought this issue up in April, they said it was 55 communities. A month later, they said it was 46. Today, they say it's 50. They clearly have no idea what they're talking about on this issue. We're committed to ensuring that Northerners, like all Canadians, have access to nutritious food. Mr. Speaker, we have accepted the recommendations of the Auditor General. We're moving forward on things like community eligibility. We'll do that in a responsible way, considering a number of factors. We won't just put them down on paper, table them in the House without having any idea what we're talking about.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, after having voted in favour of an NDP motion to put an end to the unfair fees to pay imposed by banks, the Conservatives are still refusing to implement legislative measures to put an end to these practices. Yesterday, they blocked our proposal to amend the budget, and this morning, they refused, once again, to give consent to include the measure in the budget. That makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. The government is saying one thing and doing the other. How can the minister vote for a motion and then prevent it from being implemented the next day? How? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands the concerns of Canadians who feel they are being nickel and dimed by bank fees, which is why we've already obtained the commitment from banks to ban pay-to-pay. Mr. Speaker, we've already introduced tough measures to protect Canadians, implementing low-cost bank accounts and expanding no-cost banking options for more than 7 million Canadians. Shamefully, the Liberals and the NDP vote against all those measures. They vote against measures to protect Canadians and consumers. They want to raise taxes on Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Contrast that with our lowering taxes.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, if they have an agreement from the banks, where is it? Is it some secret code or invisible ink? What's going on here, Mr. Speaker? The House overwhelmingly voted in favor of banning pay-to-pay fees. But despite this, today the government blocked us from banning these unfair fees in the budget bill. They're standing in the way of immediately helping Canadians save upwards of $180 million. I don't get it, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians don't either, who are fed up getting their pockets picked. Why are these guys dragging their heels?
Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, obviously he doesn't get it. He votes against consumers every time. Mr. Speaker, again, we're the only government that is consistently standing up for consumers by lowering taxes and putting money back into their pockets. Unlike the Liberals and the NDP that would raise taxes on the middle-class consumers, our government has reduced taxes for middle-class Canadians. Our government has taken action to improve low-cost bank accounts and expand no-cost bank options for more than 7 million Canadians. We introduced the Debit and Credit Card Code of Conduct. Shamefully, Mr. Speaker, the NDP voted against it.
Member for Newton North Delta.
While Conservatives say yes for votes, they then go on to block action that could save Canadians millions of dollars in fees.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday a Conservative MP warned that over 200,000 Canadian families were at risk of missing the deadline for the universal childcare benefit extension. Families that miss the deadline will have to wait another 4 months to receive their benefit. Talk about a bait and switch, Mr. Speaker. Can the minister now tell us exactly how many families missed the government's deadline?
Honourable Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Speaker, we recently brought forward the Family Tax Cut and Benefits. This is a Prime Minister's initiative to put more money in the pockets of moms and dads. We increased the universal child care benefit to $2,000 a year for kids under 6 and almost $720 per year for kids 6 through 17. Now, a lot of families were unaware of this because this is the first time that every single family with kids under the age of 18 was eligible to receive support from the federal government. So I've been reaching out, I've been traveling across the country. I've even produced some popular YouTube videos in order to inform Canadians of these benefits, and we'll keep doing all of those things.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Order. The Conservatives are boasting about their new universal child benefit, except that they're preventing 200,000 families from receiving it. 200,000 families are not receiving it, and they're struggling to make ends meet at the end of the month. They would do well without having to fill out additional forms. Well, we wait to put in place the NDP affordable child care program. Can we at least make sure that all families have access to this assistance as promised? The Honourable Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the history of Canada, there is a federal program that provides assistance to all parents, regardless of their income, regardless of their choice for childcare for their children. We have increased this benefit for up to $2,000 for children under 6 and $720 for children aged 7 to 17. We are working for parents, Mr. Speaker. The NDP should start helping us to make their own constituents aware of these advantages so that all parents can benefit from it. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, it's high time for the Conservatives to look at their record. The economy is not going well. Economic growth has declined since the start of the year. The OECD has just downgraded its forecast for Canada. 2 out of every 5 unemployed people have stopped looking for work because they don't have confidence they'll even find a job. The Conservatives should adopt measures. Will they adopt measures to help people find a job instead of simply helping their well-off friends? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the NDP should realize that we've announced a plan to give money to 100% of families with children under the age of 18. This is an example of helping people in need with the universal benefit for children. This will reduce poverty among children. For 41,000 children, Mr. Speaker, and we are continuing to increase these benefits. But the NDP just has one plan for the economy. It's to increase taxes on families and corporations, companies, Mr. Speaker. That will kill jobs, and that will not help families.
Parkdale High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Conservative mismanagement has driven the Canadian economy to the brink of a recession. GDP actually shrank so far this year, and private sector economists are saying this year will be even worse than expected. Canadians are feeling the effects, with 1.3 million unemployed and job losses mounting in many sectors. Things have gotten so bad that 2 in 5 unemployed Canadians may have actually given up looking for work. Why are the Conservatives ignoring unemployed Canadians while giving billions away to the wealthy few?
The Honourable Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP and Liberals have one plan for the economy. That is to raise taxes. They both now support Kathleen Wynne's Liberal plan to impose a $1,000 payroll tax on every worker who earns $60,000 a year. And the small business that employs that worker will also have to pay $1,000, Mr. Speaker. That will kill jobs and destabilize our economy. Our low tax plan is working. We've created 1.2 million net new jobs, 80% full-time, 2/3 in high-wage sectors. And, Mr. Speaker, just this week, Stats Canada indicated that Canadians in every income bracket have seen their net worth dramatically rise, including a 38% increase in the net worth of Canadians in the lowest event at 20%.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, actually, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives ran a deficit to pay for tax breaks for the rich. That's their record. Mr. Speaker, after a decade of Conservative government, the Canadian economy is sputtering, and families are working harder and falling further behind. We're now trailing behind the United States in job creation with higher levels of unemployment. BMO's chief economist says we're on track for the slowest growth outside of a recession in more than 3 decades. Whoa. So will the Conservatives wait till a recession overtakes us before taking any action to boost growth and create jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, in this fragile global economy, the last thing we need is a tax increase. But that's exactly what the Liberals and the NDP propose. They want a new $1,000 payroll tax on every worker earning $60,000 a year. And small businesses would be forced to pay that same $1,000. That would kill jobs, according to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. Our low tax plan has created 1.2 million net new jobs. And, Mr. Speaker, this week Stats Canada confirmed that Canadians are enjoying higher net worth than ever before.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, economists hardly ever predict recessions. But when, as is the case today, they downgrade their GDP forecast to a miserable 1.5%, that's economists' shorthand that recession and deficits may well be looming. Right. When the facts change, responsible governments change their policies. Yep. So will the government confront this new reality, bring in a new fiscal update before this session ends, and most important, come up with a real plan for jobs and growth?
Good idea. The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals want the government to bring in Kathleen Wynne's new payroll tax. That would be the only new plan that they put forward. They want the average worker who earns $60,000 a year to pay a brand new $1,000 tax, and the employer would be forced to match it. That would force a lot of employers to cut wages and lay people off. We're going to do the opposite. We've cut taxes for every Canadian. We just brought in the family tax cut and benefits, which helps 100% of households with kids. Mr. Speaker, we're putting money directly in the pockets of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Canso.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want a government that respects their tax dollars but also respects the public service. This government is doing neither by making a joke of the collective bargaining process and refusing to provide any evidence that this will make employees healthier or save the taxpayer money. Will the minister start respecting collective bargaining process so that the public service can feel confident any deal reached on sick leave will be fair and honest?
Hear, hear. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Well, I'd like to assure the Honourable Member that indeed we are continuing to bargain with the bargaining agents representing the public sector. But I would remind the Honourable Member, perhaps he's not aware of this, but the current system, which has 14.7 million banked sick days, in fact doesn't even help employees who have catastrophic illness early on in their career. 60% of federal public servant employees don't have enough sick days under the current system to help them when they need it most. We need a fair system for public servants and a fair system for taxpayers.
Honourable member for Quebec and Kansas. And he knows that the $900 million is phony. Talk about fair. He likes to talk about fair and reasonable. Is it fair and reasonable to trample on bargaining rights? Is it fair and reasonable just to prop up his $900 million phony budget application? Is it fair and reasonable to steal away from workers something that was negotiated at the bargaining table? Is it fair and reasonable to try to mislead this House and Canadians about the integrity and about the character of our public service? Mr. Speaker, we see nothing fair nor reasonable about the actions of this minister.
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Order. I think, Mr. Speaker, there were 10 questions in there, but I'll try to focus the honourable member a little bit and indicate, of course, that we are still at the bargaining table, as I mentioned. And perhaps I already mentioned that there are 14.7 million bank sick days in place right now, Mr. Speaker, but it's not working for the public servants who need it most. We need a system that is fair and reasonable for them, fair and reasonable for the taxpayers. The honourable member clearly is on the side of being the shill for the bargaining agents that we are bargaining with. That's his right to do so if he wants to do so. We want to have a fair and reasonable plan for the taxpayers.
Mr. Speaker, the crisis of sexual harassment in the RCMP has shocked Canadians. It is abhorrent that hundreds of women, maybe more, were subjected to discrimination, harassment, bullying, and even assault, all while trying to protect other Canadians. These women deserve justice. Yet this government has sent its lawyers to fight to get their case thrown out of court. Does the minister honestly believe his government has no responsibility for what happened with these women?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for that question. Our government, of course, takes the issue of discrimination and sexual harassment very seriously. All RCMP members and employees should feel safe and respected amongst their colleagues and superiors, and Canadians have the right to expect professional and exemplary conduct from their National Police Service. As this matter is currently before the courts, Mr. Speaker, it would be inappropriate for me to comment further on this case.
The honourable member for Alfred Belin. Mr. Speaker, they're really not taking this file seriously because we learned today the government has asked the BC Supreme Court to reject a class action lawsuit filed against the RCMP by 375 women. Instead of acting to fight violence, bullying and sexual harassment, the government would rather fight the women who are denouncing this unacceptable behaviour. Can the minister explain why the government is blocking this lawsuit instead of working to find solutions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is imperative that all members of the RCMP be free to face the daily and expected challenges of a day's work without harassment and without fear of mistreatment by co-workers and their superiors. Mr. Speaker, as I just said, this matter is before the courts, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment further on this case.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Belin. Mr. Speaker, today the Conservatives, through Bill C-59, announced that they want to collect biometric data on foreign visitors with visas from over 151 countries. And yet the Privacy Commissioner was clear. When the government collects that much information, special precautions are needed to protect privacy and prevent the theft of personal information. And especially when we know that the Conservatives have a disastrous record in this area. Will the Conservatives include additional measures to protect personal information? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Mr. Speaker, we've consulted the Privacy Commissioner, we've accepted all of the recommendations, and these new measures will not apply to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, these are necessary measures to protect Canada against threats like terrorism, and we know very well that the NDP doesn't want to do anything about this, doesn't want to do anything to support our armed forces in Iraq and Syria. They don't want to do anything to revoke citizenship from convicted terrorists. They don't want to do anything to take away passports from terrorists or those who want to travel to Iraq and Syria for that purpose. Mr. Speaker, the NDP's record in this area is terrible.
Member for Esquimalt, 1 to Fuca.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister can crank up the fear machine, but what we're talking about here is gathering biometric data on 2.9 million people within just a few years and making it harder for tourists, family members, and business people to visit Canada. Can the minister tell us if he consulted the immigrant, tourism, or business communities on this proposal? Can he tell us how this data will be protected from the Conservatives' atrocious record on data breaches? Can he tell us who the data will be shared with? On this point, at least, he has to be clear. Will the data be passed on to other security agencies in the United States?
Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Once again, we consulted the Privacy Commissioner and we accepted all of the recommendations that came. These measures will not be applied to Canadians, and we are, in fact, by doing these things, catching up with many of our allies, like the United States, like the United Kingdom, like Australia, like other European countries who've had these measures in place for a long time. Mr. Speaker, the NDP is clear that they want to do nothing to protect this country from terrorism. They want to do nothing to revoke the citizenship of convicted terrorists, nothing to enhance the authority of CSIS to protect us, nothing to do what needs to be done, Mr. Speaker, in a world where terrorism is a serious threat. The NDP are irresponsible on these and other issues.
Honourable member for McLeod. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada recently released some new data showing that many Canadians' families are seeing their net worth increase under our government. I would like to ask the Minister of Employment to update this House on the low tax policies that our government is doing to improve the lives of Canadian families.
Honourable Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While both the NDP and Liberals have announced they support Kathleen Wynne's plan to bring in a $1,000 payroll tax on the average worker in Canada, we've done exactly the opposite. Our low tax plan is not only creating jobs, it's raising the net worth of the average Canadian family. In fact, the bottom 20% of income earners have seen their net worth increase by 38% since 1999. The overwhelming majority of our tax relief measures have gone directly into the pockets of modest and middle-income families. We're lifting people up by rewarding their hard work with low taxes.
The honourable member for Gatineau.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the Federal Information Commissioner, Suzanne Legault, has already warned the government that retroactive amendments to the Access to Information Act, found in Bill C-59, are a dangerous precedent against Canada's quasi-constitutional right to information. However, this government has chosen to ignore her. This is a serious issue, and Ms. Legault has filed a preservation order in federal court to prevent the Conservatives from destroying data. Why has the government refused to listen to the Commissioner?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, we reject any claim that the RCMP did anything wrong by following the express will of this House, of Parliament, to destroy the data from the Long Gun Registry. Our Conservative government fulfilled its commitment to the Canadian public to end the wasteful and ineffective Long Gun Registry once and for all. And we will make no apologies to any member of the NDP for ensuring that the will of Parliament is followed.
Hear, hear. Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, the Information Commissioner is taking this government to court over their attempt to legalize the illegal destruction of documents that she's calling a perilous precedent. She says that it sets the stage for future cover-ups of government wrongdoing, including electoral fraud and scandal. Now, undermining independent officers of Parliament is nothing new for this government, but they're actually trying to retroactively fabricate the will of Parliament to aid in their latest cover-up. Why are they so hell-bent on creating a legislative black hole to send public information to disappear and die?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we reject any claim that the RCMP did anything wrong by following the express will of Parliament. But it's interesting that the NDP continues to bring up this question because the NDP, if ever given a chance, would bring that Long Gun Registry back and everything else.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Go ahead, Dave. What was that? That was the sputtering of a once mighty political machine that's just run out of gas. Speaking of which, we're learning now from media that key Liberal and Conservative senators who are handling the political fallout of the Auditor General's report are actually implicated in the scandal. This is unacceptable. The Prime Minister promised Canadians that he would bring reform. He failed. His own office is implicated in the scandal. What steps will this government take to reassure Canadians that justice will be done with that upper chamber and ensure that full transparency will be brought to this issue?
Here, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as you know, it was the Senate that invited in the Auditor General to review their expenses, Mr. Speaker, and as we've said right from the beginning, we expect that all senators would cooperate and assist the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, but at the same time, we know that the NDP owe $2.7 million to the Canadian taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. There are some 68 members of that caucus who will be spending their summer in the defendant's box at court trying to explain to Canadians why they refuse to pay back the $2.7 million that they owe them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Scarborough Southwest owes $141,000.
Wow.
He's part of a...
Order.
The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, well, it's lucky that things are ending here. There's limits to the avalanches of insignificant utterings that we can hear from the other side. It's sad news. We learned today, Mr. Speaker, that leaders in the Senate, Liberal and Conservative leaders in the Senate, are targeted by the Auditor General's upcoming report. The Conservatives promised a transparent, open government, a government of integrity, and that's not what we got. And the Conservative senators, after Duffy, after Brazo, after all the other ones that the Prime Minister appointed, they're in this report. What are the Conservatives going to do to bring back integrity and transparency to this Parliament for citizens? What are they going to do for taxpayers? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Senator who invited in the Auditor General to review their expenses, Mr. Speaker. But when it comes to accountability, Mr. Speaker, there are 68 members there of the NDP caucus who owe $2.7 million. This member himself owes over $122,000 to the people of his riding, Mr. Speaker. He should pay it back. Instead of making those 29 checks out to the Quebec Separatist Party, Mr. Speaker, if he could redirect a few of those checks to the people of Canada to repay back the $122,000 he owes, they would have...
Order. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, today, 1 year after the Moncton tragedy, it is time to remember. It's also time for the minister to accept his responsibility. Frontline officers are now speaking out. They fear for their safety. Members still, a year later, still do not have proper rifles or training. The government made cuts in Budget 2012, requested kickbacks from Budget 2013, in both cases shorting RCMP funding. Why does this minister continue to leave rank-and-file RCMP members without the proper equipment and training to do their job, putting their life at risk?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you. Today is the day that we remember and honour the 3 fallen RCMP officers who lost their life in the line of duty. We also take the time today to send our thoughts and our prayers. We continue to send it, and we continue to think of the families and the community affected by that horrific event. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is asking about questions pertaining to the OPP report with regards to the report on the October 22nd terror attack on this hill. The claim that any type of budget cut to the RCMP was a factor in that incident was completely false. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out to that member that the Parliamentary Expenditures Operation budget has increased nearly by more than 5 times over than it was in 2007.
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will be at the G7 meeting in Germany this week. Chancellor Merkel, Prime Minister Cameron, and President Obama see this as the most important meeting prior to Paris as it comes up to talk about GHG emissions. The Prime Minister has set a GHG target, which everyone knows is a press release masquerading as a target. The G7 leaders know that this is just simply a deceptive and delusional plan. Why embarrass us once again on the international stage to deceive the world's most important leaders? Why not just admit that the last 10 years has been a colossal conservative failure?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I remind that member and that party their Kyoto Agreement was written on the back of a napkin. So this is, Mr. Speaker, the plan that Canada has put forward to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 30% below 2005 levels by 2030, a reduction of 225 megatons, is a fair and ambitious target for Canada and in line with our international industrialized countries, and will continue to take actions. We announced 3 new sectors that we're going to regulate in methane for the oil and gas sector, fertilizers and energy sector, and we will do that without introducing a job-killing carbon tax.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, farmers in my riding of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles aren't the only ones who depend on supply management. All farmers throughout Quebec and Canada have based their business models around that system. But members of the Conservative caucus don't seem to have a problem with the idea of dismantling it. Can the minister guarantee that the Conservative government won't touch supply management as it negotiates the Trans-Pacific Partnership? The Honourable Minister of Small Business. Mr. Speaker, since 2006, our government has signed free trade agreements with over 37 countries. And, Mr. Speaker, we have always protected the supply management system when we signed those agreements. And in the future, we will do exactly the same thing. We will continue to protect supply management and all the other industrial sectors because this agreement is important. Its access to over 800 million consumers and producers and Canadian exporters will have access to those consumers without tariffs, without quotas. It's important that we sign this agreement, which will benefit all industrial sectors. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Well, the minister can try to sound reassuring, but members of his own caucus are openly talking about dismantling supply management. We don't know what the minister's colleagues are telling him in caucus, nor do we know what's happening at the Trans-Pacific Partnership negotiating table. Farmers in Mirabel know that they can count on the NDP to protect supply management. Can they really count on this government? The Honourable Minister. Farmers in Mirabel, farmers in Beauce, farmers from across Canada, dairy producers, cheese producers, egg producers, poultry farmers, they can count on this government to protect supply management as we've done in the past when we've signed other free trade agreements, Mr. Speaker.
Transcona. The Conservative government has balanced their budget while helping families balance theirs. All families with children in Elmwood Transcona are benefiting from the family tax cut and universal child care benefit and don't want to give the Liberals the chance to take it away. Can the Minister of State for Finance please update the House on the government's efforts to keep taxes at historic lows?
Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, under the strong leadership of our Prime Minister, a typical family of 4 will save a whopping $6,600 this year. But the Liberals and the NDP want to take that money out of their pockets, Mr. Speaker. They want to raise taxes. The Liberal leader wants to impose a mandatory $1,000 a year job-killing payroll tax hike on middle-class workers. We won't let the Liberals get away with their reckless, high-tax, high-spend agenda, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know they're better off with this Conservative government.
Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative government have failed Northerners when it comes to Nutrition North. They have failed to provide affordable, nutritious food to northern remote families. The Auditor General has clearly reported that the Minister and his department failed to ensure that food subsidies were being passed along to northern residents who needed it. I asked the Minister, why have they taken no steps to fix this crisis, and why is food security in the North not a priority for Conservatives?
That's right. Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have taken action. We have invested additional funds into Nutrition North Canada. We have accepted the Auditor General's recommendations. And, Mr. Speaker, we've changed the program from the old food mail program under the Liberal Party. We believe that nutritious, perishable foods that improve the health of Northerners should be what we are subsidizing. They believe in subsidizing snowmobile parts, tires, cans of Coke, and chips. Mr. Speaker, we're focusing on healthy foods for the North, and we're getting the job done.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, the government's ban on issuing visas to citizens of Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone during the Ebola crisis was roundly criticized when it was implemented. The World Health Organization has stated that this measure doesn't work and it doesn't halt the spread of the virus. The government lifted the ban for Liberia last month. When will it do the same for Guinea and Sierra Leone? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Mr. Speaker, we have lifted the ban on visas for one of the countries affected by the Ebola crisis, following a declaration by the WHO that the crisis had ended in that country. We are waiting for similar results from the other countries before acting because we have committed to protecting Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Why does the honourable member and her party oppose, again, biometrics, taking passports away from terrorists, revoking citizenship from terrorists, to all the measures that we're doing to protect Canadians?
Honourable member for Wild Rose.
Mr. Speaker, 2014 was a record year for the tourism industry in Canada, with many destinations showing growth. Overall, tourism revenues grew by 4.7%, reaching nearly $89 billion last year. It being Tourism Week in Canada, could the Minister of State for Small Business and Tourism please update this House on all of the recent initiatives that our government has undertaken to further grow this important industry?
Secretary of State.
First of all, I want to thank the member from Wild Rose for his question, but most importantly, for his leadership as the chair of the Parliamentary Tourism Caucus. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister announced an additional $30 million over 3 years to Destination Canada for them to be able to reach out more visitors from the United States. And, Mr. Speaker, this funding will be matched by the provincial tourism organization, by the territorial organization, and also by the private sector. We will be able to reach more visitors from U.S. to come here to our country.
The honourable member for Haute-Gaspésie-Lamitis-Matane, Matapedia. Mr. Speaker, with the support of the Government of Quebec and the Mayor of Montreal, the local public health service has tabled an exemption request with Health Canada to create a supervised injection site in Montreal. The goal is to help addicts, diminish the number of people who are injecting drugs in streets, and reduce the number of needles that are being left in public parks. The only thing that's missing from the project is the go-ahead from Health Canada. Will the Minister of Health guarantee that her government won't derail this project as it attempted to do with the Insight project in Vancouver?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, what we're talking about is an exemption for illegal street heroin to be injected in a site. So we have put forward legislation that will be moving through the Senate very shortly to ensure that neighborhoods where the Mayor of Montreal might like to put a heroin injection site actually have a say on whether or not they want a heroin injection site. This is an illegal drug. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, I want to know from the Mayor of Montreal what kind of drug prevention and drug treatment services he has available for those who are addicted.
The honourable member for Hunsik. In 2004, Revenue Canada launched an investigation into the Co-op Plus and Co-op Harmony Plus cooperatives. In 2008, over 300 members of those co-ops received notices of assessment. About 270 of those were assessed after years of harassment, while about 30 went to the Tax Court of Canada, and on December 12, 2014, they all won their cases. Out of justice, will the Minister of Revenue ask Revenue Canada to re-examine the files of those persons assessed?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, we've got a very fair tax system in Canada. When the auditors choose to audit any individuals or any company in Canada, that audit is carried forth in a professional manner. In this case, the individuals were found to be in compliance, and they should be satisfied with that result.
And that will bring question period to conclusion today. We'll now invite the Thursday question, and the Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And on Monday, the NDP tabled a motion to stop pay-to-pay, those charges that cost consumers so dearly. So we're wondering, today we're discussing Nutrition North. That's very important. We hope to have the government's support.
Mr. Speaker, the Alberta Strong, Stable NDP majority government had its first full week, and in their first week, they've put in place $100 million in education funding. They put in place a breakfast program for poor Albertan kids. They've been looking to raise the minimum wage and taking action on climate change. That's in the first week of action, Mr. Speaker. Compared with this old, tired government, it's quite a contrast. So I'm also pleased to announce, Mr. Speaker, as you know, that the election starts 100 days today. In 100 days, Canadians will be casting their judgment on this government, and we'll be working hard to make sure Canadians know that they can elect a new NDP government on October 19th. So since the government only has 2 weeks left in its agenda, 2 weeks before the end, I'd like to ask my colleague, the government House Leader, what are they going to do with the first of those 2 last weeks before the end of this government? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our government, of course, continues on its commitment to help out families, not just by lowering the costs they pay for products and services, but most importantly by lowering taxes that they are required to pay to the government and providing more money in their pockets to help them make ends meet. We think that is one of the most meaningful things we can do as a government to help Canadians succeed and meet their aspirations and dreams for a brighter future. Monsieur le Président, l'après-midi sera consacré.
Mr. Speaker, the afternoon will be devoted to the NDP opposition motion.
As 6, the Yukon and Nunavut Regulatory Improvement Act, and this will be the 6th day of debate for that particular piece of legislation, which will support economic development north of 60 while ensuring the preservation of the environment. Monday shall be the 8th allotted day when we will debate another NDP Opposition Day motion. Regrettably, I have noticed that the NDP leader has never taken me up on my suggestion that he allow the House an extended debate on one of their proposals under Standing Order 8116A. As a result, next week we will have the 88th time allocated Opposition Day of this Parliament. En soirée,
in the evening, as required by the standing orders, we'll debate the main estimates. Then we'll consider an appropriations bill, the supplementary estimates, followed by a second appropriations bill. Tuesday morning, we will consider Bill S2, the Incorporation by Reference in Regulations Act, at report stage. This legislation will help streamline regulations and ensure that important safety rules keep up with evolving developments and standards.
we will take up Bill C-59, Economic Action Plan 2015, number 1, at report stage in anticipation that it will be reported back to the House tomorrow. This package of essential measures, such as the family tax cut, enhancements to the universal child care benefit, and a reduction to the small business income tax, are all an important priority for our Conservative government, and I think more importantly, a priority for Canadian families. Since this budget was delivered this spring, however, the Liberal leader has let us and all Canadians in on his economic plans. First, we learned that he thinks that benefiting every single family isn't fair. And then he topped it off when he told Canadians that the Liberals are looking at a mandatory expansion of the Canada Pension Plan, and that will mean a $1,000 typical tax hike for a typical earner and for that earner's employer. And that $1,000 tax increase on two sides, Mr. Speaker, is a significant potential impairment and drag on our economy. It certainly would be a huge drag on the personal finances of Canadian families. On Wednesday, we will return to Bill C-59 if additional time is needed. Thursday morning, we will consider Bill C-35, which is the Justice for Animals in Service Act, Quanto's Law, at report stage and ideally third reading. This is an important bill which will ensure appropriate criminal penalties for killing or harming police and other service animals, dogs, horses, and so on. And speedy consideration of it would be favorable because that would allow it to pass and make it to the Senate for their consideration this spring. I would remind the House that the bill has already received 4 days of second reading debate and was in the Justice Committee for over 5 months. This afternoon, we will again consider Bill S2, and I hope that it will be at third reading. Next Friday, we will return to Bill S7, the Zero Tolerance for Barbaric Cultural Practices Act, at report stage. the House will recall that we are debating the opposition's amendments to gut the bill of its entire contents which demonstrate our Conservative government's commitment to end violence against women and girls. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion in the name of Mr. Bevington on Nutrition North Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from the Northwest Territories for bringing forward this motion on behalf of all of us who represent the North. We are here in order to raise awareness and demand action on the shameful fact that the people I represent and many of us represent are going hungry. Mr. Speaker, they cannot afford to keep healthy food on their family tables. Elders and kids have no food in this country, Canada. And I fundamentally believe that Canadians are simply not okay with that fact. I want to begin by giving you a quick snapshot of what the people in my own riding of Churchill are dealing with on any given day. John Robert Tharasi of Dooley Lake said, quote, "You go to the northern store with $200 and you'll be lucky if you get 1 week of supplies." Wow. Mina Duck from Dooley Lake shared with me that a 4-liter jug of milk is $15. Daryl Beardy from York Landing, which has been excluded from Nutrition North, says a 4-liter jug of milk is $12. Julianne Saunders reported to me that at one time strawberries in the northern store in York Landing were almost $13 and ground beef $14. Mr. Speaker, this has been a historic week for Canada. Our Truth and Reconciliation Commission has come to a close and has given us all a clear mandate. Justice Murray Sinclair said it best when he said, "Reconciliation is not an Aboriginal problem. It is a Canadian problem, and it involves all of us." He spoke directly to the leaders in Canada and the government and asked us to take up the spirit and actions of reconciliation in all that we do. The Commission has given us a roadmap. 94 recommendations that clearly define what this government's role should be in making our broken country whole again. And for our part, New Democrats are fully committed to following these recommendations. I want to address the Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendations in the context of Nutrition North, because when Indigenous peoples are going hungry in the North and the government does not take action to address it, there can be no reconciliation. The TRC report said, and I quote, "We believe that in order to redress the legacy of residential schools and to move towards more respectful and healthy relationships, the Government of Canada, in meaningful consultation with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities, must recognize and address the broader context of the child welfare crisis. This includes matters of child poverty, housing, water, sanitation, food security, family violence, addictions, and educational inequities," end quote. And more succinctly, the formidable Indigenous performer, musician Tanya Tagak tweeted on Tuesday, quote, "#MyReconciliation includes the ending of the food crisis in Nunavut. Subsidize the shipping costs," end quote. We have heard it from Indigenous leaders. We have heard it from this government's own Auditor General, and I personally hear it constantly on the ground in the communities that I have the honor of representing. Northerners cannot access affordable, healthy food where they are. People are going hungry. People are getting sick. The need is urgent, and we cannot wait any longer for action. And I want to acknowledge the work of Lisi Papatsi, the creator of Feeding My Family Facebook page, who's known as a hero in many communities that I represent, who said, "The Inuit never protested. Traditionally, for the Inuit to survive, everybody had to get along, and we didn't create friction. But if we don't start saying something about high costs, then people will think it's okay. Our children are going hungry," end quote. Mr. Speaker, my riding in northern Manitoba includes 14 communities who are eligible for Nutrition North: Bloodvein, Barons River, God's Lake Narrows, God's River, Garden Hill, Lac Brochet, Little Grand Rapids, Poplar River, Oxford House, Red Sucker Lake, Shamattawa, St. Teresa Point, Wasagamak, and Pungasi. In response to numerous complaints about the effectivity of Nutrition North from my own constituents, I, alongside 6 of my colleagues, wrote a letter to the Auditor General asking for a wide-ranging financial and operational audit of the program. The Auditor General agreed, and in 2014, a damning report was released that found huge gaps and a general lack of accountability in the management of the program. No wonder people in the communities that I represent are calling out for action. They know that the program is not working. I also acknowledge communities like Churchill and Pucketawagan that, yes, have a railway, are still remote, and people cannot afford healthy foods to feed their families. I've been advocating for the program to be fixed, and for some time, my requests have been met by an infuriating lack of action on the part of this minister and his staff, who admit freely to me that the problems and inequities that exist within the program are there, but they are in no hurry whatsoever to fix them. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, people are going hungry in our north. Elders cannot afford food. Parents cannot afford to buy healthy food for their children. And if you're a parent who can't afford food for your kids, you can't wait for the federal government to choose to prioritize the issue. You need it fixed now. My colleagues and I are brought here today by the serious health needs of the people we represent. What could be more fundamental than addressing third world food shortages? One of the worst issues we are facing in the north is that some communities, who by all accounts are the most northern and most in need of food, have faced the greatest levels of food insecurity, are excluded entirely from Nutrition North. No credible reason, Mr. Speaker. There are Indigenous communities in my riding that need urgently to be included in the program, because even a program that isn't working as it should is better than no program at all. The communities are York Landing, Brochet, and Tuduli Lake, which is the furthest north First Nation in northern Manitoba. They must be included immediately in the program. We also recognize that there are other communities, as I mentioned, that need to be considered and included. Time is up for this government. What we are saying today is that the government has to step up and immediately contribute the funds necessary to include these excluded communities. It's an easy and straightforward step in the right direction. Children are going hungry. We've crunched preliminary numbers, and approximately $7.5 million would be needed to include the excluded communities. Mr. Speaker, we can do this today, while simultaneously committing this House to look critically at the Nutrition North program from the ground up and do the work necessary to make food security a reality for Northerners. We need to go back to the table and fix this broken program. I want to read into the record the words of one of my constituents, Sheila Marie Beardy from Pucketawagan, who said, "I live in an isolated First Nation, Pucketawagan, Manitoba, where the only means of travel in the summer is by plane or by train twice a week. And in the winter, we have a winter road for 3 months. The high cost of living is ridiculous. We only have one store, the Northern Store. Many of our community members struggle due to the high cost of living in our community." Mr. Speaker, I think of also the Northerners who are making a difference every single day to try and establish food security, food sovereignty in their communities. I think of the work that's being done currently in Garden Hill by Darcy Wood and Sean Loney, working with local young people in Garden Hill to be able to establish community gardens. I think of the work of Diane Delaron Colombe and Waboden, who for years has been working to establish greenhouses and raise chickens on a small scale in communities in our north. I think of the late Oscar Laughlin and leaders in our provincial government who fought to establish some ability to support food security in our north. But, Mr. Speaker, the role here that we need to see is one played by the federal government. We in the NDP understand that food security for Northern Indigenous peoples means more than just Nutrition North. We need to address the food crisis in the North and work together for sustainable Indigenous and Northern-led solutions. In conclusion, I stand in this House to ask this government to stop taking the North for granted. Stop using Northerners for photo ops. I ask them to respect the North and stand with Northerners to put an end to the food insecurity they and we face. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her intervention. Of course, she speaks about paying attention to Northerners, and I'm a Northerner, and I have travelled right across the Canadian North and the Canadian Arctic with our Prime Minister, announcing investments outside of Nutrition North that engage in a suite of food security issues, initiatives like the Northern Greenhouse Initiative, initiatives like the Growing Forward 2 program, cold climate innovation, that are enhancing different technologies in the Canadian High Arctic to bring food security solutions to the North. And I've witnessed those things working in communities like Pond Inlet, in communities like Hay River, in communities like Yellowknife, in communities like Old Crow in the Yukon. In fact, just a week and a half ago, or a couple weeks ago, I was in Old Crow, one of the Nutrition North programs, announcing $1.2 million to help stores grow there. But the member continues to vote against those. Why would that be? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate actually hearing from a Conservative member from the North today in the House of Commons. I've actually heard from a number of Conservative members, from a few Conservative members that are certainly not from the North, and have found it all too easy for them to talk about what we in the North need. But I would ask my fellow colleague from the North to work with his minister to include immediately the almost 50 communities, a number of which are in my constituency, a number of which, far greater, are in Conservative represented constituencies, to include these communities right away. Because, Mr. Speaker, these people they do not deserve this kind of exclusion from the government. Nutrition North needs to be reviewed, it needs to be fixed, and let's begin by including excluded communities right away.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've raised the issue on a couple of occasions in terms of milk because of the very importance of that particular commodity. And no doubt, hopefully I'll get a chance later to expand not only on that, but other aspects of nutritional food for the Northern Canada. The question I have for the members is because I've met and actually heard from numerous of her constituents in regards to Churchill on the issue of milk, asking and lobbying that we need to do more to make milk not only more available, but also practical in terms of cost. And if she wants to provide some comment on the importance of milk in northern Manitoba. As I indicated, this is an issue from my past days in which it has been brought to my attention on numerous occasions because of the many different ramifications of diet and the whole issue of eating healthy.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the high cost of milk is unacceptable in and of itself, but it's also indicative of how unaffordable a range of healthy foods are in our north. As I mentioned, Tuduli Lake, the furthest north First Nation in northern Manitoba, is excluded. I mean, if you can believe it, is excluded from the Nutrition North program. Mr. Speaker, that verges on criminal, right? You're expecting people that live in abject poverty, people who struggle every day, to be able to find almost $15 for something as basic as milk that you can find for a couple dollars here. So, Mr. Speaker, it's so critical that this government takes seriously acknowledge its neglect of northern people, of northern Indigenous communities, and start immediately by including excluded communities, by reviewing Nutrition North, and finally working with Northerners to bring a solution to this dire problem.
Now we have time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my city of Toronto, and indeed in my riding of Parkdale High Park, we have many people who struggle with food security, very low-income people who either can't find work for a variety of reasons or work in very precarious jobs. And for the benefit of Torontonians, for whom the prices in the north would seem astronomical, could the member explain what is Nutrition North and how it falls far short of what Northerners need?
Honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague, because there are so many north-south connections on this issue. In fact, we have seen Canadians and southern Canada rally around this issue, take it into their own hands to try and ship the food that's necessary to their northern neighbours, to people they don't even know, but they connect over social media. It's incredible, a real sense of community in one way and cooperation with amongst Canadians. I only wish that the federal government would show that same kind of spirit and take seriously its obligation toward First Nations, the need to cooperate with northern peoples. But all we see is time and time again, the Prime Minister has done it, his ministers do it, fancy photo ops in the north, great tours in the north, when in fact northern people are going hungry, northern First Nations are excluded from this program. Change needs to happen now. Northerners need to lead the way.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise today to speak to this motion. And before I commence, I'll just mention that I'll be splitting my time with the member from McLeod. Of course, Mr. Speaker, as we've heard in interventions already earlier today, that a lot of Canadians are concerned and indeed supportive of the initiatives that need to take place in the north to enhance food security solutions, and not just under the Nutrition North program, but through an entire suite of programs that our government is delivering. I can think of constituents in Canada like Logan Ashley, who will be very interested to learn about the initiatives that our federal government is undertaking. Mr. Speaker, I'm a Northerner, and I've seen our government's investments in the North and in the Canadian Arctic. I've traveled with the Prime Minister. I've traveled with the respective ministers, not as the opposition would coin it for fancy photo ops, but rather on-the-ground, community-based, real solutions. Solutions that have been generated by the community and solutions that the communities are very much interested in showing the ministers, showing the Prime Minister, showing those members of Parliament from our side who travel, who take the time to go there, who take the time to sit and meet with mayors and councils and chiefs and councils and community members to hear what their needs are, and then to observe beginning, in progress, and end initiatives that they've undertaken with federal government resources and federal government investments. Mr. Speaker, let me highlight a couple of those. The Growing Forward 2 program and the Northern Greenhouse initiatives are something that the Prime Minister announced last year when I was with him in Hay River. I was joined by the Minister of the Environment, who is also the North Regional Minister. We were there in the communities looking at the great work that those communities are undertaking with that Growing Forward 2 program to provide real community-based solutions. And these aren't just about food security solutions. This is skill development. These are employment opportunities. These are making sure that nutritious, affordable, and available foods are available, but on a broad range of skill sets that are undertaken to deliver quality food, multi-year crops, in a challenging northern environment. So this is actually a Canadian success story. This is about Canadians in the North and in the high Arctic finding ways to deliver fresh and available foods right there in their own communities. And Mr. Speaker, we're providing the funding for them to do that, and we're supporting the technology and innovation for them to be able to do that, and at the same time, we're supporting that skill set and that natural connectability to working opportunities and career opportunities. At the same time, we're helping those communities define and meet their food security needs. At my home, in the community of Old Crow, just a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, I was proud to be there to open the co-op store, a First Nation Development Corp community-invested grocery store that's going to provide cooperative investment for that community. So when they shop there, there's going to be direct dividend return to that community. That store is also going to provide employment. That store is also going to provide training opportunity and work opportunity for people living in that community. And that store is providing accessibility to more affordable foods and to more nutritious foods. So when I was in there, what did I see? I saw a store full of fresh fruits and vegetables. I saw a store that had products in it that were far cheaper than in the past. I saw a program and service delivery that our government is invested in that's working, that the community was there to celebrate. They see the real and tangible results of programs that are working, not one in a vacuum, like the Nutrition North program, but a whole suite of programs, be that the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency, which, by the way, was created by our government to improve and enhance the working opportunities and economic development opportunities for people of the North. Those included food security solutions, like this one that the Development Corp has put forward in Old Crow. They've been strong advocates of investing in their own community solutions, and we've done that with and for them. And we've been strong and proud participants and supporters of that program. So, Mr. Speaker, we hear somewhat of an incoherent thought from the opposition because, on one hand, they'll stand in this House today and criticize the Nutrition North program, but then urge the government to add 50 more communities to it. I'm not sure that's a coherent argument, that you would chastise a program but then say more Canadians and more Canadian communities should be added to it. It's a bizarre track of thinking. But, Mr. Speaker, let me talk about a couple of the communities that they've put down on a napkin here. One of the communities that they've added is already a full beneficiary of the Nutrition North program. Governing is a responsibility that we take seriously. And it's not something that you can do by just drafting a list of communities, putting that on the back of a napkin, dropping in Parliament, and then asking Parliament to just simply add those communities without thought. It's irresponsible. And when you look at some of the communities they've put in place, some of them are already on this list. Mr. Speaker, some of those communities in the design of this program have road accessibility, so it's already far more affordable for them to truck supplies into those communities than some of the communities we're talking about in the Canadian High Arctic. Those that rely on shipping crates and shipping containers to come in. Those who rely on seasonal accessibility to their communities. Communities like the one in the Yukon. That's a fly-in only community. So, Mr. Speaker, it shows you when you have members from the opposition from Toronto standing up to speak about these things. We appreciate their support and their concern and their attention to the North, but they clearly don't understand the realities of these communities because they haven't been there. And yet they're willing to stand in this House and chastise our government for, what, having been there. And I've been there. I've been there with the Prime Minister, as I've mentioned. I've been there with the respective ministers, several ministers, every single year. The Prime Minister of this country has been across the North 10 times. 10 times he's visited since 2006, more than any other Prime Minister in the history of this country. More attention, more investment for the people of the North than any other Prime Minister before. And this is a Prime Minister who works in and works with the communities, dispatches his ministers on a regular basis to go to the North, dispatches his members of Parliament to go to the North and work in and work with the members of that community. There are 2 members on this side of the House that live in Northern Arctic communities that can speak about the very real challenges, and we're seized with those. We understood the Auditor General's comments. The Minister embraced those quickly, and in fact, almost the date of the tabling of that report had already actioned. Many of the recommendations had already moved to significantly improve the recommendations that were made. And we haven't stopped there because we understand fundamentally that Nutrition North is one part of a suite of programs that our government has deployed since 2006 to improve the working and living conditions of Aboriginal people. And those include things, Mr. Speaker, like our family tax cut, so that we're able to leave more money in the pockets of hardworking Canadians, more money in the pockets of mums and dads, so that they can spend their money on the needs that they define that are important for them. But the opposition wants to take that away. The opposition votes against that. Mr. Speaker, another real example, just a couple of weeks ago, and I see I only have a few minutes left to speak about this, but a couple of weeks ago I was joined by the Minister of Health in my territory. We announced $13 million for chronic health management in our territory. And those kind of things, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, across the north, certain rates of disease like diabetes are higher than the national average, in some cases 4 times higher. So that boils down to the need to invest in chronic disease management. It boils down to the need for us to invest in nutrition and dietary supports and programs. It boils down to the suite of programs that we're delivering to make sure that we can effectively manage chronic disease, which is a challenge in the north. I personally spent time in one summer running from the northern part of the Yukon to the southern part of the Yukon to raise awareness and funds for diabetes, and to make sure that people were aware of that, and to make sure that our government was prepared to continue to invest in that. So, Mr. Speaker, all of these things we're doing, step in and step out, whether policy investments, legislative adaptations, or direct or indirect contributions and services from our government and into the territorial governments for them to outlay their local priorities for under their local governance structures. Everything that we've done in this massive suite of programs, guess what? The opposition stands up and votes against it. So it's really disingenuous for them to stand in this House and say the government should, the government should, the government should, and then every time we table bills or policies or investments, they vote against it. I say this, the opposition should get on board and start supporting what we're doing in real terms for the great people of the North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, it's great to hear voices from the North, from the government side, on a day where I've heard from a number of Southern Conservatives. In fact, one of them, I think, spoke about how important the North is to our heritage. I mean, you know, Mr. Speaker, I think you know, there's been some. We've heard about the Prime Minister's tours. We've heard about, you know, all the ministers that have gone places. You know, and I've seen pictures on ATVs. I've seen pictures in front of, you know, schools. I mean, these are great pictures, and I'm sure a really great time. In fact, the Prime Minister, came to our constituency, which was, which is very, very nice. Except for the fact is that nothing's actually being done on one of the most fundamental issues that Northerners face, which is dealing with the hunger that they face. I mean, Mr. Speaker, it is Canada. 2015, in one of the wealthiest countries in the world. And the first peoples of this country are going hungry in northern communities. There are people that were eating out of the garbage dump in Rankin Inlet, Mr. Speaker. So to hear about the Prime Minister's travels is frankly insulting to the reality that northern Canadians face. Let's see this government use that same enthusiasm for travel and putting it into actually making a difference for northern Canadians.
Honourable member for Yukon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what's shameful is the opposition failing to support all of the very real measures that I indicated. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you clearly what the reaction is in the northern communities when the Prime Minister and those ministers travel and visit. You know how I can say that? Because I've been there. I've been there with them. From the Yukon to Northwest Territories to Nunavut. I've been there. And I've watched the programs and services that we've delivered. I've watched the community work with our ministers. I've watched the community partners engage in these activities with direct federal spending. And I've watched the pride and the sense of accomplishment and the very real support that they feel when our government is there with them directly, meeting with them. And this government and our ministers and the Prime Minister will never apologize for actually being in those communities to hear directly from Canadians and attempt to live the same lifestyle that they do, unlike the opposition.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Yukon for his passion and for his speech. He is one of the leading advocates for protecting our hunting, fishing, and trapping heritage in this country. And what I've heard when I've talked to people in the North is that they want to be able to hunt, trap, and fish. They want to be able to provide for their families in the ways that they have done so traditionally. So I'm wondering if he can talk about, we talked about the full suite of measures that we've taken to address food security in the North, and if he can talk about how does he think having an opposition party that's anti-hunting, anti-trapping, anti-seal industry, how does that affect the North? And why? How can we, as a Conservative government, support Northerners in their desire to protect their hunting and fishing heritage?
I'm not sure that that's actually pertinent to the question that's before the House. I do know that there's a in-country foods element to Nutrition North. So perhaps the honourable member, I see the honourable member for Yukon on his feet. I think he's going to give the question a go just the same. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think you highlighted it perfectly. I mean, there absolutely is a country foods element to this program. Northern Canadians tell us over and over again that country and traditional foods are so critical and so important to their dietary needs. And I'm proud to be joined by the chair of the Hunting and Angling Caucus here with me, because we both know and we both understand the importance of traditional ways of life for dietary needs of Northern Canadians. We're proud to stand up and support that. I can't believe the opposition continues to vote against those measures and speak out against it. It's absolutely not reflective of the needs of Yukoners, the needs of people from the Northwest Territories, and the needs of people from Nunavut. But they can count on this government to continue to support them in that manner, in their traditional ways of life, and we're proud to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's time for one brief question and answer. The honourable member for Lanty-Labelle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it's pretty strange that on the other side of the House, there's this assumption that we don't know anything about our territory and the northern reality, Mr. Speaker. I myself have experienced that reality on a reserve. I've hunted to bring meat back to the village, and I know how important this part of the diet is for those who do subsistence hunting. So I think it's rather strange that they just put us all in the same basket, Mr. Speaker. Now, when we're talking about road access, I think it's important to make some distinctions here. There are areas that are accessible by ice roads, but when the ice thaws in the spring and in the fall, when there isn't enough ice, there is no access at all. Could you please comment on that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's why I said we're proud to invest in a whole suite of programs and services, from cold climate innovation to the Northern Greenhouse Initiative out of the Growing Forward 2 program. These are all the kinds of things that we can do to help sustainable communities develop their own food security issues and make them community-based solutions. So we're proud to do that. I'm always surprised, of course, when the opposition votes against those measures that we put in place. And in respect to the hunting and angling piece in the prelude to his question, Mr. Speaker, I'm only reflecting back on the comments that were made by the members themselves when they effectively chastised our government for studying and supporting the hunting and angling heritage in this country. So those aren't my words. Those are the words of the opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise as a Southern member of the Conservative government to speak on this issue tonight. I want to speak a little bit about some of the government's ongoing efforts to work with its partners to ensure people in the North have access to a variety of fresh and nutritious foods at affordable prices, and also in a manner that's cost-effective and transparent to the residents, the retailers, and the government. By any measure, as many of my colleagues have noted, Nutrition North is achieving the goals we have set out. As we know, this program provides subsidies to food wholesalers and retailers to help offset the high cost of bringing these foods and these items to isolated northern communities. These products are an essential part of a healthy diet. Products many of us in this place today would have no problem going and picking up at our supermarket on any day of the week. These are fruits and vegetables, meats and alternatives, milk, and perishable dairy and grain items. However, as we've talked about today, in isolated northern communities, these important items were not always available, and if they were available, only periodically. And when they were available to residents in the North, they were often priced way out of reach for most families to acquire due to the high cost of flying these items in, especially to some of those isolated areas in the northern part of our country. However, today, thanks to this program that was initiated by our government as part of our broad northern strategy, Northerners are seeing a greater amount of variety of nutritious, perishable foods in their local markets. Between the program's launch in April 2011 and March of last year, the average annual weight of eligible items shipped to these communities rose by more than 25%. The facts are that in the North, the availability of nutritious and perishable food is up and prices are down. Over the last 3 years of the program, between April 2011 and March 2014, the cost of the revised Northern Food Basket for a family of 4 fell by an average of 7.2%. That may not seem much, but if you add it up, that translates into a savings of nearly $140 per month per family. That's about $1,600 a year, and that is a substantial amount of money. In fact, the cost of a food basket in Tuktoyaktuk, located in the riding of a member of the Northwest Territories, has decreased by 13.8%. Mr. Speaker, the member who's brought this forward should be supporting Nutrition North and actually doing work to help Northerners receive affordable and nutritious food. According to the most recent data available provided by the Northwest Company, the average price of a 2-liter bag of milk, which we've talked a lot about today, in the Rankin Inlet Nunavut was $4.45, less than half of what it was costing before this program was available. Let me move on to eggs. The data collected also found that eggs are $2.59 a dozen in Rankin Inlet, down more than 40% from the $4.39 a dozen they cost before this program was instituted. It is the same story in communities across the North. For example, in March this year in Salouet, Quebec, you could buy a bag of apples for $6.19. Without the Nutrition North Canada subsidy, those apples would have cost about $18, almost 3 times as much as they cost with this program. These and the numbers I've cited represent progress, real progress for Northerners, something our opposition is obviously against. Even with all the success from Nutrition North, we continue to seek ways to make Nutrition North Canada even better. For example, and has been stated in this House, all the recommendations offered by the Office of the Auditor General in its review of the program last year have been accepted by this government. In fact, we have identified virtually all of the same issues and have already taken action to enhance the program before the Auditor General's report was even issued. A key element is the ongoing refinement of the program is the regular discussion between our government and Nutrition North Canada Advisory Board. This board represents the perspectives and interests of Northern residents and communities to ensure they receive the full benefits of this program. The Advisory Board has stated its strong belief consumers will be able to clearly see the amount of the subsidy passed on to them. This will ensure greater retailer transparency and accountability. We believe the impact of these subsidies should be both more immediate and clearly visible to Northern residents. Northerners want, and they deserve, the assurance the benefits and the subsidies provided to wholesalers and retailers are being delivered to them in a full and fair way. In addition, Canadian taxpayers, they expect and deserve the same accountability and transparency. Greater transparency would also benefit wholesalers and retailers involved in this program. This will enable them to show consumers they are indeed using the full amount of the subsidy they receive for its intended purpose. Its intended purpose is providing Northerners with greater access to nutrition, perishable foods at a lower price. In March of this year, the Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development took note of a new practice implemented by the Fédération de Coopératives de Nouveau-Québec. This practice is putting the amount of the subsidy of each eligible item purchased right there on the cash register receipt. The NDP would be aware of this, and I could show them if they would like, that if they looked on the Nutrition North website, because it is right there, clearly shown, but if they had not, they would realize also that several of the communities that they've put forward on this list are already fully subsidized in the Nutrition North program. For example, let's move on to Nunavik. In each of the 14 stores the Fédération de Coopératives du Nouveau-Québec operates in Nunavik, the receipt shows the amount the Nutrition North Canada subsidy has on each item. In fact, there's a total at the bottom of the receipt where it says, and I quote, "The Nutrition North Canada program saved you this many dollars and cents on your purchase today." It's right on the bottom of the receipt. Now that is true transparency, and it is why, after learning this practice in March, the Minister directed the Nutrition North Canada Advisory Board to examine this approach this approach that was taken by this innovative retailer and recommend how we can implement a point-of-sale system of this kind on a much wider basis. I would also point out, Mr. Speaker, we wanted to keep in mind any costs related to implementing a point-of-sale system would not impact any of the subsidy dollars. Obviously, these are very important considerations. It is essential that administrative costs for this program are kept to a minimum. Indeed, our government is already working with the Advisory Board to consult with stakeholders on what additional measures could be implemented to enhance cost containment and also to ensure the sustainability of the Nutrition North Canada program. Mr. Speaker, greater transparency, like that provided by the point-of-sale system I described, contributes to greater accountability, which contributes to greater sustainability of this program. Perhaps even more important, the point-of-sale information will help to achieve our goal of enabling Northerners to better see Nutrition North is working for them. Shoppers in isolated northern communities will be able to see exactly how much and when the subsidy is applied to their grocery bill. It will encourage greater transparency by retailers as well. That is why we'll be reviewing the Advisory Board's recommendation on the point-of-sale system. We'll be doing that in the next coming weeks to determine the best approach for implementing that point-of-sale system. And this is, like I said, this is an approach that will benefit Northerners as well as retailers. Mr. Speaker, Nutrition North is an excellent program. It is well designed, it is well managed, and most importantly, it is achieving the goals that we've set out to help Northerners. However, we've heard from many of my colleagues today that although it is an excellent program, our government recognizes that nothing is perfect. Initiatives such as the point-of-sale program are ways that we can improve this system moving forward. That is why we are absolutely committed to working with northern communities to make improvements to any program, including Nutrition North Canada. And that, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what we are doing. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech on this issue. He talked about the advisory board. I wonder if he recognizes that 5 out of 6 of the members of the advisory board were contributors to the Conservative Party in the Northwest, throughout the North. That seems like a very high percentage to be simply done by chance. Now, when he talks about the point of sale, there is this issue that was raised in Iqaluit to me when I was last there. The food subsidy rate is $2.40, and it's clearly identified on Northern Store's sales items within the store. But the understanding is the bulk rate for freight, air freight to Iqaluit, is half of that. So that, in fact, if there's $2.40 subsidy, the store actually only has to pay $1.20 for the freight. So does my honourable colleague think that we should have a very close examination of the rates of subsidies to ensure that they match up to what is perceived as the method of subsidization, that is the cost of freight?
The honourable member for McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Northwest Territories for his question, or questions. There is a few in there, and I'll try and get to them. Regarding his comments on the advisory board, that's quite disappointing when you have a group of people from the north working extremely hard to give us direction and advice on how this program and programs such as Nutrition North Canada are working, and for them to come up with ideas like the point of sale program, I think is an outstanding contribution from those volunteers in the north. So I think that's really disappointing that he would make such an attack on volunteers who are helping us develop programs for the north. But in terms of his numbers, this is a member who not long ago said, we have 55 communities we want to add to this list. Then it's 42. Now I think we're back to around 50. I think they should be doing a little bit more due diligence and some work when they're actually commenting about some of these programs that we're trying to implement.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if I may just pick up on the last couple of words in which the member just made reference to, and that's the issue of due diligence. The Canada's Auditor General has actually expressed a great deal of concern in regards to retailers in the North, in the sense that the department has no real, genuine sense on whether or not the savings through the program that consumers should be experiencing as a result of the Nutrition North program are actually being realized. In other words, are retailers taking advantage of the program at the cost of the consumer? And I'm wondering if he might want to provide comment on that. This isn't something that the Liberal Party is saying. This is something in which the Auditor General of Canada is saying.
The honourable member for McLeod.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Winnipeg North for his question. We did take heart to the Auditor General's report. We talked about that in my speech. We've addressed many of the same, or identified many of the same issues that the Auditor General had identified in his report. We started implementing some of the changes, and before his report was even published. So I think, as I said in my speech to my colleague, is the fact that we started addressing some of those recommendations and accepted all the recommendations of his report. And as we're moving forward, and again, the point of sale system will help address some of those transparency issues. And I think when people have their receipt and they can see right on there the different levels of the subsidy on whether it's a box of cereal or a bag of fruit, they will see the subsidies that are there.
I think we have time left for a short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member mentioned, the NDP has changed the number of communities they believe should receive this additional subsidy envisioned in the motion 3 times in the last 6 weeks. The Auditor General himself said that Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada should review community eligibility and base it on need. Some of the communities that the NDP has proposed have year-round rail access, have year-round road access. They're changing, it seems, by the hour. So perhaps he could does he agree with me that we should be actually following the recommendation of the Auditor General and putting this through a criteria mechanism rather than just picking communities which is something he didn't recommend in his report?
The Honourable Member for McLeod.
Well, I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development for his work on this file as well. And that's a great question. They have gone back and forth on the numbers of the communities they want added. And I have a list of some that are here. Weenusk is one. Nahanni Butte is one. Lords de Blanc Sablon is another that are on this list that are already receiving full subsidies from this program. So this program is intended for isolated communities who have limited access, whether it's by rail or flying in. Many of the communities that they have on this list that they wanted added to Nutrition North have either year-round rail service or year-round access to highways. So they would not be eligible for the Nutrition North program. So I think they really should have done some due diligence before they were compiling this list, whereas ourselves, we are going by the recommendations of the Auditor General, which I think is the prudent thing to do.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by saying that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, and I would also like to acknowledge that we are on unceded Algonquin land. In the month of August last, I had the opportunity to travel to Nunavik with my colleague from Abitibi Bay James Nunavik AU. In my case, I was doing a trip that was focusing on housing, but I also had an opportunity to just to see what daily life was like for people in villages. We visited several places. We visited homes, and I saw what kind of problems exist in the area of housing. For example, overcrowded housing, many people living in one house. And I also had an opportunity to see what kinds of major renovations were needed in these homes. Now, we also went to visit a grocery store, Mr. Speaker, and we took photographs because we really couldn't believe what we were seeing, Mr. Speaker. And I'll just give you a few examples so that you get an idea of what I'm talking about. So $3 or $4 is what a bag of potatoes would cost here, but there it would be $8. Watermelon, $20, Mr. Speaker. It costs about $5 here. If you want to buy frozen orange juice, it costs about $8 there, something that would cost $4 here. 10-pound bag of potatoes, $8.49 versus $5. A can of Pepsi, $3.29. Last week, I saw some on sale here, and they were on sale. You got a case of 12 for a few dollars. A loaf of bread costs about $5 versus $2 to $3 here, and a liter of milk costs $3.85 versus $2.50 here. So, as you can see, Mr. Speaker, prices in Nunavik are about 2 to 4 times higher than what we pay here. I saw some roast beef there for sale, and now it was frozen, and it cost more than $40, Mr. Speaker. And no one wanted to buy it, actually, because it was way too expensive. Now, we also met municipal councillors. We met with 6 municipal councillors and with bankers, and we wanted to talk about the local situation. We want to talk about infrastructure, and we had some very, very good conversations with them. And then there's one that really sticks in my mind. We spoke with an Inuk municipal councillor who was talking about their situation. Now, this woman in particular was living in a house with 9 people. No, 9 people really is nothing compared to the other homes, because there are people who live in 2 to 3 bedroom homes, and there are over 12 people. So she was the only one earning a salary. She was a cashier at a grocery store. But there are very few jobs, Mr. Speaker, in the north. So out of those 9 people, she was the only one earning a salary, Mr. Speaker.
And what I wanted to say was that her grocery bill was $1,000 a week for 9 people on one salary, $1,000 a week. How much do you think a cashier at a grocery store earns? Maybe $25,000 a year? Perhaps. If that's her salary, then in groceries alone, she's spending twice her annual income, and that's with the subsidies from Nutrition North. So it's very expensive in the north. Obviously, all the food is brought in by boat or by plane. In the summer, boats can get there, but in the winter, it's only by plane. There are no roads. We went by plane. Among other things, because of the cost of fuel, it drives up the cost of food in the north. And the Auditor General isn't even sure that retailers are passing on the subsidies of the Nutrition North program. So that's why the food is so expensive up there. Because the food comes from the south, it's not culturally appropriate. And I think it's worth quoting, I'm not sure if this has been quoted before, but the estimate is that healthy food is not, the people are not getting their country food. The food choices are being forced on them. For example, fruits and vegetables. That's not the type of thing. Fruits and vegetables are not what people traditionally ate in the north. So when I go to the grocery store and I see fruits and vegetables, I have to ask my kids, what are those? Because they've only been eating fruits and vegetables in the last few years. So as you can see from that excerpt, the people in the north are not used to eating this food that comes up from the south. So it's imposed on them, and it needs to be stored too, because it's much more perishable. What are some possible solutions? Not colonialist, paternalistic, ethnocentric solutions that like those coming from the department. There's all kinds of better solutions. The local population has good ideas, suitable ideas too, ideas that suit their lifestyles. They're already working on some projects. For example, we talked about greenhouses further north. In Nunavik, there are no greenhouses, so that would be a good project. But in order to do that, they need support to develop greenhouses. For example, local infrastructure like hydro production, because they're not on the Hydro-Quebec network. But you need to, obviously, to heat greenhouses and have electricity in them. locally produced food, for example in greenhouses, would be much fresher, much better for health, more traditional or culturally suitable. These would be local choices as opposed to choices that are forced on them. Another example, people who gather blueberries, because we were there during blueberry season, why not exploit local resources for that? When in the Abitibi, my mother and my siblings and I used to go pick blueberries and sell them at the grocery store. That created jobs, it used local resources, and it brought healthy food that people like eating. There's also the seal hunt and the caribou hunt. That would create jobs in the north. And there are some communities who already ask residents to go hunting, bring caribou back, and then they redistribute that caribou within the community. So there are already communities doing this kind of thing. Why not keep that up? But there are some obstacles to using local resources. For example, houses are not suitable for hunting in the north. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, if you went caribou hunting and you brought a caribou home. Where would you stick it? In your house? In my house, there's nowhere to stick a caribou either, to store a caribou or to clean it and butcher it. But in the north, that's what they do because they are doing what they would normally do. So what they end up doing is putting the caribou in the bathtub or in the shower stall or whatever, and this causes mold problems. There's also climate change. For example, the melting of the permafrost that causes soil subsidence or collapse. And so human activities in the north can actually be counterproductive. They can discourage people from their traditional activities. I know the subject of today's motion is food in the north, but I think we need to speak about this from a much broader context than the current subsidies under the Nutrition North program. We need a respectful plan. We need nation-to-nation negotiations. We need to rethink our relationship with northern populations. We need to give them the means to come up with their own solutions. We just saw the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report, and it talked about how important it is to start right away repairing the broken down relationship we have with Aboriginal people. So if we truly want to achieve genuine reconciliation, why not start right away by giving Aboriginal communities in the north the means for self-determination and to come up with their own solutions for things that are necessities of life, like food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Member for York West.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague. I appreciate the interest in this issue. I think it's extremely important that people, in particular children, and there's far too many children are going to school right here and in many parts of Ontario, Quebec, and elsewhere. I can only imagine the amount of children due to the high costs of food in the north. I'd like to hear more about her comments on what she thinks should be done, in particular on the schools, as a way of trying to remedy some of the problems in the north when it comes to school-age children getting proper nutrition.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, it's not up to me to solve northern problems. The Aboriginal people living there in the north, they're the ones who should be telling us what they need, what they want. There are huge needs in the schools, so we need to sit down with them and ask them, for example, what would you like to see? A Liberal member earlier was talking about milk. And yes, for us in the South, milk is essential. But you know, cow's milk is not really all that suitable for the human body. A lot of people have lactose intolerance, for example. So when we're talking about young people in schools and their nutrition, we need to start by gathering the facts. Because if we're talking about milk, for example, in schools, is that really a good idea? Is that really suitable? Maybe there's a better solution. As I was saying, you have to have a nation-to-nation relationship in order to solve these problems, but you have to, these difficult problems, but you have to start by talking. Questions and comments?
Member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a huge thank you to my colleague for her excellent speech, which not only did she share her thinking based on her trip to northern Quebec, but she also clearly said that as a member from southern Canada, she recognizes that the solutions have to come from northern people. We need to work together cooperatively. And I'd like to ask my colleague if she could share her thoughts about the fact that there are about 50 communities, most of them First Nations communities, that are completely excluded by this Conservative government from the Nutrition North program. They've been asking to be included immediately. This is something we could do immediately. It would be a direct response, and it would bring not justice, but it would be part of a solution to a crisis that is currently going on in many communities in our country. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Like my colleague said, it's only part of the solution. It's not the whole solution. It's putting out flames. People have to go look for food in dumps. People are spending $1,000 a month, a week, for groceries when they don't even have jobs. So, meanwhile, while awaiting a better solution, I'm just talking about putting out fires. You have to make sure everyone has enough to eat in the north like we try to do in the south. We were talking about this problem in schools here in the south with children. Why would the north be any different? It makes no sense. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the Conservatives have come at this by saying, well, there's some communities that have roads and maybe winter roads and this and that. But clearly in our motion we want to create an equitable program eligibility criteria for northern communities based on their real circumstances. The real circumstances are the price of food. That's the real circumstances for the person who has to go, the mother who has to buy food for her child is the cost of the food. Would you not agree? Would the member not agree? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. You have 30 seconds. Of course, Mr. Speaker, I agree. Often we say that a family's bill has gone down by 15%, but if a person is paying $1,000 a week for groceries and their bill goes down by 15%, that's still $850 a week. For the cashier I was talking about earlier, that's still more than 1.5 times her salary. So you really need to look at the needs of each community and not the current criteria.
Resuming debate. Reprise the débat. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to speak on this today. I think it would be instructive for those who are following this debate just to have a quick look at what this motion actually says. It is a motion put forward by our member from Northwest Territories, and it reads thus: that the House call on the government to take immediate action to fix Nutrition North and improve the well-being of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal Canadians in Northern Canada by A, immediately including in the Nutrition North program the 50 fly-in isolated northern communities that are not currently eligible for the full subsidy. B, initiating a comprehensive review of the Nutrition North program with Northerners as full partners, and determine ways of directly providing the subsidy to Northern residents and determine supports for traditional foods. C, creating an equitable program eligibility criteria for Northern communities based on their real circumstances. D, providing sufficient funding to meet the needs of all northern communities, and E, work with all northerners to develop a sustainable solution to food insecurity. You know, if we've been following this debate over this afternoon and this morning, it's interesting that the Conservatives keep on talking about the numbers, and the numbers are different. Well, the 50 that we have, the 50 identified in this motion, have really been identified by the Auditor General. And so we're just agreeing with the Auditor General that something needs to be done. And what does this motion actually mean? Well, what we're hoping is that that Canada will create an equitable program eligibility criteria for northern communities based on their real circumstances, provide sufficient funding to meet the needs of all northern communities, and work with all northerners to develop a sustainable solution to food security. Now, I think it's interesting if we go back a little bit, and I'll tell a little personal story about when I lived in the Northwest Territories for 5 years. I lived under a different program to help with the high cost of food in 1961. The federal government, or in the early 60s, I'm not sure it was 1961, but they started the food mail program. And when I lived in the Northwest Territories, that was what I lived under. And I always found it interesting because I lived in two different communities, one on the road system, which was Yellowknife, but also one that was off the road system, Rankin Inlet, at that time part of the Northwest Territories, not part of Nunavut. And in my job, I had to travel around, and I always thought it was interesting back in those days that the food cost was so high, even under the food mail program. But an interesting thing happened that in Coppermine, which was a flying community further north of Yellowknife, it was interesting that a case of beer cost the same as it did in Edmonton. So back in those days, you could have a subsidized alcohol program that really was essentially the same cost as it was in a province, in a provincial capital. Now that has changed now. I know that there is a liquor board in Northwest Territories, and it's not that way now. But I think it's instructive to know that there always were some inequalities and some problems with the way the old food mail program worked. And then in 1991, when the program was managed by Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada, they received in 1991 they received a transportation subsidy from the department to the communities did to deliver items to isolated northern communities. And over the years, because of population growth and increasing fuel prices, expenditures increased, and the program often exceeded its budget. But in April 2011, Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada introduced Nutrition North Canada. The objective of the program was to make healthy foods more accessible and affordable to residents of isolated northern communities. Certainly a worthy goal of that program. But that program, Nutrition North Canada, was a transfer payment program based on a market-driven model, quite a bit different than the old mail program. And in the spring of 2011, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development conducted hearings into Nutrition North, and there were many recommendations. But I would just like to highlight one of those recommendations, and that was that the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development conduct a comprehensive review of the Nutrition North Canada program after 3 years. Now, the government has indicated that they are looking at it, I think is the word, the terminology that I've heard today. They're looking at it. They're going to review it. They've used some other words too, but it doesn't sound like a comprehensive review to me. And perhaps that will be left for the next government after, or the intention is to leave it for the next government after October 19th. But one of the other recommendations in the Auditor General's report was that 50 communities be included in the program, either because they were receiving no subsidy at all, or that they were under-subsidized. And lest people think that, we're always talking about the far north, Canada's far north. In fact, the northern parts of all the provinces should and can be part of this program. And for example, in the Kenora riding in northwestern Ontario, if we just look at northwestern Ontario, there are 11 excluded First Nations, and there are 7 First Nations that receive a partial subsidy. It is certainly my belief that all of those should be receiving not just a partial subsidy, but possibly a full subsidy, and that needs to be determined. And those are the kinds of things that we need to have action on. In fact, next door at Thunder Bay Superior North, there are 3 communities identified that should be receiving subsidies and currently do not. And so it's not just an issue of Canada's far north, it's an issue really that straddles sea to sea to sea and right across Canada in the northern provinces. And so I think what would have been really good to hear for isolated and rural Canadians from this government after the AG's report, that they would have a comprehensive review, or they would undertake a comprehensive review. And I'm not sure that that's going to happen, and that will be unfortunate if it does not. And the program, at least according to a number of Northerners, was not rolled out very carefully, or it was not clear what the parameters were of this program. In fact, in March 2012, Yukon's Legislative Assembly voted unanimously for changes to the program. In May 2013, the Nunavut Legislative Assembly and the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly both voted unanimously for the audit that the Auditor General eventually did. And so that indicates that there are problems with the program. There were problems, perhaps, with the rollout of the program. And to be fair, that even back to the early 60s, the old mail program, there were problems there too. And I don't have that background to know what kind of comprehensive reviews were done of that program in that time, in the 60s and 70s. But I'm sure that there were calls to look at that program too, and perhaps, and I'm sure I'll have a question from one of my Conservative friends and they will know, maybe perhaps give us an idea from their point of view as to why Nutrition North actually came in to replace that other program. So the Auditor General agreed to conduct the audit, and it was released this past fall of 2014. And here are some of the things that the Auditor General found. First and foremost, the Department has not based community eligibility on need, which is interesting. And keep that in mind as I go down the list here. The Auditor General also found that the Department has not verified whether northern retailers passed on the full subsidy to consumers. Another interesting one, because we have a government that talks about transparency, but apparently this program is not that transparent and needs to be more so. The Auditor General also found that the Department has not collected information needed to manage the Nutrition North Canada program or measure its success. So the program has been in place since April of 2011, and yet there don't seem to be any tools to actually measure how successful it has been or is presently. And the Auditor General also found that the Department has not implemented the program's cost containment strategy. And so, there are a number of things, Mr. Speaker, that the Auditor General found. And I guess the point I'm trying to make about talking about the Auditor General is that I would hope that instead of a review or looking at it, that they would actually do a comprehensive review. And that could start right now, even though there's an election on the horizon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question come on side. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm certainly proud that our ministers have embraced the Auditor General's report and almost instantly engaged in dealing with some of the recommendations that were made. Earlier in my comments, I made note that there really wasn't a comprehensive position from the opposition. When I say that, I mean the member from Churchill said that there's no question that Nutrition North does reduce the price, but the member from Timmins James Bay says the program isn't lowering the cost. Then, of course, they say they criticize the program, but then say 50 communities should be added to it. It's not a coherent position. Is it lowering the cost, as the member from Churchill says, or is it not, as the member from Timmins James Bay says? Is it a good program that we should add 50 communities to, or is it not? They don't have a coherent position, so I'm wondering if the member opposite can bring a coherent position once and for all, finally, from the NDP side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Well, as I just said, Mr. Speaker, I think a comprehensive review would be able to answer that question, whether the program is running well and whether you need to add 50 or whether it's not running well. There are some things, some of the things that I just mentioned about the Auditor General's report, the things that he found, that it seems to me should be pretty easy to look at to make determinations as to whether the program is or is not working well. It appears to not be working, and let me put it this way, Mr. Speaker, it appears to not be working as well as it should, if that's a good way to put it. But it's interesting that 27 of the communities identified which need a full Nutrition North subsidy are in Conservative ridings, and so I'm not sure why they haven't spoken up, and I mentioned the 3 in Thunder Bay Superior North. I don't know why that member hasn't spoken up about the program. When Nutrition North was developed, eligibility was determined by lack of access and whether the community had used the old food mail program. And as I indicated in my comments, the old food mail program didn't always work the way it was supposed to either. And so I'm not sure to use criteria for the new program should be based on a program that really wasn't working then either.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, my fellow Northern colleague, for speaking to this very important motion and speaking on behalf of a lot of Northern Ontarians his neighbours who are not getting the representation they deserve from their Conservative Member of Parliament in the case of Kenora. I mean, we're talking about 18 communities in the constituency of Kenora that either receive a partial subsidy or 11 that are entirely excluded, Mr. Speaker. And I know from my own constituents what it means to live in a community that is excluded from Nutrition North. I mentioned a jug of milk, $15, a bag of fruit for anywhere from $8 to $15. Mr. Speaker, these are fundamentals. Children are going hungry. Elders are going hungry. This is unacceptable in a country as wealthy as Canada. It's at a time when we know there is plenty. I'd like to ask my colleague to speak to the need for leadership from that Conservative member, the MP from Kenora, from this Conservative government when it comes to actually standing up for Northerners.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Well, there's no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that there's lots of lip service, and but real concrete actions. And I would just like to go back to my earlier comments about a comprehensive review, comprehensive action. I don't believe a review would take that long. Probably could be done in a couple of months if there was a real political will to make it happen. And I think on both sides of the House, I think we agree that if we have a government program that is spending some $60 million annually, that taxpayers deserve to know that money is being well spent. The money is being spent, so I think we need to determine, as the Auditor General suggests, that is that money being spent to the advantage, to the full advantage of taxpayers and to the full advantage of those who are receiving the subsidies.
Order à l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows.
Thunder Bay Superior North on the environment. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to rise to speak today on what is a very important motion. And what I'm hoping to be able to do, Mr. Speaker, is to pick up on a couple of points, because this is an issue that I've actually had previous opportunities to speak on, in particular with the issue of milk. And I hope to spend a bit of time on that particular issue in my comments here this afternoon, because I did so while I was inside the Manitoba legislature, and people will understand and appreciate the relevance as I get to it. Where do I start? Well, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that maybe a good starting point might be just in terms of just the attitudes that this government has towards the North. In particular, if we take a look at the Nutrition North program. This isn't a program that has been in for decades, Mr. Speaker. Rather, it's a program that the Conservative government brought in a few years after it got elected, Mr. Speaker. And I would ultimately argue the reason why they brought it in was not because the old program wasn't working. Programs through time do need modifications. The food mail program was actually, from what I understand, fairly well received, Mr. Speaker. Does it mean that it was a perfect program? I don't think anyone's going to say that it was a perfect program, but there was merit for it, and I think that you can always, in any national program, look for ways to improve upon a program. Well, the government back a number of years ago made the decision that what it wanted to be able to do was to communicate a message. And I always, root these messaging or that Conservative spin that roots right out of the Prime Minister's office, where they wanted to try to give an impression. And the impression that they want to give is that we want to provide more food, healthier food, up to northern Canada, Mr. Speaker, through government subsidy. So they came up with a program in which they call Northern or Nutrition North Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, on paper it looks great. Some might even suggest to you it's a little bit more sexier of a headline than the food mail program. But that's something in which this government has been known to do in terms of just photo opportunities and props and the naming and titling of bills and so forth. So here they've come up with a new name. To put that Conservative brand on it, as opposed to trying to change and modify maybe some of the areas in which the old program could have been improved upon, Mr. Speaker. And it's much like we've had the member from North, the Yukon, I believe is his riding, stand in his place, talk about, oh, how great our Prime Minister is. After all, he's traveled more than any other Prime Minister to the North. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not necessarily going to buy into that particular factual statement, but I will say that the Prime Minister does, whenever he travels up north, make sure that the rest of Canada is aware of it through wonderful, expensive, taxpayer expenses, Mr. Speaker, in terms of those photo ops. Many of my colleagues would argue that ultimately if some of the money used for those photo opportunities was reused or reprioritized and put into food, that would probably have a better program, even that much better of a program, Mr. Speaker. So I'm a bit suspicious in terms of the way in which the government's true intentions are on the program. Some of the members say, well, our program is healthier. It doesn't pay for, and then they use one or two examples. Well, the Auditor General of Canada pointed out that the Nutrition North program, for example, pays for bacon. Bacon, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't rank up at the same level of milk or other fresh produce, Mr. Speaker, but that is something in which the government does subsidize. Well, Mr. Speaker, when we take a look at what it is that the Auditor General really had to say, there's a couple of things that come to mind. We hear the government talk about, well, we are saving the cost to the consumers. And there is no doubt that there is some savings that are being experienced. But let's not kid yourself, Mr. Speaker. There are savings under the old program, too. Now, the government would say, well, we compare year over year, and that bag of groceries is less.
than it was the previous year. Well, just wait a minute. We have the Auditor General of Canada saying that, well, that's not necessarily accurate, that in fact, Mr. Speaker, the results that have been talked about from the government are not necessarily fully accurate. So we do question in terms of some of the numbers that are being provided. And, Mr. Speaker, that's not, again, the Liberal Party or the New Democrats that are questioning it. This is the Auditor General of Canada, a truly independent office, calling into question in terms of whether or not the claims that this government is actually making in terms of year-over-year decreases is, in fact, factual. Auditor General is saying that it's not necessarily the case, Mr. Speaker. Then we talk about, well, the subsidy, and it's very important that we provide the subsidy, and I don't think that there's any member inside the House of Commons that would say that we should not be providing subsidy. Mr. Speaker, I suspect that you would have unanimous consent of all members of Parliament on that issue, because we all recognize the importance of Northern Canada, whether, Mr. Speaker, it's the northern tips of our provinces, the Northwest Territories, Yukon, or Nunavut, Mr. Speaker, all of which are very important to our country. And it's important that all regions of our country are provided the opportunity to be able to have healthy food. It's important when we talk about northern sovereignty that we substantiate that by ensuring that there are people that are actually not that are living in northern Canada, Mr. Speaker. And for many, it's a wonderful, great life, and for others, they might find it more of a challenge. But there are certain things that government can do in order to help facilitate or to accommodate a little bit easier lifestyle in terms of affordability on some of the foods that are so very accessible here in Canada, much of which is grown or produced in Canada, Mr. Speaker. So there's things that we can do, and I suspect that if you were to canvass Canadians as a whole, that you would find that there is a very wide and substantial level of support saying that, yes, we need to have food subsidy programs that will help facilitate the lifestyle and, to a certain degree, the popularization of our northern communities, Mr. Speaker. It makes sense. And for those that might try to spread misinformation to the degree in which, well, why should we in the South support in the North? Well, I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that if we take a look at the bottom line in terms of where the money is flowing, the South benefits immensely, not only economically, but socially too, Mr. Speaker, in many, many different ways. And I suspect that there is a very high net positive for the South over the North. You know, in Manitoba, we have the golden boy on top of the Manitoba legislature that points to the North, because we believe that that's where the real future in terms of the potential for Canada growing into the future, Mr. Speaker, that we are so very much dependent on the North. Well, the government, so we established, I like to think, that it is absolutely critical that we provide that subsidy, that assistance in the area of nutritional foods, Mr. Speaker. Now, the issue is, well, how do we make sure that we turn that into a reality? Well, it's one thing to say we're going to provide X number of dollars, and I believe, and I know the parliamentary secretary is here, so he could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's right around the $60 million figure, Mr. Speaker, and it's a substantial amount of money. But at the end of the day, it's not just the amount of money that's put into the envelope that's ultimately targeted for a particular program. It's how effective you are at utilizing that money to maximize the benefits of providing the type of product that you ultimately want to be able to deliver to the many different communities that are in need of that subsidy, Mr. Speaker. And once again, we have found that the Prime Minister and this Conservative government have been found wanting, that they have not been able to clearly establish that they're maximizing the benefits of the tax dollar in terms of actual food on the table, fresh produce on the table of Northerners, Mr. Speaker. And again, it's not me that's just saying it, or the Liberal Party that's talking about it. All we have to do is go to the Auditor General of Canada, Mr. Speaker. Last fall, we had a detailed report that came out from the Auditor General, and it was really interesting, some of the comments that were being stated, Mr. Speaker. And if I may, I wouldn't mind just to quote a couple of them from, and it was actually a CBC news story. And I'll quote right from the CBC News story, Mr. Speaker, because I want the members opposite to realize that this is not coming from the Liberal Party or me. This is coming from a story that's quoting from our Auditor General of Canada. And it says, Mr. Speaker, Aboriginal Affairs does not know whether the retailers in the North are passing on savings to consumers as a result of the Nutrition North program to make healthy food more affordable in remote northern parts of the country, the Federal Auditor General has found. Well, Mr. Speaker, as I say, it's one thing to talk about a program and to assign a budgeted amount of tax dollars to it, but it's another thing at the end of the day to actually deliver the program that is so absolutely essential and critical in many ways, Mr. Speaker, in order to be able to maximize the benefits. In other words, Mr. Speaker, you put the money in the envelope, but you've got to have the follow-through. And this is something in which the Auditor General has been somewhat critical of the government, because the government has demonstrated that it does not do the follow-through. It doesn't even confirm, from what I understand or from what I've been told, that the receipts in the paperwork that's being provided to them are in fact verified, Mr. Speaker. Real, serious, genuine concerns, and the government, again, has been found wanting. I'm sure that I hope to be able to get back to this, Mr. Speaker, but I mentioned at the beginning of my comments that this was a really important issue for me, and it's something that's not new. Today I've been afforded the opportunity to ask a number of questions, and I tried to focus my questions on milk. And the reason why, Mr. Speaker, is that back in 2008, I was a member of the Manitoba legislature, and I had the privilege to introduce Bill 213 on the floor of the Manitoba legislature, and what a privilege it was. But the essence of what Bill 213 did was it said that the price of milk should be a universal price in the province of Manitoba, much like you have alcohol. A bottle of beer costs the same in one community as it does in another community. Well, Mr. Speaker, I talked about why it is that Manitoba had an important role in terms of trying to deal with the issue of milk. And I noticed the member from Churchill had made a quote in regards to Dooley. Well, here's a price, and this is something that I would have said back in 2008, Mr. Speaker. The 4-liter price of milk today, again, that's back in 2008, in Winnipeg was $3.59. I don't really think it's gone up much since then, Mr. Speaker, but I'm not necessarily the best person to ask on it, but this is back in 2008. $3.59 for 4 liters of milk in the city of Winnipeg. In Red Sucker Lake, Mr. Speaker, it's $11.89. Now, I know the member from Churchill made reference to Dooley Lake. Well, I made reference to Dooley Lake also, which is really up, it's about as far north as you can go in Manitoba. If you follow the bay all the way up, virtually, and then kind of cross over, you'll see Dooley Lake. And at that time, the 4-liter milk was $17.40. So imagine Dooley Lake, $17.40, Winnipeg, $3.59. it showed in a very real and tangible way the difference in terms of the cost of living. Now, if members are somewhat familiar with many of the different issues that face my province, and I'm just talking about milk, but in many ways the same principle applies for nutritional food of all sorts. But think of it, if you will, where you have somewhat of a limited income, and you have a choice, $17.40 for 4 liters of milk, and you have a 2-liter bottle of pop for a couple dollars. And you have a child that's quite often more keen on saying, yeah, I'll take the pop, Mom or Dad, or whatever it might be, Mr. Speaker. You know, there are far too many families that are choosing an alternative to milk, not because it's a healthier product or that's really and truly what they want, Mr. Speaker. In many cases, it's an affordability issue. So they're buying it because it's a whole lot cheaper than the alternative, and the alternative is far greater in terms of healthier for the child. And I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that you have a choice as a government. You can either try to assist the population in certain regions, in certain areas, in eating healthier at the beginning, or you're going to, and there's a cost to it, there's no doubt, there is a cost to it, but if you don't do that, I would ultimately argue there's the potential of a far greater cost at the other end. Check with some of the healthcare professionals that travel up into some of our northern regions. And you hear some of the horror stories where children that have virtually all of their teeth eaten away from sugar, Mr. Speaker. Think of the costs of diabetes as a direct result of not being able to, whether afford or have accessible quality nutritional food. The healthcare costs to society are enormous. So when we talk about a program here of $60 million, compared to how much money we are spending at the other end, I can tell you it's a savings that can in fact be achieved if we're prepared to be more proactive as much as possible, Mr. Speaker. And it doesn't mean that it's the Government of Canada that has to pony up for everything. That there is, in fact, an argument to be made that the Government of Canada should not only be providing financial assistance or support, but it also needs to be working with the First Nations community, with the different provinces, the municipalities that are out there, the many different stakeholders that actually live and breathe the issues of the North that they face on a daily basis, and develop a more comprehensive overall strategy in terms of how to best deliver, Mr. Speaker, the type of nutritional food at an affordable cost, so at the end of the day we have a healthier population. Everyone will benefit if in fact we're prepared to do that, Mr. Speaker. But that takes a great deal of leadership. And what I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, and we had this discussion within our caucus in terms of the leader of the Liberal Party with a teaching background, having an understanding of the needs that students. And I tell you, where you have unhealthy kids in a classroom, it takes away from their ability to focus on their own education, Mr. Speaker. And then if that ultimately leads to people dropping out, think of the cost to the economy, let alone the social aspect of the community, Mr. Speaker. There is so much to lose if we don't get this thing right, and I'm not convinced that the government has its priorities right. Yes, they have a Nutrition North program. Yes, there's a significant amount of money in that envelope, Mr. Speaker, but there's a lot more to it than just the photo op and putting money into an envelope. There has to be more dialogue, working with others and the stakeholders in order to really have the type of impact that we need to see, not only in our territories, but in many northern regions of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his intervention. Of course, he talked about one thing I would agree with, and that this file requires leadership, but it's leadership that this side of the House has demonstrated, but not leadership the opposition has been prepared to follow. He talked about a suite of measures that need to be put in place to ensure food security and nutritional choices for northern families. We've done that through the Growing Forward 2 program. We've done that through the Northern Greenhouse Initiative. We've done that through direct investments through the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency, not only to provide economic opportunities, but to provide those nutritional opportunities for communities, community-based solutions for community-based challenges. Some of those vary from different regions of the country, from Nunavut to the Yukon. But interestingly enough, Mr. Speaker, every time we put forward either a legislative amendment, an operational consideration, or a policy direction, the NDP and the Liberals find a convenient way to vote against those measures. That includes significant transfer payments, record levels of transfer payments to the provinces and territories. And he mentioned the necessary partnerships with those provincial leaders. But every time, yet again, record levels of transfer payments, the opposition votes against. The Liberals are voting against those sorts of things. So I'm not sure how they expect us to deliver those kind of investments with their support if they just stand up every time we provide those kind of measures and vote against them. It's disingenuous. Canadians know that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't born yesterday. I understand how parliamentary system works. You know, this minister, this particular member or his party voted against the Kelowna Accord, which dealt with many of these types of issues that we're talking about today, Mr. Speaker. This government voted against the mail food program, which provided hundreds of millions of dollars over many years of food to northern Canada, Mr. Speaker. The legislation that the government brings in, if they actually worked with the different stakeholders, met with the different stakeholders and built the consensus, I suspect they would have more sympathy in terms of opposition parties saying, yeah, we will vote for legislation. But if you don't do your homework and you don't meet with people, you don't build the consensus, don't expect opposition to be voting for your legislation. It means if you really want to have an impact, you got to do the work. If you're not prepared to do the work, Mr. Speaker, don't come to the House saying, well, look, here's a piece of legislation, we want you to pass it, even though we didn't do the work. Well, Mr. Speaker, the opposition takes our job a little bit more seriously than the government takes its job, obviously, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I think that we've done a fairly admirable job in the past through other Liberal administrations in providing, Mr. Speaker, and we look forward to the day in which we're going to be able to add more value to the nutritional type of programs into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always enjoy listening to my colleague from Winnipeg North speak. Not as much as I enjoy hearing two cats fighting at midnight outside of my windowsill, mind you, but almost as much. My point that I wish to make, though, Mr. Speaker, is people should be judged by what they do, not by what they say. And I remember back in about 2002, I took the leader of our party, 2003, I took the leader of our party, Jack Layton, to a series of northern Ontario and Manitoba fly-in communities to look at that very thing, the cost of food. Now, that was at the height of the Liberal majority government, after they had imposed a 2% cap on all spending for First Nations and Aboriginal people. Even though the growth was 6% per year in those communities, they decided in their wisdom that they only needed a 2% gap, which has created, I argue, the social crisis that we experience today. But I remember Jack, this was the early days of Blackberries, but Jack had a Blackberry with him. And I remember him taking photographs of the appalling, ridiculous, unaffordable prices of food in Pangasi and Poplar River and Little Grand and Pakanjacum and these places, Mr. Speaker, that were starving. They were starving under the days of the Liberal regime. So when you listen to this Liberal member trying to say that, you know, back when we were in charge, when there was Rosie, it was rotten then. They starved, and for that Prime Minister to now say he's got the conversion of the road to Damascus. I mean, St. Paul now, talking about Aboriginal issues. He had 9 balanced budgets, 9 surplus budgets in a row. Not a nickel for First Nations spending. Not a nickel until he was finished.
Order. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, more so out of understanding and appreciation of the issue, I had chosen not to comment on the milk issue to the degree in which I could have commented on it, but I will do that now. I can tell the member that that milk issue, and that milk issue was a big issue inside the Manitoba legislature. Let me tell you what the minister, the NDP minister, had to say about the initiative, and I believe we actually even had the Progressive Conservative Party supporting my motion going to committee. This is what the minister said at the time. It is a delight for me to be able to speak against this bill. Mr. Speaker, it was the NDP administration in Manitoba that allowed for and supported to Dooley Lake paying $17.40 for a 4-liter jug. That was a provincial NDP responsibility, and they chose to do nothing. All I was asking for, I must say, Mr. Speaker, at the time, was to allow it to go to committee, allow the committee to go to Thompson, allow the committee to go to the PAW, and I believe I even said Churchill too, Mr. Speaker. Allow Northern Manitobans to come and talk to us about nutrition. And the NDP provincial government refused without any justification, Mr. Speaker. In fact, one minister indicated that they can always eat cheese whiz, as opposed to having fresh milk, Mr. Speaker. So I say, shame to the government at the time when they were in a position in which we had something that would have made a difference, and the NDP chose not to do it.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and for the member for his speech. It's always wonderful to hear from a fellow sesquipedalian. But I would like to actually just reference the point the previous member had made. He made the reference specifically to the previous record. There used to be a mail-in program, Mr. Speaker, we've heard about it a lot today, that subsidized the transit costs for things like snowmobile parts. Clearly, that was not getting the job done. This government brought in a new program with the idea of more nutritious food, specifically for people, for Northerners. Yes, the Auditor General pointed out a number of recommendations that are helpful and are being implemented, such as reviewing the actual grocers to make sure that they are supplying the full value of the subsidy. We're also making sure that there is more money coming for the program to make sure the people that rely on it can get the nutritious food they need. In fact, it's actually indexed to a 5% escalator. And again, using the rule of 72, Mr. Speaker, that would in 14 years, that would in effect double the amount of money available to this program. That is a huge commitment. So would the member not realize the point of the previous member, that the previous Liberal program failed Northerners, that at least this program here is supplying more nutritious food, and with the help of the Auditor General, we will continue to build on that success, Mr. Speaker. Does he agree the previous Liberal government did not get it done?
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Winnipeg.
I don't agree with the
North.
member at all. I would challenge the member, in fact, to show me an auditor's report that supports what it is that he just finished saying. And, Mr. Speaker, he can't show me the auditor's report that substantiates exactly what he just finished saying, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't have to go to a committee. I'm going to the Auditor General of Canada. I have quotes that I can provide from the Auditor General of Canada that says that the government's program has fallen short, Mr. Speaker. He can't provide me something of a likewise for the former program, Mr. Speaker. So, at the end of the day, I think Canadians were not going to be fooled. As I say, as the Auditor General has pointed out, it's not just a question of putting $60 million into an envelope and say, oh, look at us, look how well we've done. It's about the delivery of the program also. And the Auditor General of Canada has said that this government has failed to be able to realize an efficient delivery
of the program, Mr. Speaker. That's not me or the Liberal Party. That's the Auditor General of Canada. That's someone that's independent. So the government is wrong. They're more interested in the photo ops than they are in reality in helping people in Northern Canada, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. Honorable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for giving me the floor on such an important topic. First of all, I'd like to let you know that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Laurentides-Blabel. So I believe I'll only have 10 minutes. Unfortunately, it's not a lot of time. It's like that every time I get up in this house. Mr. Speaker, I have an opportunity today to speak to the motion brought forward by my colleague from the territories. I've had an opportunity to work with him on several committees. He is someone who really does passionately defend the interests of Northerners. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the work of my colleague from Northwest Territories, but all my colleagues from the north, Churchill Falls to Whitehorse. They are covering areas that are much vaster than many European countries.
And often they have to champion causes that are very complex, very specific, that affect the economy and services and the environment. The topic today, nutrition in Northern Canada, is a good example of that. It's very specific, and it's an issue that my colleagues from the north are dealing with, grappling with. People like me from the south have to understand that perishable goods are flown in to the north, and there's high costs for storage and electricity and so on, so the cost of food is ultimately higher. And that's inevitably affecting people in the north. 2 liters of milk costs around $8 in many Yukon communities, whereas around Edmonton, it's only around $3.30 or $3.35 for the same amount of milk. It's more than twice the price. A striking story in all of this, which many Quebecers don't know, in 2012, Lisi Papatsi from Iqaluit in Nunavut created a Facebook page, and it's called Feeding My Family. With the example we just gave, milk, which is more than double the price, you get the picture. It's hard to feed your family with prices like that. Now there are over 25,000 members for that Facebook page, and the situation's very difficult. It's become extremely difficult in the north when it comes to affording food. This type of citizen initiative has struck the collective imagination of Canadians. When you think of First Nations seniors, there's another image that's very striking, is First Nations seniors having to rummage through the local dump looking for food simply to survive. Nutrition North has an annual budget of $60 million. $53.9 million is supposed to go to subsidies to bring food prices down in the north. Unfortunately, it's not working despite all that money. My colleague's motion is well thought out and shows how competent my colleague is as a critic. And I'm going to read the motion to you. And it covers the main problems. So the motion, that the House call on the government to take immediate action to fix Nutrition North Canada and to improve the well-being of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal Canadians in Northern Canada by A, immediately including in the Nutrition North Canada program the 50 isolated northern communities accessible only by air that are not currently eligible for the full subsidy. On the government website, you can read that in order to be eligible, a community must not be served by surface transportation year-round, for example, by road or rail. And I have a problem understanding that, because if that's the official definition, and I learned that the subsidies are only partial subsidies for communities that can only be reached by air, I don't understand how they came up with this. In the autumn of 2014, the Auditor General found that the department hadn't based eligibility on need. So the criteria for Nutrition North are not concretely based on the needs of northern communities. So you get the result is that the most isolated communities who perhaps are in the greatest need of subsidies are actually getting less subsidies than other communities. Another point in the motion, improving the well-being of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal Canadians in Northern Canada by initiating a comprehensive review of the program with Northerners as full partners to determine ways of directly providing the subsidy to Northern residents and to improve supports for traditional foods. People have to understand that the situation is that families need support to get access to nutrition, but the subsidies go to the retailers and the distribution centers. So there again, in the fall of 2014, the Auditor General found that the department had not checked whether northern retailers were in fact passing on the full subsidy to the consumer. So we're talking about millions of dollars in small communities, and the Auditor General, or the AG, found that there was no adequate verification of whether the program had actually lowered costs for the people, for the end users, for the people in need. And what we saw this week with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, when you see how the government manages so-called solutions for the North, and we're talking here mainly about people from First Nations, when you look at the Conservative government's management of the file, almost all of these programs are bungled, they're mismanaged. And you have to ask yourself, how can a government, and we saw that this week, unfortunately, we saw the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs who remained seated while all the representatives of all the communities across Canada were giving a standing ovation to certain recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So there's something in this government's mentality, in their mindset, and in their approach to the North and to First Nations. It's incredible. It's astounding, and it should change as quickly as possible, and it will change with the next change in government. Another point in the motion is C, creating equitable program eligibility criteria for northern communities based on their real circumstances. Once again, if you look at the AG's findings, the department did not gather the necessary information to manage the Nutrition North program or to measure the outcomes. Once again, $60 million distributed into small communities to improve access to healthy food, Mr. Speaker, and the AG could only conclude that there was no way, the department had no way of evaluating the results of the program. So yes, we need to go back to the communities and make sure that their real circumstances are taken into account. Another point, D, providing sufficient funding to meet the needs of all northern communities. I just have 1 minute left. Okay, well, once again, this is consistent with the AG's findings, which were that the department had not put in place adequate monitoring. Now, I live in the south, but a member from the Yukon, Mr. Elias, said the following: moving from a transportation subsidy to a retail subsidy has caused food prices to skyrocket in his community. So many witnesses, hundreds of witnesses have said that what was put in place that cost tens of millions of dollars, what the Conservatives did not lead to any appreciable decrease in prices. And the whole idea was to allow thousands of people to have access to food. And what has happened is absolutely pathetic, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as we approach the end of the day, I believe this is probably the last speech on this Supply Day motion. We now have yet another position for the NDP. They started off again in the last 6 weeks. They've gone from 55 to 46 to 50 communities that they want added. During the first speech of the day, the member from Northwest Territories said that he thought all communities in the north should be added. And now this member has just said at the very end of his speech that we should return to the food mail program, to the transportation subsidy rather than subsidizing the food for the consumer. None of these things were what the Auditor General recommended. We've accepted the Auditor General's report. He said there should be a new process for evaluating communities. We've agreed, and we're going through the real work necessary to evaluate those communities that should be added. We don't do it in a haphazard way that picks communities that have year-round rail access or year-round road access or changes from day to day like the NDP has done today. So why won't this member accept the recommendations of the Auditor General, as the government has, and allow the government to assess the eligibility of communities according to their need?
The Honourable Member for Montmagny. Mr. Speaker, I've been following the debate, about two-thirds of the debate here in the House today, and this is the third time I've heard the Parliamentary Secretary make this argument. And even if it's true that in recent months the 46 communities that should have had better access, if somebody said no, it's actually 52, not 46 communities. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about people who don't have adequate access to a program to enable them to eat better. Whether it's 23, 46, 57 communities, who cares? We have a serious problem here. And to say that your numbers don't quite jive, what's the point of that? Is that what really matters here? Do we have to have the exact count of communities that are suffering? Is that any reason to continue with this completely bungled approach? I find that to be absurd logic. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel the same way as my colleague who just spoke. When I hear a numbers war, when it becomes a matter of who's got the right numbers, I think the government has one number in mind for the tolerable amount of people who should continue to suffer from hunger. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. My colleague is of the same view as me. When you say that because the numbers aren't quite clear enough or quite, you haven't got the exact count of people who are starving, well, that's a serious problem. If that's their argument, if that's all they can come up with, do you have to know exactly how many people are starving before you realize the program needs fixing? Would 22 people starving to death not be enough? Do there have to be 75 communities that are starving before the government admits there's a problem and does anything about it? I don't know. I don't have that answer. Their very way of approaching the whole issue, their way of thinking about that is completely absurd, and it's not up to me to justify that way of thinking. It being 5:15, it's my duty to interrupt the deliberations and put forthwith the question.
Mr. Bevington, seconded by Mr. Genet Jardin, move that the House call on the government to take immediate action to fix Nutrition North Canada and to improve the well-being of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal Canadians in Northern Canada by A, immediately including in the Nutrition North Canada program the 50 isolated northern communities accessible only by air that are not currently eligible for the full subsidy. B,
initiating a comprehensive review of the Nutrition North program with Northerners as full partners to determine ways of directly providing the subsidy to Northern residents and to improve supports for traditional foods. C, creating equitable program eligibility criteria for Northern communities based on their real circumstances.
D, providing sufficient funding to meet the needs of all Northern communities, and E, working with all Northerners to develop a sustainable solution to food insecurity. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members. The honourable member for Hamilton.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, the honourable member, just a second. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we ask that the vote be deferred to Monday, June the 8th, 2015, at the end of the time provided for government orders. Thank you.
So ordered. I recognize the honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request that, notwithstanding Standing Order 28 or any other usual practice of the House, the following proposed calendar for the year 2016 be tabled and that the House adopt this calendar.
Does the member have unanimous consent to present this motion? Does the agreed and so ordered? Does the member have, the House has heard the terms of the motion. Does the member have the support, unanimous support of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. The honourable member for Oxford again.
You ask for the consent of the House to see the clock as 5:30.
Does the honourable member for Oxford have unanimous consent to put the motion? So ordered. Does the member for Oxford have you've heard the terms of the motion. Does the member for Oxford have unanimous consent to adopt the motion? Agreed, and so carried. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business.
M591, ferry services to Prince Edward Island, standing in the name of Mr. Macaulay.
Resuming debate, repris de débat, the honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to support my colleague, the member from Cardigan, on motion M591 regarding the Northumberland ferry service, which connects Wood Islands, PEI, and Caribou, Nova Scotia. This is a very important to the member of Cardigan and to the people of Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker. The motion is quite simple. It seeks to ensure a safe, efficient and sustainable transportation system for Prince Edward Island by recognizing the integral economic importance of the ferry service between Wood Islands, Prince Edward Island, and Caribou, Nova Scotia, and committing to stable, long-term, sustainable and adequate funding by ensuring that all future contracts are for no less than 5 years and maintain or exceed current levels of service. The ferry service between Wood Islands and Caribou is run by Northumberland Ferries Limited, or NFL, with headquarters in Charlottetown. Northumberland Ferries Limited has operated the ferry since it was established in 1941 by the Government of Canada. Since it was established, this service has continued to be one of the most important issues for the people of eastern Prince Edward Island and to a great extent to our entire province. It provides options in terms of transportation. I feel, Mr. Speaker, that personally I have somewhat of a special connection to PEI ferry service because my dad was first a deckhand, then a quartermaster with Marine Atlantic for some 32 years on the run between Borden and Cape Tormentine. That ferry run was replaced by the bridge. But I remember as a kid being on that ferry run and seeing the trucks and the economic activity that were created on that run, and tourists coming back and forth to Prince Edward Island, and the workers on those ferries gaining the economy to look after their families. The run on that Mr. Macaulay, that the member for Cardigan, Mr. Speaker, is pushing for is no less important to Prince Edward Island. The Government of Canada continues to provide financial assistance to Northumberland Ferries Limited under the terms of a contribution agreement, while the company leases 2 ferry terminals and the vessels from the federal government. Today, it is the only ferry service to the mainland. It is said that the Conservatives have continually refused to fully commit to this ferry service, and I'll explain how, Mr. Speaker. Near the end of the last 5-year deal, which was put in place by a Liberal government, there was a lot of speculation that the Conservative government would cut the funding and reduce the service to 1 vessel or eliminate it entirely. The Council of Atlantic Premiers, which represents New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, PEI and Newfoundland and Labrador, the Council of Atlantic Premiers had called upon the government to put in place a 15-year funding agreement. Only a 3-year deal was put in place by this Conservative government. That was followed by a 1-year extension in 2013. Last year, the government extended the service for 2 more years. The current contract expires in March of next year. I'd say that's just about enough time to get through the election, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, Prince Edward Islanders, given the track record of this particular government, you know, the press releases call it the Harper government, but we can't say that in here. So, of this Conservative government, does anybody really trust this Conservative government anymore? You know, I can't. You know, I see they're agitated over there, Mr. Speaker. But I looked at press release after press release, and that's the name on the literature. Are they not proud of using that name in this place? I certainly wouldn't be either. But I can't help but think, Mr. Speaker, I can't help but think, beyond the uncertainty of the Wood Islands Pictou Ferry run, I can't help but think of the damage this Conservative government has done in my province. In fact, the very first act of the Prime Minister in 2006 was to cancel a fully federally funded energy cable to New Brunswick, which would have given us energy security. In our seasonal industries of agriculture, fishing and tourism, the changes to EI alone take $16.5 million out of our economy, right out of workers' pockets. In agriculture specifically, this government has cut Agra Invest by 1/3. They've cut Agra Stability, and they've undermined the safety net for farmers, not only in Prince Edward Island, but right across Canada. They've cut the researchers at the Agriculture Research Station. You know, and the temporary foreign workers changes they have made have impacted all 3 seasonal industries. Fish plants are without workers. Processing, especially in the beef processing sector, they're short of workers. That's affecting our economy. And in the tourist sector, Tourist companies can no longer, or are finding it difficult to get foreign interpreters, and they're being understaffed as a result. Cutbacks to Canada summer jobs, which are affecting industry and students. GST visitors rebate, gone. Canadian tourism investments, gone. Canada Post, reduced. Literacy funding, cut. Environmental concerns, ignored. All those things impact my province, Mr. Speaker, beyond the Pictou Wood Islands ferry. So how could you expect Prince Edward Islanders to trust this Conservative government? Beyond that, Mr. Speaker, federal government offices closed, immigration transferred out of the province, Canadian Coast Guard cut back, DVA reduced and jobs cut, DVA district office closed, ACOA funding cuts. And, Mr. Speaker, that's only a short list. So it's no wonder, Mr. Speaker, that Islanders don't trust this Conservative government when it comes to talking about the future for Wood Island Pictou ferries. We can't trust them. Short-term contracts, Mr. Speaker, are not enough. The operators of the ferries, the people and the business people in Prince Edward Island and Pictou County, Nova Scotia, need stability. This is not only an issue for PEI, it's also important, Mr. Speaker, for Nova Scotia. In fact, only a few days ago, the island's Evening News political panel commentator Paul McNeill remarked that, quote, no one in eastern Prince Edward Island would be disappointed, and this is a quote, not from myself, Mr. Speaker, no one in eastern Prince Edward Island would be disappointed to see the member for Central Nova leaving, as he has not been helpful in supporting, enhancing or modernizing the Northumberland ferries, which is an absolutely vital economic link for eastern PEI. Not only is it vital for eastern PEI, Mr. Speaker, it is vital for our entire province as well as Nova Scotia. It brings an estimated $27 million of economic benefits to the island every year, as well as $12 million to Nova Scotia. It's critical for the island's tourism, business and transportation sectors, as well as those same sectors in Nova Scotia. A document put together by the 4 Atlantic provinces called, quote, Charting the Course, Atlantic Canada's Transportation Strategy 2008 to 2018, highlights that ferry service is integral to an economy of our Atlantic region. It lists Wood Islands and Caribou as a strategic marine ports and service centre for cargo and passenger movements. With that, Mr. Speaker, you can number one, see the lack of trust for this government, that we must have a 5-year contract. That's what the member of Cardigan is calling for. That's what my colleague from Charlottetown as well called for. I would ask members in this House to support the member for Cardigan in this motion, because if there's good economic activity in Atlantic Canada between Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island, it also rolls into a benefit for all of Canadians. So I ask for members' support for the motion from the member of Cardigan. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Miramichi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you about this essential ferry service. First and foremost, I have to emphasize that this private member's motion fails to recognize what this government has accomplished to support this ferry service. The member from Cardigan is seeking a commitment from this government to ensure long-term sustainable and adequate funding for the Wood Islands Caribou ferry service. But this government's track record irrefutably demonstrates a commitment to these objectives, a commitment sustained over a long period of time. Even more so, I do not hesitate to point out that our record is very clear, and that residents of Atlantic Canada have been well served by our continued support for the Eastern Canada ferry services. Our track record warrants being repeated so that no doubt is left in the minds of Canadians regarding our government's commitment to the ferry services operating in Atlantic Canada. Since 2006, our government invested significantly in Eastern Canada ferry services. From a total of approximately $250 million, over $100 million was allocated to the Wood Islands Caribou Service. The remainder of this total went to two other regional ferry services, namely the St. John, New Brunswick to Digby, Nova Scotia, and the Îles de Madeleine, Quebec to Surrey, PEI, to ferry services. I am sure we can agree that $250 million is a significant sum. Moreover, our government invested $44.6 million to purchase a replacement vessel for the aging MV Princess of Acadia, the recently named MV Fundy Rose. We expect the MV Fundy Rose will be in service in 2015 after completion of some refitting and outfitting work. While the MV Princess of Acadia has provided the service for 44 years, it should be noted that the MV Fundy Rose vessel will offer improvements with respect to comfort and amenities and has a more positive environment impact. As another example of our government's support in 2013, this government invested almost $13 million to replace the main engines on the MV Holiday Island, an investment that has allowed for a more efficient service while reducing the risk of unanticipated mechanical breakdowns. This funding also went towards improvements to shore-based infrastructure on both sides of Northumberland Strait. We have heard the opposition demand that a longer-term deal for at least 5 years be put in place, which maintains or exceeds the current service that is provided. I ask you to recall that coinciding with our July 2014 funding announcement, our government stated its commitment to examining options for a long-term approach for the delivery of Eastern Canada ferry services, including the Wood Islands Caribou Service. This work is currently underway and will provide the next steps in ensuring the sustainability of these ferry services. Ferry operators and the provincial governments are being engaged, and we believe that our collective efforts will lead to a ferry service that best services local communities and demonstrates this government's great sense of responsibility to Canadian taxpayers. That is the government's focus, and this is an important one if we are to achieve a sustainable ferry service. A common theme heard from the other speakers was the importance of the Wood Island Caribou Service to the tourism sector of Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia. In 2008, the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency estimated that the ferry service provided annual benefits of $20.7 million to Prince Edward Island and $12.4 million to Nova Scotia. A significant number of tourists use the Wood Islands Caribou Service as a point of entry to Prince Edward Island, especially during the peak season of July to August tourists. In July and August, visiting tourists using the ferry as the point of entry to the island represent 19% of total tourist visits. This is a considerable amount of traffic using this ferry service, and we want to ensure that the local economy continues to be able to leverage tourism to facilitate prosperity in the long term. These are important components to foster sustainable and prosperous communities. While it is clear the Wood Islands Caribou Ferry Service plays an important role in supporting tourism in Prince Edward Island, it also creates an important linkage to Cape Breton Island. The existence of the ferry allows tourists to easily move from Prince Edward Island to eastern Nova Scotia, including Cape Breton. The ferry service has a long history of support from local communities. Over the last half-century, there have been times where it appeared that the ferry service may no longer receive support. However, the ferry service continued uninterrupted. Mr. Speaker, Our government understands that marine transportation is a significant part of Canada's history. Our government understands how ferry services allow for greater economic development and the building of stronger and more integrated communities. Our government understands also the benefits that ferry services provide. As we have said before and continue to say, support for the Wood Island Caribou Ferry Service will continue under this government. Support for a sustainable economy that meets the diverse transportation needs of the island's businesses will continue, and support for our local communities and economic development will continue as well. However, our government will not support Motion M591. Rather, we will continue to support our ferry services and examine options for a long-term approach for the delivery of Eastern Canada ferry services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise the débat. The honourable member for Cardigan will now have his 5 minutes of reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleagues from all parties for being involved in this very important debate, and it's a very important issue for Eastern Prince Edward Island. In fact, it's a very important issue for all of Prince Edward Island. I certainly want to thank my honourable colleague from Malpeque. I hope he didn't annoy the government too much, but I think he kind of straightened out, in fact, a bit of what the facts were. He's got a slightly different path than I have speaking, but anyhow, I also want to thank my colleague from Dartmouth. She certainly had words to indicate how important the ferry service is. We certainly don't want to use past tense on the ferry service because it's so vitally important to the economy of Eastern Prince Edward Island. But I just wish that she could speak to her colleagues and indicate how important it is and that they could support this motion. It's disappointing that the government have indicated that they will not support the motion. This vital ferry service needs to have the support of the Government of Canada, and unfortunately, the ferry and the people of Prince Edward Island, Eastern Nova Scotia, do not seem to have the support of the government. The government have to support this critical transportation link with action, not empty words, Mr. Speaker. Supporting this motion would be such a positive step forward and true indication of the government support, but they do not seem to feel fit to support the motion, and that is a shame. I am thankful my colleagues in the Liberal Party and the opposition have indicated they will support the motion. I certainly want to thank my honourable colleague for stirring up the place and waking everybody up here and indicating how important this Wood Island's Caribou Ferry service is, my honourable colleague from Malpeque, and my honourable colleague from Charlottetown spoke in the first hour of this debate and also indicated the importance and gave his full support, and that is so heartwarming for us. They both spoke passionately, and they understand the issue. They understand how important it is for the economy, not only for the economy of Eastern Prince Edward Island, but for the economy of Prince Edward Island as a whole, and for sure the Pictou County in Nova Scotia. It's vitally important for Pictou County in Nova Scotia. My motion is a very simple one. Number one, I'm asking for stable funding by ensuring all future contracts be not less than 5 years. I believe, Mr. Speaker, it only makes common sense to provide some stability to the people of Prince Edward Island, Eastern Prince Edward Island in particular, and in Pictou County in Nova Scotia. This is vital for the Pictou County area. And number two, that the current levels of service is maintained or exceeded. It's absolutely useless, Mr. Speaker, to run a ferry service on a part-time basis. You have to provide the service for the public. We have to make sure that we have the vessels there to run the service and to make sure they operate on a timely fashion so that we do not affect the economy of Eastern Prince Edward Island. It's not unreasonable for the people of Cardigan to expect a more stable support from the Government of Canada to ensure that the Wood Islands Caribou Ferry Service has a long-term contract which would provide stability and hopefully would maintain or exceed the current levels. I think when you listen to what has been said here by everybody, including my honourable colleague from the Miramichi, tourism, number one, would be affected drastically if this would take place, if this is not funded. Agriculture, all you have to do is ask Tom Carver, Morley Anir, or Reg Trainer of M&M Trucking just what it means when you're even trucking lime. But we have to make sure that we have the proper service. And once again, I would ask my honourable colleagues from across the way, please show some support for Eastern Prince Edward Island and for Pictou County in Nova Scotia. All we need to know is that the government is committed to this service, committed to the economy of Eastern Prince Edward Island and Pictou County, Nova Scotia. I ask you to look at the words that the member from Miramichi said. It's no good, Mr. Speaker, to say the words. You have to also support it with action and funding. And if we do not have the action and funding, it will hurt or have a very negative effect to the economy of Eastern Prince Edward Island. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The question is as follows. La question est la suivante.
Question is as follows. Mr. Macaulay, seconded by Mr. Casey, moved that, in the opinion of the House, the government should ensure a safe, efficient, and sustainable transportation system for Prince Edward Island.
Recognizing the integral economic importance of the ferry service between Wood Islands, Prince Edward Island, and Caribou, Nova Scotia, and B, committing to stable, long-term, sustainable, and adequate funding, notably by ensuring that all future contracts, 1, are for no less than 5 years, 2, maintain or exceed current levels of service. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 10th, 2015, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Order à l'ordre à ce moment-ci.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada has the weakest performance of any G7 country in meeting Mr. Speaker.
Order. If members want to continue the previous debate, please take it outside. We're on to another item of business, and I cannot hear the Speaker on that item of business. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Canada has the weakest performance of any G7 country in meeting our climate projection targets, and we also have weak targets to boot. Climate change is happening now, and it's having very real consequences on people's lives. It's disrupting national economies and ecologies. It's time for a real plan to prevent dangerous climate change here in Canada. Canada's proposed targets only focus on methane and nitrous oxide emissions rather than CO2, and CO2 is the main greenhouse gas. The plan still does not include regulations on oil sands at all, which is one of the fastest-growing sources of emissions here. Canada is currently ranked among the world's top, or maybe we should say bottom, 10 CO2 polluters. Alberta is accountable for 73% of Canada's greenhouse gas emission growth since 1990. Only an immediate and fast transition to a clean energy system will ensure that we help to avoid dangerous climate change from rapid global warming. Instead, the federal government has chosen to regulate methane from the oil and gas sector as well as emissions from chemicals and nitrogen fertilizers. That's good. But but Canada needs to go further than planned in controlling all greenhouse gases, not just some, Mr. Speaker. The new greenhouse gas reduction target is 30% over the next 15 years. But exactly how's this going to happen? What's the plan? These proposed new targets would be achieved 5 years later than those proposed by the USA. It would only move Canada to 14% below 1990 levels of greenhouse gases. These proposed targets are a step forward, but do not put Canada on the right track to carbon reduction. Prominent economists and policy advisors from across North America and the political spectrum have recommended carbon fee and dividend as the best way to slow the progress of climate change and the best way to price carbon. It is the official policy of the Green Party of Canada and the Citizens Climate Lobby. Canadian CO2 emissions have been rising for decades under both the Conservatives and the Liberals. Stalling this issue into the future will only worsen the problem. We are one of the highest CO2 polluters per person in the world. We have an obligation to our children and our grandchildren to deal with this problem now. The carbon fee and dividend plan will make coal mines and oil and gas wells pay for their CO2 emissions at the source. But not a penny goes to government. The dividends generated from these payments will be paid directly back to Canadians on an equal per capita basis. It will be totally revenue neutral. It's a fee, Mr. Speaker, not a tax. It's a fee based on science. It doesn't rise and fall with the use of fossil fuels, and not a penny goes to government. Carbon fee and dividend will use the marketplace to reduce CO2 emissions, guide Canada toward a transition to sustainable energy, and put money into the pockets of Canadian consumers. The carbon fee and dividend system will help Canada to meet our responsibilities in fighting climate change. The Green Party will make carbon fee and dividend a priority item on the first agenda of our proposed Council of Canadian Governments. The Conservatives have dug our economy deep into the tar sands, and we are now all suffering the consequences. The first step is to develop and approve in Parliament a national energy strategy. We're the only G20 country without one. We need a clear plan to meet Canada's energy needs, address climate change, and shift to a sustainable energy. So my question tonight, Mr. Speaker, renewing it, is, Mr. Speaker, when will this government start working on a real strategy to help climate change in Canada, preferably carbon fee and dividend? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The submission of Canada's intended nationally determined contribution, or INDC, reconfirmed our government's commitment to addressing climate change. It also reconfirmed our commitment to securing a total global climate change agreement later this year in Paris that, for the first time, will include all of the major emitters of greenhouse gases. We will continue to take a responsible and balanced approach. Our government has announced a fair and ambitious target for Canada that is in line with other major industrialized countries. It also reflects the national circumstances influencing Canadian greenhouse gas emissions. We plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 30% below 2005 levels by 2030, a reduction of 225 megatons, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, Canada INDC also outlines our government's intent to develop new measures that build on existing initiatives under our government's sector-by-sector regulatory approach. These planned measures will further drive emission reduction by regulating key greenhouse gases from important sectors of the economy. Specifically, we will regulate methane emissions in oil and gas sector. Methane CHG is 25 times more potent than carbon dioxide, and regulating it will lead to substantial CHG reductions. We will also address CHG emissions from natural gas-fired electricity generation, from chemicals and fertilizer production, and from the next generation of heavy-duty vehicles. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we will regulate hydrofluorocarbons, or HFCs, another highly potent group of greenhouse gases. Mr. Speaker, these new measures are in addition to the existing efforts implemented by our government, including the stringent regulations already in place for the transportation and electricity sectors. which are two of the highest emitting sectors in Canada. This also includes the more than $10 billion in investments since 2006 that complement regulatory efforts by providing support for green infrastructure, energy efficiency, clean energy technologies, and the production of cleaner energy and fossil fuels. Internationally, Canada continues to work constructively with the global partners both within and outside the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. This includes fully delivering on the Fast Start financing initiatives by providing $1.2 billion to support a range of projects in developing countries. Building on that success, our government also recently announced a contribution of $300 million to the Green Climate Fund to continue to address climate change in developing countries. Mr. Speaker, clearly our approach is delivering real results. Our government recognizes the importance of cooperative action in integrated markets and is aligning efforts with major economy partners like the United States. Consequently, we are generating real emission reductions in a way that maintains Canada's economic competitiveness and supports job creation opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, this government's proposed targets, weak targets, for climate change would only be achieved 5 years later than the USA. They rely on questionable carbon accounting practices in forestry and land use sectors. They include international offsets to compensate for growing oil sands emissions, a scam if there ever was one, and only emphasize regulations for some greenhouse gases, not including CO2. Canada is required to release our emission targets for the G7 conference in Germany next month. Presently, Canada's opening pledge for the Paris Climate Summit is the weakest in the G7. It will only further cement Canada's global reputation as a climate dinosaur. We have two parties with no plan to reduce CO2, Mr. Speaker, one party with a very bad plan. Mr. Speaker, when will this government start considering carbon fee and dividend and start reducing both climate change and poverty here in Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government has announced a fair and ambitious target for Canada that is in line with other major industrialized countries. We plan to reduce greenhouse emissions by 30% below 2005 levels by 2030, a reduction of 225 MTSs. We will continue to take a responsible and balanced approach. Building on this, we will reduce methane emissions from the oil and gas sector, regulate the production of chemicals and nitrogen fertilizers, and regulate emissions from natural gas-fired electricity generation. Mr. Speaker, we will do this without forcing a job-killing carbon tax on Canadian families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order à l'ordre. La motion portée.
Order, please. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.